2351 on another level. 4. The effects of the ninth boundary layers of dreams in prana were distinctive and glorious in nature. Similar to the ninth boundary layer of dreams, prana was just as ecstatic. The ninth boundary layer of prana, the barrier between the dimensional realities in your origin and the dimensional realities in the infinite plane, becomes increasingly thin. At this point in time, you can draw out the authority of the prana dimensional reality to manifest in the surrounding space, as quintessential ionic prana existence will materialize and wander around any area of the manifested dimensional reality to regenerate and bestow you an enlarged life force 3x your ionic vitality values, as your maximum ionic vitality values are temporarily exceeded while this authority is active. Another authority brought forth is that your ionic vitality values become fastened and bound. Only when 90% of the prana dimensional reality is annihilated can your final ionic vitality value be destroyed. The cost of utilizing the features of this boundary layer are paid for in full by the infinite plane, a glorious addition to Noah's arsenal, and he didn't have to even pay any resource cost for it. The infinite plane would do so on his behalf, as the resonance between his own dimensional realities and the dimensional realities within the infinite plane was truly becoming thin. When he bound the sources of natural laws and decreta, he was granted an authority that stated his main body would not truly face true death unless the very sources of these planes were destroyed. Now, he could release this authority with his own clone so long as he called out the sixth and ninth boundary layers of the past decreta. The sixth boundary layers allowed for an outward manifestation in the skies or on the earth around him. The ninth boundary layers allowed for a second manifestation around his body, as currently, miniature circular planes of existence roared around him. Golden stellar sands and verdant streams of light surge all around as quintessential ionic prana and dream. Existence flew around madly, opposing the streams of silver gold claws that wished him harm, with the manifested dimensional realities above and below him, as well as their manifestations around him. He wouldn't perish so long as the damage to these domains didn't exceed 90%, and how could his enemies know about such a fact? Shuring, the might of an apex ionic soul totem focused on him was utterly dreadful, as this wasn't a residual essence similar to what his dream dimensional chassis had faced when protecting Ophelia's main body. When just 50% of their horrific grandeur reached Noah, they broke through all defenses and pierced through his ionic arcane mana entity form, and even though he could nullify any damage at the ninth boundary layer and below, this surpassed it by another level, as when Titus and the other Haven disciples saw this scene, they felt their hearts settle a little. Titus, as the holder of the apex ionic soul totem that he released, felt everything even more closely as he sensed the life force of this being before him dwindling rapidly, or even the constant renewal when verdant cosmos and stellar green spears hit him. The silver gold claws continued to shred everything down, as Titus could almost see all of this being's aspects of existence annihilated in the next moment. He smiled at such a scene as his resonant voice rang out, "You were a tough one to crack, Osmont. Now let's see just what secrets you were hid. Oh, come on, don't make me take back my words." Titus had begun his words with relative ease as he saw the life force of this being near its end. But when it did near its end, it stayed there. It didn't go down any further. Titus smacked his lips as he began to frown in seriousness. There seemed to be a trace of life force, literally a small minuscule piece that could be taken at any time, and yet it didn't budge as the silver gold claws of the apex ionic soul totem passed through his body. Up until all the streams passed and faded, the cerulean form of this being remained staunchly in place, as on its monstrously handsome face, the stellar eyes of singularity stared coldly towards Titus. Boom, a verdant cosmos and a green spear of life smashed into his body as his drained life force all but recovered in the next instant. The green and gold manifestations of planes around him that were ripped apart somewhat began to radiate grandeur as they healed and reformed. The manifestation of the minor planes above and below them also radiated even more radiance as their deadly cosmos began to swing freely again. It was a shocking scene to come across as Titus became somber at such a development while sighing lightly. "My guy, that was an apex ionic soul totem, you know." Frustration and seriousness were apparent on his face as what he used was a life-protecting measure, yet this being just withstood it like this. Even while he remained nonchalant on the outside, he sent communications to the other Haven disciples who followed him. "You all bought. If we want to see this through, get ready to use your apex ionic soul totems soon. Helena, see if you can discern anything on the method we can use to kill this creature. Dionysus, move with me and focus on defending." Multiple commands echoed out from him as he didn't simply use up another apex ionic soul totem without figuring out how this being survived, with his means being very methodical, and he had to be this way as when he looked at the enemy he had chosen for himself today. This being stared towards him fearlessly as his singularities for eyes currently radiated wrath. Titus of the Genesis Institute of Extremity, His voice echoed out as it pulsed with intense hockey of tyranny and quintessence. Yet his tone carried immense disdain for even the name of the faction he called out, as if he considered it all beneath him. The being they only knew as Osmond stared straight towards the distinguished Haven disciple of the Genesis Institute of Extremity as his voice boomed out while he moved with his cluster of fantastical abilities. "I'm gonna fuck you up," boom. Essence erupted out with maddened grandiosity as the true Emperor of Quintessence began his counterattack. Chapter 2352R. You nuts? It must be a mutation related to resource usage. This level of unrelenting production is something that even 10 unequaled Reverend Emperors can't keep up. The voice of Titus rang out amongst the communication channel of the Haven disciples of the Genesis Institute of Extremity. Their destinies interlinked as they sought to find the solutions to this enemy together, seeing the alterations in existence in the skies above and the earth below, as well as the radiant domains surrounding this being and just the constant and senseless energy usage. Titus could only come to this conclusion. Pandus novel calm anything on why his life force stopped reducing at the last second? How can we eradicate him completely? There must be an anchor holding him in place. Another voice rang out as no answer came. They only saw the billowing stellar cerulean figure usher out more madness and chaos as Titus squinted his eyes while shaking his head once more. He uttered one last message in the communications link before his body radiated silver gold light to meet the oncoming enemy. And his damage value output seems to be constantly rising. It just jumped markedly again, as if diverts attacks again. You all have to be careful. Make sure you don't fall to a nameless entity in the Haven of Dissolution. Titus's body took on a unique stance as he strengthened his core and shot out like a silver gold arrow. The entity's power had increased sharply. Why was this? It was always rising as Noah unlocked and elevated new boundaries. But right after the release of the Apex Ionic Soul Totem and its drastic results, something critical had occurred. Away from this crucial battle, outside of the vaults of Extremity, in the dazzling planar palisades of Extremity, an infinite plane floated serenely as it was the size of a grain of sand, its very source currently undergoing fundamental changes as its natural laws and decreta all drastically changed while being expanded to extremity, and at this moment, these changes were even more so applicable to the master of the infinite plane as his origin that received so many different sources of elevation. Could not take it any longer. It had reached a critical juncture as from the bound sources of extremity to the obsidian planar origin panaceas, and now the resonance with the elevation of the concepts of prana, dreams, and Apollyon to the ninth boundary layers, it all culminated to a single prompt. The first plane of extremity is ringing the bells of completion. His origin emanated intense grandeur as when his will seeped into it. Oh, the sight was too illustrious to see, as akin to a radiant tower. His nine-dimensional realities were stacked on top of each other as they had been expanded to be over 10 times what they used to be in the past, their sheer breadth being massive, as this wasn't a simple expansion. I think you should take a look at. They underwent expansion, refinement, and strengthening as every surface of these dimensional realities exceeded any other minor planes of existence in quality. Massive reality passages that seemed like stellar mountains and pillars of ascendancy stanchions stretched across the nine-dimensional realities. One of the grander changes being the potent aura of extremity that this origin now emanated. It wasn't just blood, loot, and quintessence that were now bound to his origin, with all of the boundaries he had raised to the ninth boundary layer having their sources of extremity bound to him, as this also aided in his rapid elevation. As he stared at the stellar rotation of the multicolored cosmos and connections of his first plane of extremity, more prompts cascaded down as his whole origin radiated potent rays of wonder, rays that pulsed with the dense aura of extremity that only the most powerful reverends would have as it passed through his main body and caused all of his clones to shine with shocking luminosity. When a change occurred in one aspect of existence, it carried over to the other aspects of existence as well, since all of Noah's was intricately bound by his soul. His ionic soul values continued their exponential rise, his body constantly shed unseen particles of dust and became ever resplendent as its hardness exceeded the most powerful epic relics. Even though his origin was the one that had accomplished a great change, his soul and body experienced quintessential changes due to it. The first plane of extremity has been completed, the path forward has been illuminated, the total augmentation of the first plane of extremity has been expanded to grant a base of 500,000 ionic soul damage, defense, and vitality values. Your body alone can now withstand and release 500,000 ionic soul damage values, as the essence of any planar or innate boundaries is nullified by 80% against it, 500,000 for his origin, and 500,000 more from his body for a glorious 1 million in his base values. He had reached a new stage of power entropy as everything about him jumped a degree higher, the prompts that had arrived showing only the start of the boons as there were more to follow. The 9-dimensional chassis connected to the first plane of extremity undergo a quintessential advancement. 9 sources of extremity can now undergo a deeper binding to the first plane of extremity, as they will cause the budding of the pillars of extremity to shoulder your ascension to an apex ionic lifeform. You can now begin the formation of the second plane of extremity by choosing the 9-dimensional realities as templates to forge 9 major planes of existence, or you can seek different planar templates across extremity to forge as the basis of the second plane of extremity. Unprecedented grandeur and brilliance erupted at the depths of his body and spread out to all aspects of his existence as the path forward became clear. Would he take the 9 dimensions that were minor planes of existence as templates to forge major planes of existence for his second plane of extremity, or would he enact something else entirely based on other wonders in the planar palisades of extremity or the vaults of extremity? Bountiful choices waited for him as every part of him down to the very atom bathed in a profound light of power. Chapter 2353. Are you nuts? 2. As his main body experienced the fantastical changes, the clones bound to the 9-dimensional realities resonated and advanced even further as the force of extremity they released reached intense levels. In a hidden domain within the Abecedarian Sacrarium, the dream-dimensional chassis experienced this transformation as well, and uniquely. One more person benefited from this more than any others. It was the injured Ophelia, to stabilize her ionic soul that had suffered from the essence of an apex ionic soul totem. Noah had infused her with boundless waves of prana as well as his own blood, which was akin to an ultimate panacea. And he then connected even more closely with her through dual cultivation as all her injuries were healed in seconds while her power began to rise. This was before he completed the first plane of extremity. After its completion, the dream-dimensional chassis radiated pristine levels of essence that came from the establishment of something pristine, and the being Noah was connected to at this time felt all her boundaries churning as they devoured the potent aura of extremity surging from him. All of Ophelia's boundaries proceeding ever closer towards extremity. This applied even more so to the boundary of dreams she had also gained access to learn. The first 3 boundary layers of dreams were achieved by her in mere seconds during this dual cultivation with the dream-dimensional chassis as in the midst of all this. Ophelia's light brown skin was tinged red as she managed to express her words through the surging brilliance around her. Whoa, I should get injured more if this is the treatment I'm gonna receive every time. The boons brought forth by the first plane of extremity were plenty, as what Ophelia coincidentally enjoyed now was something that others could as well. The change not only prohibited to Noah, as those connected to him would also experience its wonders, and this wasn't only limited to dual cultivation, as all people under Noah would stand to benefit, either its true wonders yet to be unveiled. In the abyssal sanctimonious lands, in the deeper areas, the entire landscape was altered as the skies were tinged green, with the land colored crimson gold as vibrant cosmos and spears surged around the whole area with deadly force. Titus and 7 other Haven disciples were focused around Noah as 4 others surrounded the visage of an injured Caesar. The mad Reverend Emperor had actually used his own shocking means to survive the blow of an apex ionic soul totem, his body currently returning to a stellar obsidian humanoid form as crackles of extremity began to arc across his body. I told you to leave me alone. His voice began to bloom slowly, but it very quickly caused the expressions of the 4 Haven disciples around him to become rather drastic. I said that all I came for was a single thing and that I had no qualms with you all. Boom! The skies began to vibrate in a shocking manner as even Titus, who was clashing with Noah's ridiculous output of skills, was forced to turn around as his eyes showed incredulity. I said all this, and you all just wouldn't stop. So, you can all die. I think you should take a look at his humanoid quasar form suddenly illuminated with glory as all of a sudden, the immense authority of all of his boundaries was brought forth as a radiant curved line suddenly came into existence on his stellar obsidian body. Curved line blaring with multicolored radiance as it was akin to a pulsing blood vessel that radiated extremity. You can't be serious. The Haven disciples saw this scene as their gazes became those of incredulity, because they knew very well what the manifestation of this multicolored vessel radiating waves of extremity meant. And after the appearance of one, the mad Reverend Emperor Caesar bellowed out as a second and a third one appeared, his stellar obsidian quasarian form gaining 3 multicolored curved lines on his body as the power he gave off neared the line of something all beings here were all too familiar with. Titus saw this scene as his expression became grave, and he actually roared with a trace of anger and disbelief as he never expected a being to do this. Are you nuts? The moment you begin your advancement towards becoming an apex ionic lifeform, you cannot touch any life form of lower levels. Yes, they knew all too well what this being was doing, those at the unequaled Reverend Emperor level who had made enough achievements in the boundary expansion realm and had at least 9 boundaries at the 9th boundary layer could try and bring together all of their accomplishments and finalize their foundation. To finalize one's foundation, all of their culminations in the soul, origin, and body had to resonate with their boundaries to call forth the ionic extremity meridians. It was a crucial process that even the most powerful beings took shelter in hidden locations or were guarded by those they trusted, as any mistake during this process resulted in the shattering of one's foundation as they forever remained below the apex ionic lifeform level. This was the process of apexification, the development of one's ionic extremity meridians to elevate one's existence, eventually taking a chosen boundary from the 9th boundary layer and using this as a basis to define who they were as an apex ionic lifeform. The greater the number of ionic extremity meridians, the more powerful one would be when they became an apex ionic lifeform. This was why Titus and other existences from multiple factions across a few selected havens had sent their people to the ionic haven of dissolution to attain extremity panaceas from the initiating extremity vein of dissolution and establish an extremity foundation, a foundation that granted one the chance to form a much greater number of meridians and guaranteed their advancement to become apex ionic lifeforms. Yet at this moment, they saw a being recklessly begin the process of apexification as while ionic extremity meridians continued to form magnificently on his body. His shining countenance that was gaining an entirely different power roared and rushed towards the nearest haven disciples. I can't make a move? Let's see who will fucking stop me from killing you all today. Hung, with newfound dominance, the Mad Reverend Emperor made a move beyond anyone's calculations. Chapter 2350 for the Mad Reverend Emperor. Apexification. Titus felt like he was going mad when he saw such a scene, as even amidst all this, he could still understand it somewhat. Every existence who became an unequaled Reverend Emperor and had accumulated over 9 boundaries at the 9th boundary layer had the chance to initiate this process. The failure rate was quite high as the price was being left behind and never touching the gates of the apex ionic lifeforms, so of course, if he and the other haven disciples were hunting down an existence and the choice was between death or throwing caution out of the window to try and advance to an apex ionic lifeform, the answer was clear. Nobody would simply wait for death. Titus understood this thought process, but he was still frustrated, because the process of apexification in the middle of battle was also another method of death, with the chances of success being extremely minimal. But this being did it nonetheless, as even if he may not be successful, his initial burst of power may be able to take some of them down with him. Don't spare your apex ionic soul totems. If he attacks any lifeforms with the essence of an apex ionic lifeform, he will not have much longer left to live, Titus bellowed out while his senses warned him of the terrifying entity he had targeted arriving before him with a relentless momentum. The attacks of this being had drastically changed in damage values, as the many sources of attacks he released may very well break through his defenses if he wasn't careful. Ridiculous problems from all around. I better not end regretting this. He shook his head at such a development, as while keeping an eye on the being who had begun the process of apexification, he focused on Osmond, as at this point in time he actually had to. Immense reverberations bloomed as 6 ionic extremity meridians could not be seen shining gloriously on the body of the Mad Reverend Emperor, his voice booming out as he descended like a cataclysmic singularity on the haven disciples that were attacking him. One of these beings pulling out an apex ionic soul totem and initiating it right away. You all used an apex ionic soul totem on me with no repercussions. Do you truly think yourself above everything that when I use essence? Similar to an apex ionic soul totem, something will happen to me. Terrifying words erupted from his mouth that caused the haven disciples to turn somber. Yes, the essence from apex ionic soul totems was infinitely close to emulating that of an apex ionic lifeform. But it wasn't all the way there. So long as Caesar was undergoing the procedure of apexification and didn't become a genuine apex ionic lifeform, could he use his authority that was nearly there to wipe the floor with them? Fucking hell. A curse came out from the haven disciple Caesar faced as the one who had activated an apex ionic soul totem had a dazzling red light bloom from it, a massive crimson bell forming in front of him as it emanated frightening waves of power and smashed towards the barreling figure of Caesar. And in such an instance, I think you should take a look at, boom, the billowing cluster of quasars that was the Mad Reverend Emperor actually collided with the crimson bell head-on, as the impact alone was maddening. You should have let me be, boom. The crimson bell was pushed back as cracks began to appear from it, horrific waves of gravity pressing from all around as even space twisted. But some people do not get the message until death comes for them. Boom, crack. With an unrelenting force, the Mad Emperor broke through the force released by an apex ionic soul totem as the crimson bell was crushed and folded by the weight of frightening gravity. his figure flashing towards the Haven disciple. That had released this attack as the shock and horror on the face of this being only became inches away from what Genesis Institute of Extremity, BZZT, his stellar obsidian hands shot out and wrapped around the neck of this profoundly powerful Haven disciple as the temperature on his body alone caused this being's skin to melt. Waves of torrential gravity pressing in from all around as this unequaled Reverend Emperor began to be compressed as if he were a ball of mud. Julius, a bellow could be heard from Titus from afar as in the next instant, the being in the clutches of Caesar was squeezed into a small mass of crimson gold made of blood and bones as billions of years of hard work went to waste. An unreal reality settled in as unbelievably, a Haven disciple from the Genesis Institute of Extremity had actually fallen. Not only had they fallen in the youngest Haven while seeking the extremity panaceas from the initiating extremity vein of dissolution, they were only in the periphery as they hadn't even neared the extremity vein and yet one had perished. This reality settled in as the one who had done this was relentless, even though his body pulsed with a tinge of instability as a ninth ionic extremity meridian began to materialize on his body. It was a scenario that further caused the gazes of Haven disciples to change as the appearance of 9 ionic extremity meridians meant this being had a truly deep foundation as his success in the procedure of apexification was actually high. Even with such a development, the Haven disciples had clear thoughts as a bellow from Titus could be heard, just hold him back for now. He can't keep this state any longer as he will have to advance or ruin his foundation. The moment he becomes a full apex ionic life form, he won't be able to touch us. The destiny flourished. The 3 nearby Haven disciples close to the mad Reverend Emperor pulled back with wrathful expressions as they each initiated their apex ionic soul totem, one source of frightening energy after another beginning to surge towards Caesar. Chapter 2355 The Mad Reverend Emperor. 2. Waves of attacks from apex ionic soul totems surged towards him, yet this being, one is not enough. Boom, he bellowed out with valor as the surrounding reality began to be scorched entirely. For your actions to force me to this and jeopardize the life of my daughter, all of you need to die. He truly seemed to have gone mad as with indomitable might. 9 vibrant ionic extremity meridians shone on his body while giving off an austere air of power, his limbs beginning to disappear at this moment as they turned into stellar particles of light. The process of apexification was proceeding steadily, it could not be stopped, unless one wanted to destroy their foundation. Caesar's body clashed with the might of 3 apex ionic soul totems as he wasn't pushed back, his power scaling upwards ever more as his body disappeared at a faster rate. Stellar skin, muscles, bones, everything about him that made his old lifeform disappeared as the trillions of quasars that made his cells all but faded into radiant lights. Caesar could feel this transformation more than others as he knew his time was running out. Waves of pressure were released from him as one singular boundary paved the way forward, this boundary wrapping around the 9 ionic extremity meridians as this was the concept he chose to define who he was, Borealis. It pushed away anything approaching with a dazzling force of gravity as all 3 apex ionic soul totems and the force they released were shattered. The Haven disciples gritted their teeth at this as they prepared to take drastic actions themselves, but in this instant, as the rage of the mad Reverend Emperor was about to continue, all of the body parts disappeared as in his place, only 9 ionic extremity meridians remained, no origin, no soul, no body. Nothing could be felt outwardly as all of it was contained in the 9 ionic extremity meridians that throbbed with potent waves of extremity at this juncture. Everything about one's old life would be erased as from the chosen concept that defined them, they would be reborn into something else. The consummate boundary of Borealis permeated across the 9 ionic extremity meridians as Titus and the other Haven disciples sighed in relief, which was a unique sensation for them as they were actually forced to be happy about another being succeeding in their process of apexification. The second hardest juncture was during the formation of the ionic extremity meridians, as the hardest juncture was the confinement of the chosen concept inside the meridians. This being had passed all this seamlessly as at this moment, dazzling waves of light emanated out as the body of the mad emperor began to be reformed from the 9 ionic extremity meridians. From the concept of Borealis itself, the aura of life it gave off was entirely different from before, as it was that of an entirely different lifeform. Waves of such a lifeform began to spread out from here and extend outwards powerfully, as it was a might that could not be so easily contained. From the dazzling multicolored ionic extremity meridians, a brand new body was formed as quadrillions of atoms made of constantly spinning quasars came together to construct a humanoid form of a distinguished existence that held shocking beauty and grace. Grace of an entirely different lifeform as the 9 ionic extremity meridians disappeared in his body while shining brightly. I think you should take a look at. he bellowed out with magnificence as all beings here faced a profound sense of oppression and oppression deep in one's soul, as they knew this being before them could without a doubt grant them true death. And this mad being didn't delay as his first actions before he even stabilized his new existence. Did you really think I would stop here? You all do not know what you've made me lose. The gazes of others changed, but Titus remained stern and calm as dazzling obsidian rays of light 10 times as powerful as any apex ionic soul totem erupted from the figure of the mad Reverend Emperor Caesar. Nay, not the mad Reverend Emperor but the mad apex Emperor, Caesar. The rays of stellar obsidian light he released surged towards every Haven disciple here as at such a juncture. Bzzzt, the skies above darkened, an extremely ancient and undeniable aura of power cascaded from above as it stopped everything in its tracks. The attacks that Caesar threw out halted in their tracks as his expression became one of utter rage, looking at the dark skies and bellowing out towards them in a shocking manner. Even though the aura seeping from them was that of extremity, it utterly stopped everything in its tracks as it even wrapped around Noah and the Haven disciples of the Genesis Institute of Extremity. Titus sighing inwardly as an ancient feminine voice descended from the darkened skies. The lives of lesser lifeforms are not for us to interfere in. You already killed one, so take that as your recompense. The voice carried undeniable authority as not even apex ionic lifeforms could withstand it, but the mad apex emperor remained defiant as he bellowed out while vibrating with even more power. I am unwilling. Boom, a luminous stellar obsidian light shone, but it didn't matter as from the genuine aura of extremity in the skies, a just white hand instantly appeared as it came to wrap around the visage of the mad apex emperor. It wrapped around him without so much as any resistance as the ancient voice continued to resound. No apex ionic lifeforms can participate in the initiation step of the extremity vein of dissolution, and you may not touch the lower lifeforms here. For your indiscretion, Hung, the latter words were left unsaid as the just white hand snatched out Caesar's figure as if he were a mere weed, bringing his countenance up above and taking it away as these terrifying auras disappeared entirely. Those below had no words as it seemed everything was brought to a halt, Noah also gazing at the skies where a hand had stretched past his materialized dimensional reality as if it didn't exist. In the midst of all of these incredible actions, a small quasar the size of an atom escaped the eyes of all those that remained here as it floated towards him. His providence and destiny shone as he caught its path towards him, letting it land on his cerulean skin as this quasar carried a mark of the mad apex emperor. Chapter 2356 Saverai, a massive white hand came down and plucked the visage of an apex ionic lifeform like it was nothing. This hand rose up and disappeared from the skies above as if it never existed, but its significance was too profound as even while stabilizing the concept that defined him, Caesar truly could do nothing against it. Across the folds of space, time, and reality, a great deal of distance was traversed in an instant as Caesar felt the restrictions of his body loosened somewhat, the hand holding onto him unclasping as its pressure still bore down onto him. It was established long ago that on the path to extremity, advanced lifeforms will not interfere with those below them. Violating this rule is worthy of death, only if you continue to be defiant. But I do not wish to kill one of the few apex ionic lifeforms in this haven when it is already the youngest and weakest, so what will it be, Quasarian, thankful? Now, let's get you up to date on what it means to be an apex ionic lifeform, and what your responsibilities are from here. The voice boomed with undeniable authority as one had to only agree to it, otherwise only doom awaited them as the mad emperor gritted his teeth while pulling his aura back, working on stabilizing his advancement and clearly taking the boundary of Borealis to the 10th layer. Good. You killed one lifeform before you fully became an apex ionic lifeform. And your own life was on the line, so this can be excused with a few years of service. Had I stepped in after you killed others, the tight wound fogies connected to the Genesis Institute of Extremity would have demanded your death, so be thankful. Now, let's get you up to date on what it means to be an apex ionic lifeform, and what your responsibilities are from here on out. The voice was ancient and regal at the same time as this fair hand was connected to a fantastical being, a being whose body was veiled with layers of extremity, as when one traversed past the hand, they would see a veiled head with two luminous eyes pulsing with grandiosity. These eyes were currently coldly focused on Caesar. But their gaze also briefly crossed the veils of space and time as they sank down past the endless abyssal thalassic caverns of nullity, delved into the abyssal sanctimonious lands, and focused on the cerulean figure surrounded by Haven disciples of the Genesis Institute of Extremity. The eyes of an existence that had reached extremity gazed at this cerulean existence, conjuring manifested planes around him as just briefly, this existence made a simple comment, interesting, during this Utterly precarious ordeal, a minuscule quasar carrying the will of a recently advanced existence flowed into Noah as he accepted it into his mind. In one's mind, countless thoughts could be shared within an instant. So the time outside was akin to being frozen as within a portion of Noah's mind. A will communicated with him. The scene formed was that of a vast cluster of quasars the size of minor planes stretching out for an unknown number of light years. These quasars were unique as they seemed like advanced variations of planes, abundant life ever so present within them as at their very center. Stellar obsidian major planes of existence carrying a similar signature could be felt, far above this scene. The figure of Noah's soul form could be seen as in front of him. The stellar obsidian visage of none other than the mad apex emperor Caesar gazed down with a face of frustration and anger. I have a daughter, he began by speaking simply as Noah walked beside this being to stare at the expanse of minor planes and major planes of the quasarian showing below him. He could feel the tug of providence and destiny as he continued to listen passively while Caesar continued. I have a daughter that I very sick, and what seems like the last hope for her was in this initiating extremity vein of dissolution, in the extremity panaceas that can reforge one's foundation. Because WAA, of the recent actions, all of that is closed off for me. WAA, his solidified will gave off impressive pressure as it turned around to face Noah at this moment, his eyes filled with power as he continued. Now, I do not know you or what you stand for, but you aided me against these vermin and are the only one nearby that Borealis deems trustworthy and powerful enough to acquire extremity panaceas. I stand before you not as a quasarian or the will of an apex ionic lifeform. I stand before you as a father who urgently wishes to save his daughter, and it seems I will be restricted in doing so for the near future as I cannot obtain the extremity panaceas myself. And even though you are trustworthy as Borealis deems, I understand that no being under the havens of extremity is a saint. So, what will be your price? Golden providence shone within Noah's eyes as he didn't even gaze back to Caesar before he replied. 2 things. 1, is that down there? He pointed towards the scene of the cluster of planes that should have been one of the central domains of the quasarians as the face of Caesar darkened even though he was expecting it, and this was the reason why the scene below was even shown. This was the price that his boundary of Borealis that had stepped into the 10th boundary layer told him as he steeled his heart to pay it and waited to see just what the second condition would be. The last thing I want is a bet. A bet? The mad apex emperor raised his brows while Noah nodded and finally came to lock his eyes with him, a devilish smile blooming on his face. Yes, a bet. A wager that within the next year, you and I will have a match. If I win this match, you will have to serve as my vassal. Boom, a shocking term was put forth as Caesar's eyes flashed with danger and power. He looked at another unflinching stare as his eyes squinted while he replied coldly, it is a bet, so if I win instead, if you win, I'll get back the group of planes below and even follow you. Isn't it nice? You'd get back everything and more. Chapter 2357 Save her too. If you win, I'll give back the cluster of planes below and even follow you. Isn't it nice? You'd get back everything and more. The devilish smile on Noah's face caused Caesar to be distrustful, and this mad apex emperor thought back to the power Noah showed before as well as his confidence that he would be able to get past the Haven disciples unscathed to even be able to continue forward towards the vein of dissolution. With all of this and many more things considered, Caesar nodded with consideration as a burst of light shot forth from his will and floated towards Noah. I managed to make the others use their apex ionic soul totems to make it easier on you. So just get past them and attain the extremity panaceas as soon as possible. Here are the coordinates and authority for you to get into the plane my daughter is in, as well as what you should be mindful of. Contact this quasarian signature here if you need help and can't get to me. The Valley of Light continued abundant information about quasarians and secret information that only one of their strongest past reverends would know. Caesar gave it all out freely as after one ascended to the apex ionic lifeform level. The issue of lineages was a minor one as what mattered the most were interests, and nothing was of greater interest to the mad apex emperor Caesar than his daughter, so his fragment of will gazed calmly at the figure of Noah as he vocalized one last time while he began to disappear. Please, save her. Save my Xiaomi. WA, boundless waves of providence and destiny shone serenely in Noah's mind as the fragment of will disappeared. He silently gazed at the scenes and memories left behind as his mind quickly returned to the scene outside of it, towards the Haven disciples that were sighing with relief after a madman was gone, but he wouldn't let them have the relief nor satisfaction. He had to wrap things up as he himself stabilized his realm and understood the complexities of the completed first plane of extremity. After all, he was the only one forging this path. He was the pioneer that would expand new horizons and bring to light things others couldn't even imagine. So these beings that currently stood in his way, it is time for you all to disappear. He thought this not just because of his own authoritative will, but because at this very moment, your understanding of nullity has reached the apex of the terminus stage, your understanding of ruin has reached the apex of the terminus stage. You can now control the sources of chaos to breed more than just destruction. You have come to a quintessential understanding regarding nothingness and destruction. You can now control the sources of chaos to breed more than just destruction. The expansion of nullity and ruin into boundaries is now possible. Boom, his soul ridiculously added yet another conduit of change as a profound understanding of the states of verisimilitudes flowed in his mind, and so with dominating momentum, he continued, expand nullity and ruin into boundaries, and deem them quintessential. He wouldn't need to utilize any sources of complete crimson 3 ionic pearls of extremity for them. A simple expansion to the 6th boundary layer with lesser pearls of extremity and a designation of quintessential would bring them all the way to the 9th boundary layer as thereafter. He would have intricate control over 2 more profound sources of chaos, sources that were states of being in the very havens of extremity themselves. He felt that with this, his completion of his first plane of extremity, his ever-strengthening body and soul that was constantly being reinforced by the feature of the entropic entity of extremity, he felt that with all this and more, unequaled reverend emperors should be dominated by his hands. Titus barely caught a break as he sighed at the departure of the mad apex emperor, his heart feeling a trace of respect for the fair white hand that had plucked him away, as whether it was in the haven or the haven of Genesis, those that had reached extremity were always being he looked up to. Because many of his teachers still hadn't reached this state, only the most distinguished of beings in the Genesis Institute of Extremity had actually reached the stage of extremity, and the actual number that they held was unknown even to Titus, as it was a tightly guarded secret. The stage of extremity seemed ever close after one entered the stage of apex ionic lifeform and enacted the 10th boundary layer of a concept that defined them, but it also seemed even further away as if one didn't attain something like the extremity foundation. It would be nearly impossible, so let's finish things up and proceed with getting the extremity panaceas. If the situation becomes too convoluted, I can also just lock my wounds and give up. He was a straightforward man. He would do what he wanted and go for the utmost benefits, but if it was turning out to be too much trouble, he would also abandon a path no matter how sweet it seemed. So let's finish this up. Hung, just as time resumed after the descent of the genuine aura of extremity, Titus and the others turned to face their only remaining enemy, as apart from the continuous production of abilities still pouring out from him senselessly, massive pillars of crimson and silver roared out from his body as the aura of ruin and nullity seeped out, but this time, it was that of immaculate boundaries that did not at all seem low. And the supremacy this being released only exploded to a greater level as Titus looked at this radiant being while cursing out, fucking hell, what would he do now? He sought help from his destiny once more as he weighed the pros and cons on whether he should keep on this path or lick his wounds and go. Chapter 2358 Utter Trash. In the abyssal sanctimonious lands, the eruption of pristine power and grandeur of extremity did not go unnoticed by those close by, with the many powerful individuals arriving from different parts of the havens of extremity sensing the shocking reverberations that occurred towards a certain area, even though they felt these shocking reverberations. Very few beings actually made their way over, as they inherently knew that the blaring aura of an apex ionic lifeform, as well as the eruption of a genuine aura of extremity not too long after, it was not something that they wanted to be up against or involved in, so the few that did feel these auras didn't dare to even come, but there were others more distinguished than them. There were others who didn't even fear the aura of apex ionic lifeforms, nor the genuine aura of extremity. Such beings were from extremely old and ancient origins, as they could call the havens of extremity their very homes. One such being who was nearby and following her own path felt the reverberations of power as she floated towards it, unlike all others. And it was mainly due to nothing other than her curiosity. This existence has a unique feminine charm, as she held a humanoid form with fiery red gold hair snaking past her shoulders, and yet a bright stellar crimson horn rose from her forehead and pointed to the skies as it kept in a shocking cluster of power. Her countenance was full of calm and curiosity as she pierced across space extremely quickly, her figure appearing a light year away, as even though she wasn't hidden in the veils of space, no being below the supreme ionic entity level would even be able to see she was there. She was only known as Iam, and to enter this ionic haven of dissolution, a member of her lineage that had grasped extremity had brought her over. Her languid eyes full of power and grace looked over as she noticed the unfolding battle from afar, her fair hands covering her lips, as even though there were current events playing, her eyes were seeing a different set of events as she saw what occurred seconds before this. She saw the white hand pulsing with extremity that came down, she saw the culprit who had called it down, And the beings that were to blame for this all as the recorded history was easily revealed in her eyes. Her manipulation of the Ionic annals of extremity reaching shocking levels, I see. Her eyes lit up as she understood the whole situation and laughed lightly. Little brats from the Institute of Extremity Genesis attacking who they thought to be an aboriginal just because of their own greed. What around him screams aboriginal. Her face portrayed exceeding beauty as she followed the current events playing out and focused on the one she found to be called Osmond. I think you should take a look at, how dumb were these dense martial arts fools to believe they were attacking an aboriginal of the youngest haven? Even with her eyes that could peel across layers of secrets utilizing the Ionic annals of extremity, she couldn't find much about this being as it meant he had reached a similar level of expertise or had an even more profound secret. More than that, this isn't even his main body, so what did you even expect to gain if you managed to take him down? She only shook her head with more disappointment as she wondered how she came from the same haven as these brats from the Genesis Institute of Extremity. And as she gazed at their faces now, she could read their thoughts as clear as day as these haven disciples were beginning to feel fatigue and regret as they saw Osmond erupt with the dense boundary essence of the states of verisimilitude's ruin and nullity. Even though they were two of the most basic states, only accomplished reverend emperors could walk on their path and actually expand them towards high enough layers as this being. He already has 11, she counted the number of different essences of consummate boundaries she could feel around this being as when she affirmed they far exceeded 10, she became surprised again as a stray thought entered her mind. Isn't he at the same level that those prideful apexionic lifeforms that Grandpa wants me to choose from were at before they underwent apexification? A single stray thought. One that she shook her head wryly of as she refocused on the current situation. Her eyes that could easily see the recorded history of the Ionic annals of extremity analyzed the ongoing battle as she figured out the wall that these haven disciples couldn't cross. They had brought down the life force of this Osmond to a minuscule level, but they couldn't entirely erase it as something seemed to be anchoring it down. What could it be? Iam tried to put herself in their shoes as she wondered how she would tackle a foe like this. But before she could think any further, a drastic change that even caused her to be genuinely shocked bloomed. From the rising pillars of ruin and nullity that were pervasively surging around this being, the tendrils of the boundary essence of nullity released a brilliant light as they rose to the peak of the skies, but they were followed behind closely by tendrils of a cerulean boundary essence that Sakura could only liken it to be similar to a variation of the ancient shape of mana. If it was just this, Sakura wouldn't be astonished as there were many different sources of boundary essences mixing around in this space from this being alone. The issue was, the silver tendrils of nullity and the cerulean tendrils of a shape of mana were beautifully dancing and wrapping around each other as when they reached the highest point in the skies bounded by a verdant planar domain. The colors of silver and blue buzzed and mixed on a stupendous level as a heavy, primitive, and utterly wild aura instantly blared out. Chapter 2359 Utter Trash. 2. A heavy, primitive, and utterly wild aura instantly blared out. This, Iam realized what was happening as it was something she had seen before, something that she had seen only the most accomplished apexionic lifeforms begin to do, the amalgamation of different boundary concepts into one? That's yes, this was why she was shocked. She wanted to say it was impossible. She wanted to say that the action of beginning to fuse different boundary concepts was only possible for boundaries that had reached the 10th layer. She wanted to say that only those who had established their Ionic extremity meridians could do this. She wanted to say a lot of things, but the scene before her defied all of her expectations as even though it seemed unstable and not fully there, the silver and blue essences truly intermixed as a penetrative and deadly essence that caused even her own Ionic soul to tingle from afar tried to come to fruition. It caused her shock, but for the haven disciples of the Genesis Institute of Extremity who were already beginning to feel overwhelmed by the ridiculous output of abilities from multiple consummate boundaries of this being, it actually caused a sense of fear to begin sprouting. And even though it was the beginnings of fear, these beings reacted very quickly, especially the one called Titus, as he seemed to have made up his mind, his humanoid form breaking apart as the image of a celestial silver-gold planar halcyon sparrow bloomed. The other haven disciples did the same as this also surprised Iam, where when she read these beings earlier, she had seen they were about ready to abandon this venture if it was proving too much trouble for them. The beginnings of the amalgamation of two boundary essences hit the nail on the coffin for such a risk as instead of running, they were actually staking it all? Iam squinted her eyes as her expression turned sour soon after. She realized why these haven disciples did what they did as her perceptive eyes very quickly caught onto waves of communication traversing across space and time, but they were recorded in the Ionic annals of extremity as always. Her eyes erupted with glorious light as her hands reached out, grasping onto these waves of communication as she saw they were intended to spread out to all the groups of Haven disciples of the Genesis Institute of Extremity currently in the ionic haven of dissolution. Their message was simple: we have located a mutated entity who has inexhaustible resource reserves and can also spark the fusion of boundary concepts before reaching the apex ionic lifeform level. If we can grasp his secrets for ourselves, extremity will be ever closer to our grasp. The danger level is high, so the more she read the message, the angrier Iam became as she crushed the waves of this communication in her hands and spread out an unseen light that locked down any forms of communication in this region. You pick a fight with someone out of greed, and when things get dangerous, you seek help? Rubbish. Her gaze was piercing as she felt immense distaste for these beings, her crimson horn beginning to release a deadly light. If you wish to attain something that can bring you ever closer to extremity, achieve it with your own hands, or die from overestimating yourselves. What utter fucking trash. I think you should take a look at. She felt billowing anger from their actions as Iam made a move through the very enic annals of extremity to prevent ongoing and outgoing forms of communication, her eyes coming to focus on a certain being who was moving with a dominating momentum as he seemed to be in an extended state of an epiphany. For Noah, it was akin to a myriad of factors coming together that instantly ushered him into a state of epiphany. Before he even entered the havens of extremity, he had pondered on trying to bring together mana and nullity. He later found out that the only possibility for him to do so was to expand both of these concepts into boundaries, and only then could he even have a chance of performing such a task. And when both ruin and nullity began to surge across their boundary layers, Noah once more felt a familiar pull, a pull between mana and nullity, as Noah also felt a slightly weaker pull with mana and ruin, and as if it was a chain reaction, the origin of his main body pulsed as an instant later. It felt like all of his sources of extremity were pulsing and resonating with mana dynamics. With the ionic mana of extremity, but all the other pulls and resonances didn't currently feel as potent as it was between mana and nullity, where Noah knew that if he tried to bring anything together, he would have the greatest chance of success with these two. He truly didn't know why, but he closed off all his other senses and focused on this as he felt the mana dynamics surge. His ionic mana of extremity feeling the familiarity of not just a boundary, but something that had the potential to transform into another concept entirely, his ionic soul led the way as it wept out with glory, Noah's main body raising his right hand up in the depths of the infinite reality as tendrils of mana and nullity rose up with it, and when he did this action, his clones in the infinite plane and all other clones also found themselves raising their right hand as tendrils of silver and blue flashed with gorgeous radiance, a burst of information beginning to course through Noah's mind at this moment as he felt like understood things somewhat. His ionic mana of extremity that stemmed from mana dynamics was a profound authority connected to extremity. It was from a natural law that at its basis, told of how essence was neither created nor destroyed, only changed into different forms. Then came the state of verisimilitude, nullity, nothingness, no inherent quality apart from nothingness, as this boundary did not have an identity as pronounced as others. What could be easier than to pair a boundary that specialized in changing into different forms with a boundary that was already formless as BZZZT, a spark of inspiration, a flash of glory, and then, an explosion of prompts cascaded down. Chapter 2360 Immovable. It was something that many beings thought differently about, as it made up a core part of the power of apex ionic lifeforms. Others thought of it as the amalgamation of different threads of extremity, others thought of it as the fusion of concepts of extremity. Extremity itself could be seen as a collection of countless pathways, and those powerful enough could at a certain point in time pull together these pathways to produce even more astonishing paths, even more astonishing concepts, as the type of essence produced from it was on another level entirely, but there were strict requirements in doing so. Yet, before the eyes of the true emperor of quintessence, glorious prompts arose. You have successfully sparked the convergence of two boundaries of extremity. The ionic annals of extremity have recorded your accomplishments as you gain an even deeper understanding and access. These were the first set of prompts as Noah saw the cerulean light of the ionic mana of extremity and the silvery light of nullity mixing, a blinding light being birthed from it as it took all of Noah's concentration and the concentration of his clones to simply keep the two energies together. His ionic soul values were rapidly being depleted as it felt extremely hard to keep the two sources of extremity together, and it wasn't until a set of prompts came that Noah found it easier. The 8th boundary layer of nullity has been achieved. The 9th boundary layer of nullity has been achieved. WAA. Only when nullity also reached the 9th boundary layer did the resonance gain a sense of stabilization. The two concepts were on the same stage as Noah found the effort required to keep them together was greatly reduced, and he could more efficiently mix these essences as the brand new source of power rising from it began to flourish with even greater majesty. The full convergence of mana dynamics and nullity is 1% completed. In progressing further, you have discovered a new unnamed form of energy. Through the convergence of two boundaries at the ninth boundary layer, the rank 1 unnamed dynamis of extremity has been born, an unnamed form of energy. When one tried fusing two boundaries of extremity together, they opened the pathway to a new form of power that was termed dynamis of extremity. Dynamis, a word that had many meanings, among which included potentiality, authority, and an immovable force or power. All beings bringing together different threads of extremity would birth new and varying types of dynamis of extremity, new forms of authorities whose power was unknown, as the only authority that could withstand it was something similar. So when Noah brought together the ionic mana of extremity and intertwined it with nullity to birth a type of dynamis of extremity that he needed to coin the name of, how could his enemies that had yet to grasp this type of power stand against him? Your unnamed dynamis of extremity is in a rudimentary state until you can complete its process of convergence. The effects of your unnamed dynamis of extremity can only be discovered by utilizing it on yourself or others. Your rate of progression towards extremity on all boundaries has been increased by an unknown factor. The prompts came down one after another as by this time Noah's soul found stability from the fearsome power he called out, as above all of his bodies that had their hands stretched upwards they could see a radiant color of blue-gray, a color commonly known as lividus. It shone with blinding metallic cerulean radiance as this lividus color of light hung in the space above Noah's clones like a cataclysmic bomb that could dominate everything to oblivion. Dynamis. A type of energy that was immovable, a type of energy that had the potential to transform into something others could only dream of. Noah's senses wrapped fully around it as he felt his spent ionic soul begin to recover rapidly, his body beginning to pull in this unnamed dynamis of extremity into his own aspects of existence and beginning to circulate it as he felt every single one of his cells down to their very atoms beginning to buzz. At the same time, he had his true sanguine clone in the abyssal sanctimonious lands make a move as his hand that was raised to the skies swung down like a verdict towards his enemies, at a junction between a perilous future or running away. Titus chose the former. This was because the being before him was entirely too special, with everything culminating in him pulling together two threads of extremity, something that one needed to have ionic extremity meridians to do, as these different paths of extremity had to at least be at the 10th boundary layer, but this being defied that reality. And Titus wanted to understand how he did so, as even under the threat of losing the lives of Haven disciples or even himself, he risked it. After all, something like this was at the same level as extremity panaceas, if not greater, as it nearing one of the things that apex ionic lifeforms had to do in order to get close to extremity. He comprehended the risks and the possible benefits as he sought for help that should arrive very soon after he sent a message. He understood it, but, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of rising remorse as he felt the pulsing metallic blue light surge down with a command from this being, use your apex ionic soul. He saw this essence that caused his soul to feel a prickling sensation go towards one of the Haven disciples close to it, as this essence was too fast, even before an apex ionic soul totem could be utilized. The metallic blue light arrived before him, and a scene that caused their scalps to tingle unfolded as this Haven disciple's soul felt unmatched danger. His planar halcyon sparrow form releasing over a dozen silver-gold strongholds of defensive lights that would take concurrent attacks from over a dozen unequaled reverend emperors to get past. Chapter 2361 Immovable 2. Over a dozen silver-gold bastions of defensive lights that would take simultaneous strikes from over a dozen unequaled reverend emperors to get past were released. Yet when the metallic blue essence arrived, these layers of defensive lights didn't even receive an impact, as the boundary essence that made them seemingly turned into a hazy state, instantly changing its colors from silver gold to metallic blue as the descending power that was a fusion between two boundary essences cleanly cut through its concentration, even increasing the more it moved forward. Others may not be able to see what the intricacies behind it were, but Titus saw it clear as day as he felt his soul shake. The metallic blue essence didn't meet any resistance where it went, as it instantly changed the nature of the opposing essence that stood before it, transformed it into an essence akin to it, absorbed it, and nullified everything entirely. When it came across an opposing essence, it entirely altered it and devoured it to become a part of its strengths as it became ever more concentrated and faster. It meant that the layers of defenses that should have taken even Titus at least 10 strikes to get through were entirely bypassed and shredded in an instant as the metallic blue light smashed into the body of the glorious Haven disciple. there was no explosion, blinding light, or a booming impact. The terrifying light sunk into the body of the Haven disciple freely as an instant later, all light and life force emanating from this being disappeared. All the stellar silver gold radiance around this planar halcyon sparrow disappeared as its massive body began tumbling to the ground below golden dreamy sands, reaching out to grasp it as if they were welcoming the corpse to its eternal grave, and from its body, the terrific metallic blue light emerged with even greater vibrancy and power. As it instantly shot towards another direction, Titus saw this scene as he felt as if his soul was standing on pins and needles, instantly pulling out 2 apex ionic soul totems and activating the first one to release a silver gold light that protectively hugged his body. Fuck, expletives escaped his mouth as he saw the deadly light that he assumed to be a type of dynamis of extremity wildly rush towards another Haven disciple, everyone here beginning to feel surging waves of danger as their destinies warned them of their possible ends. Titus looked at the unfolding scenes as he once more felt like he stood at a crossroads of choices. Had he made any right choices today? Was the choice he was currently on the right one, and why the hell haven't I received any replies yet? He screamed inwardly as by now, he should have heard back from other groups of his Genesis Institute of Extremity or even have some of the more powerful beings near this location. His choice to stay on this path was dependent on them, and this was why he had called for help. When he had this thought, his soul trembled as he was forced to remember something one of his most prized teachers had told him 100 years ago. Titus, you will come across many trials in your life. Something you need to remember is that in all of them, your life should always lie in the palm of your hands. If you ever find yourself relying more on totems or the strength of others, you are leaving your life in the hands of destiny. And destiny is very, very fickle. This memory blazed in his mind as he shuddered. He had actually risked his life on the premise of relying on others to come and aid him. How did he miss this? How did he forget something so critical? Damn. Seeing the unfolding situation and putting his life in his own hands, he instantly made another choice. Among the decisions he made today, this was the single most right one. BZZT. His magnificent planar halcyon sparrow form turned around to instantly make a withdrawal and leave the battlefield as he forsaken his goal of obtaining the secrets of this mysterious entity right then and there, even though he had sacrificed many things to gain nothing. He would not put his life on the line any longer when this entity revealed too many unknowns, so he made the right choice. But, boom, his massive silver gold body was frozen in place as he felt his neck constricted. A voice reaching his ears as it originated much too close to him. I told you that I would fuck you up. While they were all focused on the horrifying metallic blue essence and what it was doing, they had lost sight of the man himself as he appeared right in front of Titus's retreating figure. His right hand clamped on his feathery neck as it felt like an extremity metalloid had clamped down on his body. Vibrant metallic blue light covered the skin of this being as he looked like a devilish creature emanating essence from unrecorded eons. Yes, Titus had made the right choice. He had even made this choice as he chose to retreat first without alerting the Haven disciples that followed him to this change, all for the sake of buying time for his retreat. He made the right choice. The only problem was, he made it too late. The silver gold defensive layer born from an apex ionic soul totem around him didn't disappear as this being had forcefully constricted it onto Titus's feathery skin, the metallic blue glow around his hand clashing and shockingly pulverizing the power of this totem ever so slowly as it actually seemed to win over it. Titus had one more apex ionic soul totem that he crushed at this moment to cause an attack to bloom right in front of the head of this being, silver gold light illuminating him as a boundless cluster of claws unfurled inches before his face, and all there was, BZZZT, was a scathing clash of essences as the metallic blue luster on his skin actually kept the essence of apex ionic soul totem at bay. Titus's heart dropped at such a scene as a horrifying outcome neared this startling battle. Chapter 2362 Immovable. 3. The luster of his skin carried a dazzling lividus color as a metallic blue luster radiated from him, this vibrance actually able to hold back the grandeur of the essence of an apex ionic soul totem, a power that was approaching apex ionic lifeforms. All of this was due to nothing other than the unnamed dynamis of extremity. The convergence of mana and nullity that created a new essence, something that from a preliminary look, Noah saw that it could transform the essence of other beings into other forms and even devour this essence into itself, with the essence of boundaries at the 9th boundary layer finding it hard-pressed to stop it. Then came the effect on himself. When he allowed this essence to roam freely in his body in origin, it was a type of essence that should have been unreachable for someone like him, where even now as the convergence of mana dynamics and nullity slowly climbed past 1%, Noah still found this essence extremely hard to control and holding a tremendous cost to use. His ionic soul values were rapidly decreasing, as the only reason he wasn't entirely drained at this moment was because of the brand new effects circulating that this essence brought, since it was something a step above boundary essence and even closer to extremity. His origin, soul, and body cheered as his aspects of existence swallowed the metallic blue essence and underwent even greater change. An essence reserved for apex ionic lifeforms is coursing in your aspects of existence. A tremendous refinement and strengthening effect is applied to your aspects of existence. Continued refinement with the unnamed dynamis of extremity will open a pathway to forge a type of extremity foundation geared towards the efficient convergence of threads of extremity. Boundless sources of information were constantly being infused into Noah while his true sanguine clone moved in the abyssal sanctimonious lands, or even now when his right hand clamped onto the feathery neck of Titus and clashed with the essence of an apex ionic soul totem, he was told of a tremendous blessing. A type of extremity foundation, what Titus and others came to the youngest haven to achieve. They came here seeking the extremity panaceas that even the mad apex emperor Caesar wanted for his daughter in order to forge an extremity foundation that would allow them to smoothly become apex ionic lifeform and set up the building blocks to reach extremity. But Noah could attain his own extremity foundation at this stage so long as he continued refining his aspects of existence with this new quality of essence. This was his reward for achieving the impossible, something that even those in powerful factions from other havens couldn't imagine. And he wasn't alone in this. There was also the infinite plane. It was governed by mana dynamics, as at this moment, this governance had the intrusion of nullity into it. While Noah experienced the changes of this unnamed dynamis of extremity, the source of the infinite plane quaked as the dazzling silver of nullity bloomed within it, a light of nothingness and change mixing with the governance of essence. The infinite plane has gained access to a new source of energy and authority. The authority of a dynamis of extremity courses through the source of the infinite plane. The features of the infinite plane begin to undergo quintessential elevations. Many things occurred as even grander things were initiated. I think you should take a look at the quickest ones. The offensive feature of the ionic planar ziston of extremity has been born. The defensive feature of the ionic planar aegis of extremity has been born. Terrifying new tools bloomed as Noah felt like he was receiving an overload of information from multiple sources, from his aspects of existence, from his origin, from the dynamis of extremity he had yet to name. There were too many things coming towards him all at once. His soul felt like a small boat in the midst of a raging sea, barely weathering the storms around him as it drank from this sea and became ever more stable, because of the vastness of the sea that would take a long time to understand. He had to tune everything out at this moment, and so he did. All of his clones and main form stopped the blatant usage of the unnamed dynamis of extremity. Only his true sanguine clone and the abyssal sanctimonious lands continued to shine with a metallic blue luster as the heavy cost of this authority was greatly reduced, and as soon as he did this, bzzzt. The last layer of defense brought about from the apex ionic soul totem around Titus shattered, the sharp points of silver gold lines that was another dreadful attack from a totem, only left a white mark on his forehead as it didn't pierce his skin that was bathed with the unnamed dynamis of extremity. It was a fantastical development as he looked at the enormous form of the planar halcyon sparrow, his hand tightly sinking into the dazzling silver gold feathers around its neck as the essence of the unnamed dynamis of extremity already seeped into Titus's body. His eyes locked with the gaze of this haven disciple who seemed to have many chaotic ideas in his head as he spoke lightly. I want to thank you for dropping by my feet and doing what you did today, WAA. Noah's utterance was utterly serious as the actions of this being had spurred him forward, acting like a grinding machine where he came out of the other end even stronger. Titus had attained an exceeding sense of calmness the moment that the defenses of the apex ionic soul totem around him were broken and the terrifying essence around Noah entered his body. His aspects of existence beginning to feel cold and empty as when he gazed into the eyes of the being before him, he truly saw they were genuinely thanking him. When he gazed at them, he tried to leave behind the rising remorse as he could only utterance out, "You utter fucking monster," say, 4 words, and that was it. Chapter 2363 Immovable. For, "You utter fucking monster," say, 4 words, and this was it before the light in the eyes of this pristine existence faded. He was alive in one moment, and gone in the next as the terror of the utilization of a dynamis of extremity was extremely unique. It was akin to a scene that had occurred not too long ago amidst raging storms of ruin where in a certain plane a shackled existence with only sockets for eyes had escaped. His enemy did not even know when they had truly died, only realizing at a certain point that it was it for them as everything about them disappeared soon after. the massive body of the planar halcyon sparrow wasn't held up by Noah any further as he released it, dazzling sandy gold dunes rising from below and accepting it into their folds as the body was preserved in pristine conditions. At the same time, the reality of what had just occurred set it as the remaining Haven disciples roared out while releasing their own remaining apex ionic soul totems while they turned into blazing silver gold lights to escape into different locations. Noah's eyes were unfettered as events seemed to be playing out in slow motion under his eyes, bathed in the unnamed dynamis of extremity eyes that currently watched a dazzling pair of prompts. The sources of 12x complete crimson 3 ionic pearl of extremity have been absorbed into your body. The sources of 1000x crimson planar origin panaceas have been absorbed into your body. Prompts that didn't include the bodies and blood that Noah had kept intact, similar prompts that appeared when he killed the first Haven disciple came. The only difference being that Titus granted 3 more sources of complete crimson 3 ionic pearls of extremity. Along with this, the memories of Titus surged into his mind as they reinforced and expanded what he learned about from the memories of the first Haven disciple he had killed. Memories of the Ionic Haven of Genesis and the Genesis Institute of Extremity, memories of the structure and civilizations of a few different havens, and of the experiences of 900 years this being had as shockingly, when Noah arrived at the portion of the memories that involved a specific being, BZZT, an oppressive light flashed. It was a memory, and yet within the vast array of memories, one particular one was Titus seated as he stared towards an aged man on a simple feathered throne. The man seemed to be passing on the knowledge of extremity as the moment Noah arrived at these memories, they shockingly stopped being so. The aged man seated on the simple feathery throne raised his head and sighed as next he stared straight towards Noah's will that was gazing at everything, and the right hand of this being snapped as an instant later, Noah felt a portion of his soul sapped away, his mind entering the body of Titus seated on a halcyon marbled floor as the memory seemed to become reality, across the workings of spacetime continuum, in an unrecorded version of reality. In the deepest reaches of the first haven to undergo extremity sanctification, the Ionic Haven of Genesis, the marble gold floor beneath him was warm to the touch as it pulsed with life and grandeur, Noah placing his hands on it as he rose and gazes at his surroundings. The marble floor had massive golden pillars and archways surrounding it. Stellar and tall trees swirling with liquefied essence of boundaries seen in the far distance as this location seemed to be at the very top of a mountain. I think you should take a look at a mountain that when Noah stared further outwards, he could see numerous radiant planes of existence surrounding it that each held an overabundance of life, and at the center of this marbled floor atop a stellar mountain surrounded by plains, a simple feathered throne lay as the being seated on it spoke with a sigh while gazing at Noah's figure that looked around as if nothing here fazed him. I take on very few disciples, and you have killed one. His tone was deep and ancient, his visage was astounding as a head full of vibrant white hair could be seen. His aged face filled with an unbelievable sense of beauty and grandeur that would make others lost. Noah's will that was brought here across spacetime finally turned to actually gaze upon the existence that had reached extremity before his eyes. Titus's strongest teacher Marcellus, towards his statement, Noah only nodded lightly as he was given just a glimpse of the shocking power existences that had far exceeded the stage of apex ionic lifeforms. This being had merely appeared in a memory of another existence, and yet he had somehow caught Noah's portion of soul and brought it into this memory as if it were a reality. When Noah spread his will out from this grand mountain peak, he genuinely felt as if he was in an entirely different space, as if he truly was in the Ionic Haven of Genesis, as everything around him felt extremely genuine. But he wasn't afraid. This was still just a memory, no matter how much it seemed like a reality. The existence that had reached extremity rose from his throne as he looked at Noah closely, his voice continuing to ring out. What happened to cause conflict between you all? He should have barely just arrived near the initiating extremity vein of dissolution with his team. And for an existence below the stage of apex ionic lifeform to kill him is even more surprising. He seemed more curious than anything else as Noah actually couldn't see rising rage or wrath from this being. So he replied calmly while walking towards the edges of the golden marbled floor and overseeing the fantastical domain that was only a portion of the Genesis Institute of Extremity. His destiny sparked conflict while lying to him that he would obtain some great boon from me. He instead received an early end to his life. Oh? The brows of the extremity existence rose as he nodded. I always did tell him that destiny can be very fickle. If I ask, would you allow the rest of his team to live if they aren't already dead? I'll put something up for you. This existence stroked his beard as he spoke, Noah gazing at the wonderful expanse before him as he shook his head. Since I started this, I will just finish it. Killing one or killing 11 isn't too big of a difference. Although, can I now expect a distinguished being that has reached extremity to be seeking me for revenge and retribution? I can't promise you that things won't end the same way as they did with Titus. Boom, his contain will surged with tyranny as he spoke fearlessly towards a being with unknown strength and standing, and this being actually smiled while shaking his head. No revenge or retribution from me. Though his lineage within the Institute may seek recompense. When you reach the stage of extremity, you might come to understand many things, and just how crucial every single apex ionic lifeform or potential apex ionic lifeforms are. It is why I sought to save the others if possible. But fate is what it is. If our paths cross again in the future, I may even discuss destiny with the lifeform capable of wiping out a team of unequaled reverend emperors with multiple apex ionic soul totems. Crack, the artificial reality began to break and fracture. Noah nodded sharply while turning back to stare at the being that had reached extremity. It seemed like there was much for him to learn and understand about this stage. But at this moment in time, he did not look back on his deeds as his will left. This recollection to erase every single Haven disciple that threw attacks his way. Chapter 2364 The Spear and the Shield I. The skies burned with a verdant light of life. The earth shone golden black as apocalyptic mountains burned furiously, golden sands roiling as they already held the bodies of two planar halcyon sparrows. At the center of the skies, a recorded apocalypse bloomed as in this stellar field of battle, the most powerful auras were spreading out and leaving in different directions for nothing other than escape. And how could they not escape when the most powerful among them just had his soul erased with utter ease? Their hearts burned with regret as the being they had surrounded and attacked this whole time came back to full attention, his body feeling the arcs of an essence that came from a combination of two different boundaries as he didn't actually give chase. He would be able to do it with a little bit of effort from chasing each one, but Providence told him one or two would actually make him give chase across the abyssal sanctimonious lands as he could choose a more optimum path, and that path, his mind buzzed as he computed countless threads of information and arrived at a single one. It was actually one of the boons to come from the fruition of the unknown dynamis of extremity, the newly elevated features of the infinite plane, the ionic planar ziston of extremity and ionic planar aegis of extremity. Noah traced their descriptions as he saw a myriad of similarities among them, eventually seeing the two features come together under a single description to tell exactly what they stood for. Ionic planar ziston of extremity and ionic planar aegis of extremity, the offensive and defensive components of the infinite plane manifested by its master. The ziston and aegis carry great ionic planar defense values and ionic planar damage values equivalent to the weight and sources of extremity currently bound to the infinite plane. Due to their nature, they heavily amplify the abilities of the master of the infinite plane as abilities can be cast through these weapons to achieve a quintessential effect. All abilities cast through the aegis and ziston be infused with the unknown dynamis of extremity from the source of the infinite plane, with two preset modes of offense and defense also being possible. The preset modes of Planar Emperor's Stellar Bastion of Immovability and the Planar Emperor's Stellar Spear of Penetrability can be utilized at no cost to you, all resources paid for by the infinite plane. Including these preset abilities, all abilities cast through the aegis and ziston carry absolute ionic automatic targeting, where once an enemy is chosen as the target of the ability, it will cross the spacetime continuum or even versions of different realities to always reach the chosen enemy. Additional features of the aegis and ziston are still being added with the transformation and expansion of the infinite plane, with their base utilizations also coming at no cost to you. Yes, a power that required him a great deal of resources before, and yet now the cost was paid for by the infinite plane that had begun to collect sources of extremity and continued to expand and proliferate even though Noah had not absorbed any new minor or major planes of existence. In the past 2 days since it entered the planar palisades of extremity, it had more than doubled in size and the number of realities and cosmos within it purely from the spurred changes brought about with the expansion to extremity. It was becoming more and more like a miniature haven as at this moment, Noah's will call out the ionic planar ziston of extremity and ionic planar aegis of extremity. I think you should take a look at. What was he doing now? Iam was already given a great surprise at the might of the displayed dynamis of extremity, but she also expected it at the same time as whenever she sparred with apex ionic lifeforms, their utilization of essence that exceeded normal boundary essence always caused her great difficulty. She knew that normal methods could not handle it. Even the essence of apex ionic soul totems only clashed with it, as since the dynamis essence was closer to the means of a genuine apex ionic lifeform, it would win in the end. And this was showcased when the one called Titus fell, but as his entourage scrambled to escape, I am wondered if she should lend a hand, as she had now mixed herself in with the threads of fate after stopping the communications of these beings. She wondered this because Osmont didn't make a move instantly as they escaped, but a moment later her eyes fluttered greatly. This being suddenly released a stellar glow as in his right hand, a dazzling spear shining blue, purple, and gold appeared. Its spear point was excessively sharp as it caused one's eyes to prickle, while multicolored lines of realities flowed out at its base to give it an ethereal flow. At the same time, a shield holding similar colors came to be grasped on his forearm, as it was a perfect circle, its exterior being inscribed with multicolored stellar infinity lemniscate runic etchings that pulsed with the essence of multiple sources of extremity. Osmond seized these two weapons as Iam felt her eyes open wide at their appearance, her soul feeling a sensation that exceeded any epic relics, as they seemed to give off waves of essence close to apex ionic relics, if not exactly the same. Holding the spear and shield, he looked like an ancient warrior from eons ago, as paired with the cerulean grandeur and pulsing haki surging around him, he carried an indomitable sense of grandiosity, and at such a juncture, the stellar blue form of this being glowed as the essence of the dynamis of extremity gloriously shone on his body, with the only action he did being to push his shield and spear forward. Simple. And yet 0.9 streams of a metallic blue light flashed out as they rushed towards the 9 different directions that the Haven disciples had disappeared towards. Iam happened to catch the unbelievable sight that bloomed next as the most this being made this move. Space-time twisted as a terrifying essence was carried over at an insane speed to instantly appear above the heads of the radiant planar halcyon sparrows from afar. Above some of them, a massive multicolored illusory aegis flourished in the skies as it spun with horrific gravitational waves that would put even major planes of existence to shame, these waves fixing the Haven disciple in space as the illusory aegis then descended while spinning with even greater force, the metallic blue light of a dynamis of extremity shining from it, as even though the body of the Haven disciple was left intact, Iam could see that with every spin of the aegis a desiccating force smashed and crushed the soul of the Haven disciple on all sides, as death was the only possibility. Chapter 2365. The spear and the shield too. A massive illusory aegis appeared above some of them as it spun with heavy gravitational waves that seemed to carry the essence of twice a dozen boundaries on top of the essence of a dynamis of extremity, grinding down the enemy's soul from afar. As on top of other Haven disciples, the illusory scene of multiple spears of light bloomed as they cascaded down with immense brilliance. Such a scene appeared simultaneously on all Haven disciples, as none were spared. Many of them felt these shocking waves of power and the unprecedented danger their souls felt. Those with apex ionic soul totems still using them, as all they did was buy them a little bit more time, with those who simply tried to defend with their 9th boundary layers, finding the essence of a dynamis of extremity unimaginably hard to bypass, as their souls were ground down in an instant. A single attack where he simply pushed forward a shield and spear simultaneously targeted 9 beings in different directions and oppressively crushed down with dynamis of extremity, grinding their souls as if they were at the very center of a forming singularity of infinite density and gravity. It meant that within a single move, the grand light of soul totems was shredded apart as the soul light and the authentic force of life in 9 unequaled reverend emperors was extinguished simultaneously. Their bodies lost their support as they still seemed lifelike, but they fell towards the cold earth as 9 dense streams of golden sand stretched out from afar to receive them, welcoming them into their final sleep. As at such a scene, Iam couldn't help but smack her lips. She was further recalled of the mysteries and anomalies out in the vastness of extremity that could always change things, with a whole party of Haven disciples from one of the oldest Havens never expecting to fall even before they laid eyes of the extremity vein of the youngest Haven. It was a reminder, but just that. She appreciated the power and decisiveness this being showed, as she was even more interested by his capability to bring 2 concepts of extremity to converge. But that was it. Intrigue, she didn't need to attach any more to it than that. As similar to this being, she could also be considered an existence that was anomalous and mutated compared to others, so she had enjoyed the show as she nodded with a smile and prepared to leave. When, leaving so soon, the magnetic voice of the existence valiantly holding a stellar spear and shield reached her position. As her brows rose, he was able to see her. The sources of 9x complete crimson 3 ionic pearls of extremity have been absorbed into your body. The sources of 1000x crimson planar origin panaceas have been absorbed into your body. The sources of 9x complete crimson 3 ionic pearls of extremity have been absorbed into your body. The sources of 1000x crimson planar origin panaceas have been absorbed into your body. Before his eyes, a set of 2 prompts repeated 9 times over as 81 complete crimson 3 ionic pearl of extremity had their source absorbed into his body. More pearls than the number of boundaries he now held, as every single one could be brought to the ninth boundary layer as the sources of the remaining pearls. He could even pass them through his lineage to others connected to him. Boundless waves of information flowed in his mind as he admired the power of the Ionic planar Ziston of extremity and Ionic planar Aegis of extremity, his soul then calling out towards a certain direction where an existence who had subtly interfered in today's battle was about to leaving so soon? I think you should take a look at. His words came as a surprise to her, his eyes able to see this clearly as in the next second, her figure was unveiled. Fiery gold hair releasing lights of splendor, a crimson horn radiating immense power rose on her forehead, eyes that gave off a feeling of immense confidence and power, as if in this whole haven, not a single being would be able to give her any sense of danger. Apex Ionic lifeforms and existences that had reached extremity included, seeing that Noah had actually to see her when nobody could. Her feet moved a single step as an instant later, she materialized a few feet away from Noah. Yes. I am. I interfered because their actions were distasteful to me, and now that things are done, I shall leave. It was interesting to observe you, Osmont. She talked freely as Noah's body still pulsed with the grandeur of a stellar shield and spear arcing with the core of a dynamis of extremity that utterly eradicated unequaled reverend emperors. And yet she didn't show an ounce of fear, as if this was something she could handle, and Noah. He could barely discern anything about this being, as even when he fully utilized the authority of Providence and his expertise in the Ionic annals of extremity. Only a letter of 2 of her name was coming to him. The being before him seemed to sense this as she laughed calmly. I am known as I am. I am of infinite extremity. Boom. The surroundings buzzed chaotically at the mere mention of her last 2 words as Noah's eyes constricted, his soul even feeling the events playing out being recorded with ever greater clarity in the Ionic annals of extremity, infinite extremity. He knew of this from the memories of Titus and others that he had just killed. One of the ancient inheritances to exist in the havens of extremity, their name was boldly infinite extremity. They held great weight in the Ionic haven of Genesis, as it was common sense for no beings to ever mess around with those who proclaimed themselves to be from this aged inheritance. Against her magnificent introduction, Noah didn't feel any sense of inferiority or act differently. The mention of this ancient behemoth she belonged to meant nothing to him, as he knew of his own boons and talents. So just like she had introduced herself, I am Noah Osmont, the true emperor of quintessence, WAA. The manifested dream, prana, and Apollyon planes vibrated with glory at his mention as he nodded lightly while moving past Iam. Thank you for the aid. He was unfettered in his demeanor as Iam's eyes shone while she watched him pass inches from her, his form becoming humanoid and devilishly handsome as he moved ever further into the abyssal sanctimonious lands without looking back. Behind him, a fantastic landscape was left behind. It was forever altered as in the skies, a verdant stellar forest remained with radiant cosmos shining brilliantly, and on the earth below golden sand dunes and crimson mountains. Releasing tendrils of chaos remained. Chapter 2366, The End of the True Emperor of Destiny. Across the havens of extremity, near the Styx regality plane, a thin golden boundary stretched out for light years as it released waves of golden destiny, reverberations booming within as a great battle unfolded. Towards a corner of this domain, one young man floated with an aura of sharpness and power as he seemed like a blade ready to strike at any moment. He watched, with every ounce of his Ionic soul. He watched every single move that the trapped enemy made, as his goal was to ensure that escape wasn't even a possibility for him. After all, the enemy had something as unpredictable as the eyes of an apex Ionic lifeform. Boom! A golden light exploded out as the surroundings were filled with golden treasure caches, releasing beams of light that snaked around the whole domain, giving the 2 noblesse reverends that had joined the fray trouble along with the main target of today's venture, Oppenheimer. On top of the planar domain of loot, seas of crimson blood occupied and encircled all other areas as the multicolored light of quintessence formed into unique constructs that also closed off all sides. The only being at the center of this all was Oppenheimer, as his body moved with contained calmness and a somber expression. He currently faced the attacks of all dimensional rulers here as a valiant Eon was at the forefront. Her golden hair radiating might as she merged with the golden light of loot while swinging a massive blade that held a half-crescent moon at its hilt, the grandeur of ruination also being put to use, on top of Eon and Arthas, Lilith, Guinevere, and other dimensional rulers who were all utilizing the boundaries that stemmed from a single man. The roaring figures of Kazuhiko and the Emperor Penguin were among others who weaved in and out to release attacks on all sides that made sure Oppenheimer couldn't make an escape in any direction. Even though he held the eyes of an apex Ionic lifeform, he had not been able to leave this whole time. Every point of space was covered with boundary essence as if there were any gaps. The dreadful light of an undead legion buzzing with boundary essence filled it as Barbatos sat atop an ionic abyssal bone dragon, also watching everything closely. It had been minutes since the battle began, and Oppenheimer still couldn't break out, as the only reason he had survived so far was the multicolored glow released from his eyes. It rebuffed and reduced the might of the attacks of the inhabitants of the infinite plane that had reached the 8th boundary layer easily, as it was the only reason this being was still alive. But after these few minutes, the cost of keeping this up was wearing him down, as his soul could already feel the strain. His golden destiny that always showed him innumerable routes only had a few lines he could follow, with most of them requiring him to sacrifice everything just for the possibility of escape. So for the first time since the encirclement began, why would you also vehemently do this, WAA? His booming voice filled with majesty echoed out as he weaved across the cylindrical beams of light coming from treasure chests, the light of destiny knocking back the flippers of an arrogant penguin at the same time while the tentacles of the kraken barely grazed his body. There were too many enemies around him as his voice continued to ring out. I think you should take a look at, I alone worked to save you all when a noblesse located our plane of existence. My methods may have been brutal, but it was the only way, as the other option was complete annihilation. He always showed the serenity and regality of an emperor. After all, he had risen and reigned over an entire age, even coming to end an era, and even now, he had only taken a few of his boundaries to the peak of the 7th boundary layer due to the Eyes of Clarity, and yet he stood against multiple beings who had achieved the 7th boundary layer in multiple boundaries. He was brave and indomitable, as anyone at the same stage wouldn't be able to match him, yet now, he spoke with a sense of urgency, as the innumerable routes he always had were slowly dwindling amidst this trap. Ha! You worked to save us? You decimated the forces of the dream dimension among multiple others just to cement your reign. You ripped apart my aspects of existence in front of my own father. Boom! Eowyn bellowed out with burning anger as from her body, blue flames rose as a tinge of mana dynamics bloomed. Oppenheimer released tendrils of destiny to block this off as he replied, this was in a time of war where each of us was fighting for the title of true emperor. I had to dominate a certain few to gain the might to save all the 9 minor planes and the desolate mausoleum. The reason you all stand here today and why Desiderius did not deserve everything was because of me. Me. Anger seemed to be rising from the visage of the true Emperor of Destiny. How long had he worked for this? How far had he come? He came from nothing to overcome destined and chosen emperors as today. It would be the same. The eyes transplanted on his sockets gazed and calculated everything as an instant later, they turned towards the direction of the devilishly handsome youth who seemed to be silently weaving and controlling the direction of this whole battle. Unseen tendrils of destiny and providence surged from him as Oppenheimer could see one of the few remaining pathways, was this being, and so, shearing space twisted and contorted from the usage of the eyes of an apex ionic lifeform as Oppenheimer instantly appeared before Henry, spears of destiny booming out while his voice emanated out. The only reason you were even born was due to me ending an era and giving your father the chance to stand atop a new one. All of you owe your lives to me. Boom. Chapter 2367, The End of the True Emperor of Destiny. 2. Dazzling spears of destiny clashed with a golden light of providence around the child of destiny. Tendrils of the void weaved into it as Oppenheimer went all out, yet the young man before him, you were a great man who rose from nothing and made a name for yourself out of an entire age. For that, I commend you. WAA. Around his body, blazing quintessence bloomed along with a raging light of destiny that formed into a blitzkrieg, pillars of multicolored light forming behind him and cascading down as he continued. But in that rise, you made too many enemies. You hurt too many beings just to achieve what you wanted. But you weren't thorough enough, and the past came back to haunt you. BOM. The surrounding space buzzed amidst their clash as this whole area became enclosed by multiple stacked planar domains, the oldest dream, Guinevere, and others keeping the noblesse reverends at bay while locking down this entire area with domains to the point that only the figures of Henry and Oppenheimer were enclosed in this single area. Oppenheimer breathed heavily amidst his grandeur as he came out unscathed from the radiance of multiple consummate boundaries, but his ionic soul values were even further used up as he now felt a great strain to keep the utilization of the Eyes of Clarity active. I was born to forge my own destiny. Even in these vaults of extremity, I would rise to become an indomitable apex ionic lifeform as I would etch my name in the ionic annals of extremity. Oppenheimer would ring out across eons, his soul truly felt the strain. It was unbelievable and commendable that he stood against dozens of beings with 8th boundary layers and multiple consummate boundaries all by himself when his highest was destiny at the 7th layer, and it only further exemplified the terror of the eyes of an apex ionic lifeform he held. It was commendable. But it could only continue for so long. his ionic soul values couldn't use the eyes of clarity to their full potential with his current accomplishments. If he had more time as he planned. If possibilities. That is all that those were, Oppenheimer. You may have very well had your name etched across the vaults of extremity as even now, I can see possibilities of it, Henry spoke out with a sigh as he felt something move within his very lineage. You can see it too? With his body covered by a dimming light from the eyes of clarity as the last of his ionic soul values kept the raging essences of the consummate boundaries at bay, the true Emperor of Destiny stared at the child of destiny, the boundless future he dreamed of. The one that was right before his grasp, yes. But you were inevitably connected to and affected by the destiny of a man much greater than you. Even though he isn't here, you can't imagine how much his influence brought all of this to fruition, even to this very moment. Henry spoke with brilliant eyes as through his quintessential Kainos Emperor lineage, he felt multiple sources of complete crimson 3 ionic pearls of extremity course through and settle into his soul for his use. What had his father done for him to obtain enough pearls of extremity that can raise boundaries to the 9th boundary layer to the extent he could freely give some away to him? How many reverend emperors had he taken down in these last few minutes? Henry only had this passing thought as in the next moment, the source of complete crimson 3 ionic pearl of extremity burned as quintessence was the first one risen to the 9th boundary layer, destiny being the next one to follow as the power around Henry rose to a shocking level. Around his body, liquefied golden flames of destiny began to rise torrentially as Oppenheimer looked at them from afar and found himself sighing. I think you should take a look at. His figure stopped on the dazzling space at the center of all attacks as his body got into a seated position, his hands resting on his knees as he looked at the golden flames of destiny that seemed further on the path of extremity than his own boundary of destiny by numerous layers. Hey! Foe I didn't even confrontation with, and yet I lost to him. His voice was deep and low as around him, a golden throne manifested as his visage released boundless waves of nobility and grandeur. As he released a genuine aura of an emperor that very few others could match, but around his body, the light grew dimmer as his soul values were truly too drained from all the adversaries he faced, this being before him grinding down all of his strength to the extent that now, he could only wait for a single thing, for a single path. You lost to him, you also lost to me. Your destiny was bright ages ago as you overcame countless adversities, but mine shone brighter. Torrential golden flames of destiny jumped out like celestial snakes from Henry as they came to wrap around the true throne of destiny and the emperor atop it. Utmost calm and grandeur could be seen from Oppenheimer as the last of his ionic soul values faded. His implanted eyes of an apex ionic lifeform being the only thing shining brightly at this moment as his aspects of existence could no longer support their heavy cost. BZZT, tongues of golden flames of destiny latched from his throne and onto his body one after another as within moments, his visage became enshrined with golden flames, but they weren't his. And they burned what remained of his ionic soul as he stared fearlessly at the young being to do this to him, the child of destiny. Was bathed in golden flames as he looked like an incarnation of a fated creature from the legends of the Elysian bloodlines, his figure coming to float in front of the true throne of destiny as he looked straight at Oppenheimer's burning figure. The one who had split apart reality, the average soul that rose to triumph over countless chosen emperors and destined emperors, the true emperor of destiny. His ionic soul burned as he didn't make a sound, facing death with a straight face as the last thing he gazed at was the majesty of destiny, the majesty of destiny. As well as the hands of a being reaching out for everything he had attained. One hand surged towards his eyes in order to pluck out the eyes of an apex ionic lifeform. The other hand surged behind him and grabbed his golden throne as right before his death, Oppenheimer realized this being even wished to seize his true throne of destiny, and then the golden light he always gazed and followed all but faded as immense darkness descended all around him. It was the end of the true Emperor of Destiny and the rise of an even greater one. Chapter 2368 Usurpation of Destiny. He was truly seated on his throne, on his very throne, and yet, the visage of another being bathed in shining gold flames of destiny that were immolating his whole being plucked out the dazzling eyes in his sockets while wrapping them in immense flames of destiny, his other hands clamping on the golden throne of destiny that was also enshrined with burning flames. This scene became privy to all as the layers that covered them disappeared, the planar boundaries laid out being deactivated as they still left behind their signature in space. Even then, those that surrounded this space were able to see the unfolding scene. The scene of an aflame Oppenheimer as Henry dug out dazzling eyes from this being, his clamping right hand releasing seas of golden flames of destiny that wrapped around the true throne of destiny, which ultimately he bellowed out while pulling outward, and the golden throne moved across space, making a semi-lunar arc and coming to be stationed behind him as Oppenheimer's figure was left seated alone in space, Mere burning as his skin crackled, Henry then felt the throne behind him. That was commandeered by his own destiny, his body going to be situated on it without so much as a delay. A flash of gold erupted out and rose to the skies at such an action. Destiny permeated throughout, as all beings here could feel the essence of a ninth boundary layer emanating from such a concept. Yoann and Lilith floated close and watched the burning figure of Oppenheimer with complex emotions. The former nearly had their aspects of existence broken by him, and the latter had her father entirely erased by him. Yet now, this being lay dead before them even after all his glory. Kazuhiko, the Emperor Penguin, Kraken, Anna, dimensional rulers. All the prominent vassals of the true Emperor of Quintessence that were on this venture saw this scene, as well as the soul of the being they followed. Become enthroned atop the true throne of destiny as they felt their origins buzz, they looked towards such a being as his devilish handsomeness was ever enhanced by the burning golden flames as his voice echoed out. Oppenheimer is no more, as from this point onwards. There shall be a new true Emperor of Destiny. Boom! His words were accompanied by burning golden fire torrentially rushing all around, his other hand holding two jewel-like eyes moving and smashing towards his socket as a golden light of destiny carried them into his sockets. A pristine aura of an apex ionic lifeform emanated from these eyes, as the first thing that Henry confirmed was that who they belonged to was not dead. The second was that he would be able to better utilize them than Oppenheimer ever dreamed of, as the essence of quintessence and destiny surged out and sank into these eyes of clarity. Henry, intent on refining them to become his own, even if the true Emperor of Genesis they stemmed from was still alive. Blinding radiance emanated out as he blinked after the eyes were inserted, each time seeming like the lids of a sun opening and closing due to the brilliance as his gaze became locked with the two shocked noblesse reverend emperors from a distance, and the even more vibrant forms of life in the Styx regality plane as he spoke out with a young sense of tyranny. Let the conquest of quintessence resume. Let the lineage of the quintessential Kainos Emperor resound across the Ionic haven of dissolution. I think you should take a look at Uo. The space buzzed as the aura of over a dozen consummate boundaries blared out, the vassals of the true Emperor of Quintessence wishing to expand his glory as his son led the way forward on the domains of the noblesse. He sat on the golden true throne of destiny as he watched the unfolding conquest towards the Styx regality plane and the scrambling noblesse reverends. As he thought of many things, the throne below him, the eyes he refined in his sockets, all of them came with the assistance of his father, as at this moment, Henry wished to be able to give even grander things back to his father. His father had already told him the blessing from Oppenheimer was fine for him to keep, with him actually not showing interest in the eyes of an apex ionic lifeform. You wouldn't already be approaching such a stage or have your body already transforming into one, right? Henry had a passing thought that he deemed too ridiculous. Shaking his head as he moved forward, it had barely been 2 days since his father entered the vaults of extremity, where his power was only at the 6th or 7th boundary layer after he had defeated Desiderius. Surely, he wouldn't already be set to advance in becoming an entirely different lifeform, across the spacetime continuum, within the planar palisades of extremity. In a region where the past barren lands used to be, the humanoid appearance of a man wrapped in white essence could be seen floating silently. His sockets were empty yet filled with profoundly swirling milky white light, his stare desolate as he gazed at where his past home would have been. He couldn't feel the faint bindings of natural laws anymore. He couldn't feel the source of the lands he was the first emperor of. In his absence, too many things were decided, as the reality he was waiting for didn't even get a chance to play out, the reality of the barren lands being like many other scattered planes of existence in the planar palisades that were pulled towards the havens of extremity. Since the region of the planar palisades of extremity it was in fell under the influence of the youngest ionic haven of dissolution, the barren lands that was extremely far away would have gradually been pulled towards the youngest ionic haven until it was fully absorbed to become one of the many planes of existence within it. This was the history Genesis had learned of when it came to the older ionic havens that had already undergone extremity sanctification. These havens had existences from an endless number of nearby planes of existences that emerged and survived the dangers within the planar palisades of extremity. They were absorbed into the folds of the vaults of extremity and spread out across different factions. Chapter 2369, The Vein of Dissolution. Countless lineages were absorbed into the folds of the vaults of extremity and spread out across different factions over the eons that passed. If they held grand destinies and providence, they may just be capable of speedily expanding their boundaries towards extremity, or even be capable enough to become apex ionic lifeforms. Genesis and the ancestors of the barren lands were merely lucky enough to find access into the havens of extremity first, even before the initiation step of the extremity vein began in the haven they were in. It was a great opportunity as many of them rose in power, but they couldn't conquer or advance as much as they wished to do to other lineages that already had their planes of existence here, lineages like the noblesse. Thus, they sought for greater forms of power. They abandoned their plane of existence entirely and even used minor planes to bind the major plane. In his absence, his people even laid down the verdict of destruction, and now, the barren lands were not where they used to be. What did you do? O last true emperor, his deep voice echoed out as he couldn't sense any planar destruction here, knowing full well that the barren lands were not destroyed. But where were they? What had the ruling being of its last age done? Were the barren lands already absorbed into the youngest haven since its initiation of extremity sanctification just began? Genesis had many questions, with the milky white essence surrounding him buzzing powerfully as it exceeded any common boundary essence. It held a luster of none other than a dynamis of extremity as it told the true emperor of Genesis. The answers would actually be back in the Ionic haven of dissolution, within his very own lineage, and he knew just what great a change was coming to the Ionic haven of dissolution now that its extremity sanctification had begun. It would not be a few simple lineages ruling domains across this haven any longer, planeswalkers, Quasarians, noblesse, Lernians. They would merely be among many others. Their powerhouses would be dispersed to join powerful factions that had their histories etched in the Ionic annals of extremity. Even within the ancestral Lernians, there were already apex Ionic lifeforms that set their hearts on specific factions from the offers they had received. A great change was coming. The walls between the Ionic haven of dissolution and other havens would become even thinner as extremity sanctification progressed. And those seeking extremity would swarm towards the budding extremity vein of dissolution to obtain what others obtained in their own havens. To obtain the seeds of extremity that were mainly fated for those who had been in this haven of dissolution and no others. It was the approaching of a greatly tumultuous time, as the moment the initiation step ended, even apex Ionic lifeforms would roam freely. Before such chaos fully unfolded, Genesis had to rectify his wrongs. He had to locate the barren lands and ensure its safety. He had to defend the Lernians to not become divided and separated across terrifying inheritances that would soon stretch their tendrils towards them. With his empty sockets surging with a milky white light of a dynamis of extremity, his figure disappeared. Pure majesty flowed between his very atoms. His main body took the reins to circulate the unknown dynamis of extremity, as with every circulation his cells drank this essence and became ever so refined. I think you should take a look at. His Ionic soul values took it in and continued scaling upwards in growth. His origin pulsed as the first plane of extremity that couldn't be expanded any longer. Had its dimensions still absorbing this essence as they shone with ever greater splendor. This unknown dynamis of extremity was born from Ionic mana of extremity that Noah had an infinite amount of. It was mixed with nullity, which wasn't infinite. One of the reasons Noah's soul was even able to handle the essence that greater lifeforms could call forth. Was because half of it stemmed from a source he could endlessly call out. But even now, if Noah wanted to keep the convergence of both mana and nullity, his Ionic soul values had to be in active use to do so. This power was that pristine. But it allowed him to refine his aspects of existence and take him towards a type of an extremity. Foundation. Continuing to cement his power in the upper layers of reverend emperors, at this point in time, Noah took stock of his current strength and might as he wished to solidify it all and bring every part of him to an unprecedented level in the stage of unequaled reverend emperors. The 9 natural laws and the 6 fundamental natural laws of reality, the 9 decreta of dimensions. His other expanded boundaries, that when he added the natural laws and decreta, his total number of boundaries exceeded 30. With the dozens of sources of complete crimson 3 Ionic pearls of extremity, bring all currently expanded boundaries to the 9th boundary layer. His voice echoed out commandingly as he began taking actions to build an unimaginable foundation. Take all those not already at the consummate level forward. His soul cried out at being out to work even more, as it also worked dutifully to control the unnamed dynamis of extremity, stretching itself out once more as it opened the Ionic annals of extremity to alteration, recorded histories into something else, to alter innate boundaries to become consummate boundaries. All of these changes would heavily impact Noah and the infinite plane, as every single one of its natural laws and decreta were about to reach an unmatched level. As for Noah himself, he would be an unequaled reverend emperor that controlled dozens of consummate boundaries, his goal being a foundation that was a rarity even in the havens of extremity across its eons of recorded and unrecorded history. And as his 9 decreta of dimensions connected to his very origin began their upward surge towards the 9th boundary layer, they spurred his origin forward as he came to make a choice: begin the forging of the 2nd plane of extremity. The templates for the 2nd plane of extremity shall be the 9-dimensional realities as major planes of existence. his first plane of extremity held 9 minor planes of existence. For his second plane of extremity, he could have based it off any planes across extremity or expanded upon the dream, prana, Apollyon, Fantasia, Nibelheim, Elysium, Avalon, Mirror, and quantum dimensional realities. He already had his soul stretched out across too many concepts as he didn't wish to add and enlarge even more at this moment. He wanted to take the dimensional realities from minor to major planes of existence as he wondered. How would the decreta be altered? How would the infinite plane be changed? And just what magnificence would arise from his second plane of extremity being built like this? There were many unknowns for the future, with the only thing he was sure of being that his foundation was going to be something that would be unrecorded across eons when he was done. As for what he would do for the future third, fourth, or fifth plane of extremity and onward? Only time would tell. Chapter 2370, The Vein of Dissolution. 2. His aspects of existence continued their ever-constant refinement and strengthening as all his boundaries surged towards the ninth boundary layer. And they were then altered to become consummate. In the midst of all this, his soul still kept great focus on the convergence of mana dynamics and nullity, the percentage of convergence slowly rising as with it. Many things gradually became clear on what uses the unnamed dynamis of extremity would have, the combination of mana and nullity. The fusion of pure energy and nothingness. Just what would come from it, as Noah's soul controlled the metallic blue light of the unnamed dynamis of extremity, he gradually gained a clearer picture. As the percentage of convergence increases to perfect the unknown dynamis of extremity, the nature of this authority will gradually become accessible to you. The full authority of ionic antimana seeks to come to fruition. The full authority of ionic mana drain seeks to come to fruition. Yes, just from his preliminary tests with the lividus colored essence, he was gaining understanding and abilities termed ionic antimana and ionic mana drain. As the convergence of mana and nullity slowly came to a close, these abilities and more would be in the palm of his hands, as they were shown somewhat during the fight against the Haven disciples of the Genesis Institute of Extremity. So he focused on the circulation of this essence across his aspects of existence, as he knew that by the time it reached full convergence, it would remain unnamed no longer. This dynamis of extremity would gain a distinction as mana and nullity would birth something glorious. But while all of this occurs, his main body, which was surrounded by tendrils of lividus colored essence, rose its head and stared out into the aurora of lights around him as he connected to his true sanguine clone in the abyssal sanctimonious lands. It had continued forging forward after being delayed by Titus and the Haven disciples of the Genesis Institute of Extremity, but his will could see a change in the space around him as the expansive mountains and storms of nullity and ruin now were becoming thin. He was getting past the outer periphery of the abyssal sanctimonious lands and finally about to delve towards its deeper areas. His true sanguine clone had called and kept the Ionic planar Ziston of Extremity and the Ionic planar Aegis of Extremity on his hands as he became ever familiar with the offensive and defensive methods of the infinite plane. His figure looked like a valiant warrior recorded eons ago with the multicolored stellar weapons in his hands, the streams of miniaturized realities on the end of the spear and the countless infinity symbols on the Aegis making his whole demeanor give off oppressive waves of power. The sources of chaos around him weaved over his skin and even sank into it as ruin and nullity seemed ever docile, with their density thinning as Noah progressed until soon enough. He came to a stop before a liquefied wall that mixed crimson and silver together to produce a dull red expanse that stretched out in all directions. I think you should take a look at. The only thing to be uttered about it was its vastness, as well as the concentration of ruin and nullity interlinked together to the extent that it seemed to exceed the aura given off by essence at the ninth boundary layer. Such a wall would isolate and not allow entrance to average reverend emperors, as only those with multiple boundaries at the ninth boundary layer would theoretically be capable of bypassing it. But for Noah, who even now was still having his soul undergo changes from the boons of the entropic entity of extremity, BZZT, his Ziston merely touched the massive liquefied wall of ruin and nullity as liquid tendrils emerged to wrap around the spear, eventually traveling up and latching onto Noah's body as his soul released a deep brilliance. He was then sucked in by the tendrils of liquefied essences within them. He felt a dense spatial aura of spacetime and something even more profound. His body was wrapped in this light as he felt like he wasn't just passing through a wall to go from one area to another. He felt like he was being transported somewhere else entirely the moment he withstood the tendrils of ruin and nullity, an essence of spacetime and something that seemed even more pristine than even the essence of dynamis of extremity passed through him as he was shuttled across space. Boom! His soul felt like it was being squeezed as changes were forcibly applied to his body, his size reducing greatly as he materialized in a brand new space. Yes. Forceful size alteration. Noah normally had his size interchangeable depending on the area he was in, where he adapted to be as small as a world or as large as a cosmos or even as immense as a river of reality depending on the space he was in, but at this moment, an unimaginably deep and powerful authority seemed to impose itself on him as his size was set akin to his form when he was a human on the blue planet approximately 2 meters, and he felt this even more as in the area he appeared in. He felt as if he were a mere ant in the face of its vastness. Countless crimson and silver tower-like obelisks floated in space. Noah's figure was atop one of these obelisks, his 2-meter size being like a grain of sand as the tower-like obelisks ranged to be 100,000 to 1 million times larger than him. The entire space was lit up brightly with these radiant obelisks that seemed like solidified ruin and nullity. There was no earth below, only endless radiating light with the peaks of other obelisks barely being seen. Along with one particularly dazzling feature, only a portion of it could be seen as it seemed to be submerged in a heavy darkness, and yet it snaked endlessly behind and forward while disappearing into the dense darkness that surrounded it. Noah didn't have to stare too hard to know its identity, his eyes releasing a heavy light as he realized what endlessly snaked below him amidst countless obelisks. It was a mere glimpse of dissolution, the extremity vein of dissolution. As well as the authority that enforced itself to forcefully reduce his size. Chapter 2371 The Vein of Dissolution. 3. Dissolution. It wasn't just the name of the ionic haven of dissolution and the distinction of the extremity vein of dissolution, it turned out to be a pristine authority that exceeded any boundaries Noah had come across, and it felt even more pristine than the authority of a dynamis of extremity. After all, it was something an entire haven was named after. Noah's will was surging to understand it, but he couldn't just pay attention to this, as in addition to the dazzling crimson and silver obelisk stretched throughout and the dazzling exterior of the extremity vein of dissolution that seemed to have barely a thousandth of a percentage of itself showing. There were also horrifically powerful auras stretched throughout, auras of creatures standing strong atop the obelisks of ruin and nullity, with their size not at all being restricted as compared to Noah. They were truly titans. He initially wanted to call them ionic abyssal sanctity leviathans, but when truly gazing at them, their distinction rose up easily before Noah's eyes as it was one of wonder. Unequal ionic leviathans of dissolution, massive creatures akin to the ionic abyssal sanctity leviathans, but their name truly lived up to its meaning this time around as truly. They were leviathans compared to Noah, and at this moment, all of them seemed to be staring coldly and lazily forward as none made any moves. Unequal ionic leviathans of dissolution, their size wasn't restricted, as even the smallest one Noah could see from afar was 100 times larger than his 2-meter figure, with the largest one so far occupying a tenth of the peak of an obelisk. Fucking massive, a voice echoed out from afar as it wasn't Noah's. This was because apart from this dazzling environment of crimson and silver tower-like obelisks and the small view of an unbelievably vast vein wrapped in darkness below, with auras of dozens of massive unequal ionic leviathans of dissolution that could be felt just nearby. There were also auras of reverend emperors beginning to materialize or already here. Noah was delayed just for a little bit with Titus and the Haven disciples of the Genesis Institute of Extremity. And yet many powerful newcomers had come through as unknown changes had bloomed on the entrance of the abyss, with the fates of the legions of Noblesse, Lernians, and Quasarians unknown, with Noah feeling the auras of other lineages here. Many of them seemed to be arriving in real time at this moment, with others entering this space around the same time as him. All of them teleported on top of crimson or silver obelisks in the outer periphery as their figures released powerful waves of power. Many had potent auras like Titus and the Haven disciples, as others felt even more dreadful, but they were all just like Noah, where under the authority of dissolution they were limited to approximately 2 meters in size. On the crimson obelisk of solidified ruin Noah was on, he could even feel new auras arriving every few seconds, as each of them were reverend emperors, beings stemming from outside this haven. Their count rapidly increased and ballooned upwards as the initiation of the extremity vein of dissolution truly drew too many beings from other havens. Titus was only leading one of the groups from the Genesis Institute of Extremity, as there were multiple other groups, and this was only a single faction within the Ionic Haven of Genesis. Multiple other clans just from the Ionic Haven of Genesis sent their reverend emperors over, as apart from this haven there were also beings from a myriad of factions of different havens among the 7 Ionic havens. This was why their numbers were plentiful, as the auras of a few hundred could already be felt by Noah. I think you should take a look at. Some in particular were more dazzling than others, with some being low-key, as around the same time Noah also recognized the aura of Iam of the infinite extremity actually materialize on the same crimson obelisk as him, those entering near the same region across the liquefied wall that divided domains seemingly clustered together atop nearby obelisks. The One who had spoken and allowed his voice to stretch out all around came from a silver obelisk to Noah's right, this being rising in the air with magnificence and confidence at this moment as below his feet. A rotating blue runic magic circle could be seen radiating a profound light. On the same obelisk, others similar to him could be seen with a variety of colored runic magic circles rotating around the base of their feet, their bodies giving off terrifying waves of power at the unequaled Reverend Emperor level. Friends from across the havens, WAA. His voice continued to stretch out towards all those on the obelisks and those arriving as his visage was exceedingly handsome to look at, his hair shining with a stellar white and blue luster as he was adorned in a cerulean mage's robe that gave off an aura exceeded epic relics. I am Phos of the extremity of light from the Ionic haven of Helios. He gave a devilish bow towards all being here as he rose with power and unbound confidence, his voice continuing to echo out, "We've all come from extremely far away lands to seek our destinies within the initiating extremity vein of dissolution. So why don't we make the rules of engagement clear? After all, we stem from many different powers across these havens and we don't want to spark an all-out war between each other with the extinction of any parties." His words caused the expressions of many to turn sharp and somber. The confidence and power he released was genuine. After all, he stemmed from a haven as old as Genesis, the Ionic haven of Helios, and even further stemmed from the extremity of light. An inheritance so extremely deep and unfathomable that it was one of the few untouchable ones in the Ionic haven of Helios. There were few others like it, but they were there nonetheless. It meant that among those listening, there were beings similar to this being in stature if not higher, and one such being spoke out at this moment as her figure rose, the crimson horn on her forehead shining brilliantly as she spoke out with utmost regality. "Oh? And what rules of engagement will the fanatics of light present today?" WA's eyes and wills buzzed as many auras came to focus on the obelisk Noah was on, and the rising figure of I am of the infinite extremity, with the appearance of these beings here and the many more still entering. The landscape of the Ionic haven of dissolution was slowly changing. From its relative peace and quietness, things were beginning to erupt with chaos all around as a great number of beings turned their attention onto its initiating extremity vein of dissolution. Chapter 2372, The Vein of Dissolution. For, utterly massive unequal Ionic leviathans of dissolution silently stood atop floating obelisks in the distance while existences stemming from different havens gathered. Noah stared calmly at all of them while observing the best possible paths for him to take, with him currently gathering information as his will and the wills of many beings here locked onto the figure that had risen to address others. Phos of the extremity of light from the Ionic haven of Helios, the magic circle beneath his feet radiated light through his body as he seemed too dazzling for any others here, his hair shining with a stellar white and blue luster as even when I am of the infinite extremity rose up and spoke, he remained unfettered, his smile only became wider as he continued. "Friend from the infinite extremity, I simply feel great benevolence towards others here, which is why I propose this to actually be in their favor. Oh? I am stellar." Crimson horn shone sharply as she smiled back at this being who continued with an unfettered momentum while nodding. "Yes. There are those like me and you from Ionic inheritances of extremity that have deep histories and power across the myriad havens. Others cannot even touch us in power alone, not to mention the inheritances that stand behind us. Yes, Ionic inheritances of extremity, factions that were stretched out across eons and had their accomplishments recorded in the Ionic annals of extremity in abundance, factions with dense reserves of apex Ionic lifeforms and terrifying beings that had reached extremity. They reigned above other inheritances and factions as the extremity of light that Phos stemmed from and the infinite extremity that I am stemmed from were some of them, and they knew it. Phos knew the power and weight he held, and the even greater power behind him, and he wasn't alone because as he spoke, other distinguished groups atop crimson and silver obelisks from Ionic inheritances of extremity also rose up with grandeur and power as they seemed to agree with the words of Phos. "The discrepancy between us is too large. So to prevent any mishaps, those of us from Ionic inheritances of extremity will make a move first and retain ownership of any upcoming extremity panaceas. Once those from the Ionic inheritances of extremity have obtained a sufficient number of extremity panaceas, the rest can begin to make moves." WAA, a devilishly charming smile was present on Phos as if he had ushered forth a truly magnanimous solution. Groups from the Genesis Institute of Extremity and other factions that were a level below Ionic inheritances of extremity adopted somber expressions as their eyes turned sharp. "Oh my." Iam had a surprised expression on her face as she nodded while placing her fair hand on her chin thoughtfully, her fiery red gold strands of hair seeming like burning flames as she spoke out mockingly. "How very magnanimous of you. As expected of one of the fanatics of light. You always seek the best interests of others." I think you should take a look at. Her tone was clear in its mocking and disdain. Those from the extremity of radiance had their eyes turned sharp as the magic runic circles below their feet turned, but Foss kept his charming smile as he looked at Iam. He gazed at her stellar crimson horn and exceedingly beautiful face as he knew her identity. How could he not? Even though she was from the Ionic haven of Genesis, Foss and all other prominent beings from Ionic inheritances of Ultimacy knew those rivaling them as their factions were not isolated over the eons. Many meetings occurring between them, as the last time he saw her was less than 100 years ago during the Centennial Exchange of Extremity. A gathering when prominent powerhouses of inheritances exchanged their ideologies and power, showing the extent their limits took them towards extremity, as all those in the boundary expansion realm could participate. Reverend emperors had their own stage, apex ionic lifeforms had even grander stages, as their exchanges were the highlight whenever they occurred, drawing an immense number of audiences and powerhouses. Foss remembered seeing this crimson-horned existence from the infinite Ultimacy in the last Centennial Exchange of Extremity. He didn't meet her in battle, but he saw her unrelenting might as she dominated one prodigy after another from multiple inheritances before she grew bored and was escorted away by an existence that had reached ultimacy before the matches even ended. An existence that had reached extremity. Was escorting her, so even as she spoke mockingly right now towards him, he raised his hand and calmed those below him while keeping his devilish charm. Yes, I am simply thinking about the positions of other inheritances and giving them a way out. They can't match up to us in power. And even if they did, would they dare fight seriously to injure or even kill those from Ionic inheritances of extremity? Their whole lineages and inheritances would be erased, as where is the fairness in that? So they can only wait their turn until all those from the Ionic inheritances of Ultimacy obtain their extremity panaceas, then they can fight amongst themselves thereafter. His words resounded all around as many other groups gazed on coldly while not saying a word. Others clenched their fists, but when they truly thought about it, he wasn't wrong. Iam's scoffing expression became that of displeasure as she stared towards Luminance and other groups that gazed on coldly from Ionic inheritances of extremity. Traces of disappointment swirling in her eyes as she was about to speak once more when, what about me though? A voice rang out from the same obelisk she floated off, a voice that didn't carry an ounce of fear as it even vibrated immense regality and grandeur. It stemmed from a devilishly handsome man letting off a radiant glow of an emperor, a stellar multicolored spear and shield grasped on each of his hands as he looked like a gladiator from ancient times. He spoke off freely as in the surrounding space, entropy began to rise as chaos slowly built up. Chapter 2373, The Vein of Dissolution. What about me though? The tone of these words was too damn calm and carefree. To Foss, it felt even worse than hearing the words of Iam as his eyes and the eyes of many turned towards a certain crimson obelisk, an obelisk where the true Emperor of Quintessence began to rise in the air while looking towards Foss and the others head on. The words felt mocking. It felt as if this being didn't have an ounce of fear towards Foss and or what inheritance stood behind him. Who the fuck are you? The happy expression on Foss disappeared from being interrupted by a nobody as he spoke with a cold smile. Others watched on with intrigue as they knew the power of Ionic inheritances of extremity well, and no being would dare to insert themselves in a situation like this unless they had backing. Or they were extremely dumb, since all of them were existences that had lived for a great deal of years and pondered on extremity. They gave a benefit of the doubt towards the former as many eyes watched on sharply. Was it another being similar to the crimson horned Iam from an Ionic inheritance of extremity, or his voice was magnetic as it rang out clearly for all beings to hear? I don't belong to any big Ionic inheritance of extremity nor any inheritances outside this haven like you all. I'm just an aboriginal from this haven of dissolution as I wonder. When do you think I can make a move to also obtain the extremity panaceas stemming from the initiating extremity vein of my home haven? The space filled with crimson and silver radiance brightened up ever more as many wills came to focus on Noah. His eyes carried no trace of fear as his words felt carefree, as if in this domain, nobody could even touch him. Foss shook his head and laughed with a hint of disbelief at the words uttered out as the magic circle below his feet shone with even greater brilliance, his smile turning cold as he looked towards Noah with a hint of playfulness. I thought all aboriginals were left behind in the outer fringes before even getting here, so I didn't consider you, little guy. Naturally, you can have your chance to fight for the opportunities after all of us here get what we need. And just a warning before you open your mouth again, I will tolerate your initial disrespectfulness, but anything more than that, these easy to terrifying waves of hockey barreled out from him that caused those nearby to feel a sense of dread. They contained the essence of over a dozen boundaries at the ninth boundary layer, along with a hint of something else that was unknown. The mere waves of the soul of this being released in the form of his will, causing others to feel stifled as his ionic soul values seemed to exceed the normal bounds of reverence. Oh? Yet the being this was directed to remain floating undaunted. I am watched on as an intrigued smile rose on her face, while prominent reverend emperors from other ionic inheritances of extremity watched on calmly and lazily. While Phos and other groups from the Ionic haven of Helios watched on coldly, and under the gazes of all these beings in front of him, as well as the completely unmoving unequaled Ionic leviathans of dissolution situated on obelisks behind him, he spoke out grandly. Well, it seems I must make a proposal as well. I think you should take a look at. His devilishly handsome features became apparent to all as the aura of quintessence began to swirl around him. You see, I think the discrepancy between me and you all is much too large, and I do not wish to accidentally butcher any fools from Ionic inheritances of extremity while I'm seeking the extremity panaceas. So I shall move first and retain ownership of any upcoming extremity panaceas. And once I feel like I've gotten enough, then you all can begin to make your moves. Boom. His words were akin to a thundering hammer that smashed into the surroundings, with the reverend emperors here having to confirm they heard correctly as their eyes constricted at such a development. And this being wasn't done as he continued, his tone seeming sincere as if he was only speaking the truth. Something everyone also noticed was how his words seemed to be very similar to what Phos of the Ionic haven of Helios had said. I'm only thinking about the positions of you fools from all these different inheritances and giving you a way out. After all, if you start dying towards me and your whole teams get wiped out, would your inheritances be able to handle my fury when they inevitably come seeking revenge? Can you imagine it? Can you imagine your extremity of light and other Ionic inheritances of extremity all wiped out just because a dumb fuck like you decided to float up and commence speaking gibberish? So, you should really hold off your opportunity, as when I'm done taking however many extremity panaceas I need, you can fight together for what remains. How does that sound? Immense silence descended, utter and intense silence. Iam's pink lips opened into an O as even she was dumbfounded. She had seen through the power of this being and knew where he came from, but for him to just speak like this. Ha ha. Laughter couldn't help but escape her lips at this development. The true emperor of quintessence, huh? Well, you have the balls for it, I'll give you that. An additional hint of interest was added in her mind when it came to this being. But even though she reacted half-heartedly, there was the being that these words were directed to. There was Phos of the extremity of light from the Ionic haven of Helios. This being's facial muscles trembled as the magic runic circle below him released a blinding radiance. All other groups from the extremity of light exploding with such blinding glow, as their facial expressions turned from coldness to rage and killing intent. But this wasn't all. Noah didn't just attack Phos with his words, he attacked the Ionic inheritance of extremity behind him and the inheritances of all those here who went with his words or didn't speak out against him. He effectively talked back against beings that nobody ever talked back against and poked a group of utterly powerful beings nobody would ever dare to even touch. This was taboo. Chapter 2370 For the Vein of Dissolution. 6. He spoke against existences that normally never had anybody speak against. He defamed the name and distinction of the Ionic inheritances of extremity. The being affected the most by this was Phos, with Noah's eyes staring directly at him when he spoke. The gaze of this being turned utterly hostile, along with multiple other groups from the extremity of light and even some groups from different inheritances. But there were over half of all the reverends here who remained utterly still and watched on coldly. Some held truly deep and ancient inheritances similar to Iam, as even events like these seemed beneath them, one such group being 10 reverend adorned in pure pink robes. A runic etching of a flower petal could be seen for their pupils. As they gave off an overabundance of life and power, a reverend emperor positioned last within this group spoke up at this moment in a way that only those around him could hear. Did he really just say that? For him to actually have the gall. Anger could be seen rising on his face as before he could continue. You dumbass, that's not what you need to be thinking of. A prominent voice cut him off as the being that had spoken prior turned very respectful towards a man with the demeanor of a long-standing emperor in the lead of this group, Senior Brother Atlas. He spoke cautiously as he waited for this being whose hair and brows shone with a stellar pink color to continue speaking. You shouldn't be thinking along the lines of that he actually had the gall to say what he said. Your line of thought should be the fact that he knows about Ionic inheritances of extremity and sees the sheer power of all beings here, and regardless of all that, he still said what he said. What does that mean? A profound light of power shone in the flower petal pupils of senior brother Atlas as he asked this question, the junior brother behind him hesitating briefly before he replied with firmness, it should be that he's somehow confident to say that and come out unscathed. Does he actually have a backing? You're finally getting some sense? And it doesn't matter if he has backing or not. No being that is cultivated to the stage of a reverend would suddenly turn suicidal. So for him to do what he did, he is either baiting others to attack him, or he is simply someone potent enough that he took offense to the words of that fool and couldn't just sit back. Either way, it has nothing to do with us. Understood, junior brother Jax. His gaze was unshakable as he questioned, Jax nodding powerfully soon after as this group of beings stared closely at what was unfolding before them, their wills also ready to act as they looked at the unequaled ionic leviathans of dissolution in the region past the many obelisks. They stemmed from another ionic inheritances of extremity with extremely deep history, their grandeur also rooted in the ionic haven of Helios as they stemmed from the faction known as the plum sword of extremity. The one-termed senior brother Atlas gazed towards Noah as he crossed his hand behind him, speaking as if he was imparting lessons to the junior brothers and sisters behind him. In the vastness of extremity, there are countless oddities, anomalies, and even mutated entities. When you see something that doesn't necessarily make sense, do not be so quick to anger or have your pride take over rationality. Just in this domain right now, there are likely multiple beings like me with a mutated aspect of existence or special in their own way, with power exceeding what normal unequaled reverend emperors can muster. Don't be so quick in seeking death by jumping on every little thing. Death will come soon enough. I think you should take a look at. His words resonated in the minds of others from the plum sword of extremity as they nodded and watched on carefully. This group of beings wasn't the only one, as over half of all emperors here maintained aloofness and calmness in this situation. Whether they stemmed from ionic inheritances of extremity or not, they knew their purpose here and would act accordingly as events unfolded, many choosing not to jump headfirst into a situation with a lot of unknowns. Some of the more potent beings who were offended by Noah's words even sat back and watched to allow others to test him before they decided to make any moves or not. But there were still those whose pride was stepped on enough for them to act regardless of the background of everything. Among all reverend emperors here, the one who felt as if all gazes gathered onto him and his standing after he was rebuffed by a mysterious being. Phos was the first one to make a move as his voice boomed out, I care not what backing you have. The dignity of the extremity of light cannot be stepped on. Brilliance flashed, the magic runic circle below his feet radiated pristine splendor as in the next second, his figure entirely disappeared, superluminal burst. His voice was the only thing that could be heard as thereafter, boom. A heavy and dense impact that would eviscerate any normal unequaled reverend emperors resounded as the visage of Phos appeared right before Noah, his fist covered by layers of light as his speed was utterly monstrous, superluminal, speed that far exceeded light. It was something all beings stemming from the extremity of light located in the ionic haven of Helios were very prideful of. Speed that their enemies couldn't even match, as when they attacked, the battle was usually over. And yet, Phos's eyes became ever sharper as he saw this being's eyes actually follow him, or he was even able to react and bring his shield up to meet his punch at this very moment. Booming tendrils of essence surged between the two of them as the stellar entity holding the spear and shield didn't move a step back, while the power of Phos seemed fixed as glow and light overflowed around him. Chapter 2375, The Vein of Dissolution. 7. Phos was surprised, but opposite to him, Noah was also surprised as he gazed at the being before him. His shield was surrounded by the metallic blue luster of the unknown dynamis of extremity. And yet this being opposed it without losing to it due to a dense layering of essence that covered his hand, essence that contained over a dozen boundaries weaved together in a fantastical way as they bore fruit to something even greater, whatever this something was being the factor that actually allowed this being to clash with Noah. Granted, the convergence of the unknown dynamis of extremity had not even come close to 100% as this essence was not complete, but it was capable of rivaling and even penetrating apex ionic soul totems. What did Phos from an ionic inheritance of extremity have that Titus from a lesser inheritance didn't have? Noah looked at this being closely as even while standing before him and feeling the pulsing immensity of an energy of extremity whether he recognized it or not. This being was fearless, his billowing blue robe and pulsing runic lights made him look like a battle magi from ancient times as he pulled his hand wrapped in layers of essence while he spoke out. There are anomalies and mutated entities out there who believe themselves to be the best. You may have thought this way and decided to say what you said, but even if that may be so, you did not just denounce me. You denounced many beings here and the inheritances behind them as whatever power you may hold. I am not alone." As he spoke, dozens of lights flashed as heavy auras moved. Those from his extremity of light were the fastest as dozens surrounded the whole periphery in an instant. Then other inheritances from the ionic haven of Helios moved as soon after. Multiple other groups followed suit. Yes, many of the powerful unequaled reverend emperors here did not make a move, many simply sat back and watched the show, but the provocation Noah had uttered out was still one that some of these prideful beings could not take lying down. They knew that many terrifying entities existed out there, but they still didn't fear as each of them was in a group that came from powerful inheritances, and there were multiple groups here, each more terrifying than the last as there was strength in numbers, and the strength of groups of unequaled reverend emperors from inheritances across the Ionic havens was utterly dreadful, since the grandeur of Ionic inheritances of extremity does not seem to be known in this Ionic haven of dissolution. Let us use you as an example to instill it while reminding all others. There is a reason why we remain recorded throughout history. There is a reason why we lead the masses towards extremity. For you to disparage us. To disparage the very concept of extremity itself, apex Ionic relics will not save you. Apex Ionic soul totems will not save you. Even the intrusion of a genuine Apex Ionic lifeform will not save you. Not from us. His voice was magnetic as atop the obelisk Noah floated on. A few hundred immense powerful existences gathered and placed their scrutiny on a single being, something that even the renowned mutated entities here wouldn't want to face as some watched with curious eyes from afar. In the midst of it all was Noah. I think you should take a look at, carrying his Ziston and Aegis. He floated at the center of this all as he seemed like an indomitable champion undaunted by the reality around him. Why did he react and say what he did towards the ridiculous words of Phos? Firstly, his nature as the tyrannical emperor, as the true emperor of quintessence, didn't allow for him to simply follow the commanding words of another and take a step back to not seek loot. The other was that he needed the pressure. Providence showed many paths as this particularly difficult one was the one that guaranteed his complete convergence of mana dynamics and nullity to come the fastest. If he could survive it, that is, and when it came to the tools of survival he had at his disposal, there were already many, and at this very moment, Providence and Destiny told him he was about to get an even grander tool, at the depths of the infinite plane, within its very source of reality. Noah's main body was releasing milky waves of multicolored radiance as his origin was undergoing major remodifications currently, apart from the tower-like first plane of extremity that was contained in its own continuum. An even more massive and grander domain began to come together above it as it utilized the templates of its minor planes to begin the establishment of major planes of existence. Above the first plane of extremity, the second plane of extremity began to form as the templates of nine-dimensional realities that would grow to become major planes were being built one singularity after another as Noah sent in the essence of all planar origin panaceas he obtained from his recent enemies, with his bound sources of extremity also acting to spur the formation, expansion, and reinforcement of the sprouting planes as the essence of his boundaries permeated throughout the essences of his sources of extremity, hung, when all the sources of his enacted boundaries wrapped around the templates of planes of the second plane of extremity along with their prior connection to his first plane of extremity. Immense radiance overflowed as prompts rose before his eyes. You have stably bound 36 sources of extremity with your expanding origin. The completion of the first plane of extremity and the initiation of the second plane of extremity through the same planar templates has given birth to a quintessential feature linked to your sources of extremity. The feature of quintessential clones of extremity stemming from bound sources of extremity has been used as the basis. The quintessential feature of unrecorded ionic extremity reification has been born. Immaculate multicolored splendor was released from his origin as his sources of extremity began running wild. The reason was a simple one. Unrecorded ionic extremity reification, a feature that allows your origin to manifest and summon their bound sources outwardly in the forms of autonomous reified sources of extremity. These manifestations can move according to your will as they will represent their source of extremity to the fullest, their damage and defense values varying from your main body depending on the source of extremity they represent, as the values may be quintessentially greater or lesser. Since they are isolated forms of extremity, their focus is on locating and ascending their own source towards extremity, with all prior abilities of quintessential clones of extremity retained by the reified sources of extremity. When adding the essence of the unnamed energy of extremity to their composition, they can absorb and assimilate the conceptuality of other boundaries they come across into themselves to get ever closer to extremity. The forms that the reified sources of extremity take are determined during their conception and heavily influenced by the nature of the boundary they represent. Once a sufficient number of reified sources of extremity have been called out, the name of the feature will change from unrecorded to recorded ionic extremity reification. Summoning the reified sources of extremity comes at no cost to you, and upon facing true death, they will only be recalled into your origin and hibernate for a day before they can be manifested again. Current number of reified sources of extremity that can be summoned 9. As your origin continues to grow, more slots will be accessible, as manifesting the reified sources of extremity of your boundaries simultaneously is a possibility. Chapter 2376 Reified Sources of Extremity. Reified sources of extremity. The workings of the quintessential clones of extremity were incorporated into this feature, as through it, Noah could call out manifestations of the very boundaries that made them. But just how different were these manifestations compared to the quintessential clones of extremity? There was a great deal to learn about them, but Noah already noticed 3 things from the description. They could quite literally absorb the essence of other boundaries to raise their own progression towards extremity. It was of no cost to him, and that even upon facing true death, they would only be recalled into his origin to hibernate, as they wouldn't truly die. These 3 factors alone were dreadful enough, but Noah felt like there should still be more. Providence told him so. So as his main body began constructing his second plane of extremity and created an even grander foundation. His will move to test out exactly what this newly risen feature held in store. After all, it should have even grander things in store than what was simply stated in the description. Stellar crimson and silver obelisks floated grandly in space. The auras of powerful beings were raging in abundance. As far from the obelisks, they were clustered atop of massive unequaled ionic leviathans of dissolution, watched on coldly, as even at this moment they didn't make a move. These massive titans were hundreds and thousands of times larger than the reverend emperors here, who were restricted to an average of 2 meters, seeming like entire islands or world-sized beasts to them, as some reverend emperors felt their destinies ring out warning bells. But the unequaled ionic leviathans of dissolution never made a move so far. It was as if they were waiting for something that had yet to occur. The space that was most active in this region had a few hundred unequaled reverend emperors surrounding one entity who gazed at all of them fearlessly. The cold expression on Phos of the extremity of light was even more pronounced, along with those from the ionic haven of Helios, who chose not to take Noah's words lying down. He looked at all of them and their massive numbers as towards Phos's words of him being outnumbered no matter his strength. He smiled as he looked around him. And who said I was alone? His words caused the cautious reverend emperors to look around, only to see no beings coming to aid Noah, as their eyes became even sharper. Iam was off to the side as she pondered while looking at the show with interest, but even she didn't make a move. Before any moment could pass, a dark light flashed from Noah's body. Dazzling waves of authority erupted out as he spoke grandly. Unrecorded ionic extremity reification, WAA, a feature was activated. No resources were paid as his origin spun with utmost glory. And he then spoke out which concept of his was to be proclaimed and reified: entropy, mana dynamics, nullity, ruin, dream, Apollyon, loot. I think you should take a look at blood. 8 concepts were called out one after another as blaring auras of dreadful might bloomed like singularities around Noah. And from the initial magnitude of the singularities alone, they seemed to exceed the limitation of mere 2 meters that the terrifying authority of dissolution was imposing on all beings here. And after calling out 8 names, Noah spoke the last one with most regality: quintessence, WAA. Blindingly oppressive waves of power erupted that caused the reverends nearby to back off as the scene gradually became clear. The first one to appear released dreadful obsidian waves of essence as a prompt rose. The harbinger of entropy bellicus has been recorded in the ionic annals of extremity. Stellar tendrils of black light surrounded the apparition. Rivers of entropic reality could be seen coming together to form the musculature and backbone of a beast reminiscent of a singularity traversing quantum warhorse, its body forged from rivers of entropic realities as atop it. The visage of a devilishly handsome man held its reins. His face seemed like an aged version of Noah as he was donned in a crystalline black armor, strands of dark hair falling past his shoulders as the pupils within his eyes they constantly rotated with clusters of tens of singularities. His gaze was cold and dreadful as when he appeared. Noah finally understood more of the features of the unrecorded ionic extremity reification. The harbinger of entropy bellicus has been born from the source of entropy, as he can exhibit 3x your main body's ionic soul damage values and only half of your ionic soul defense values. Bellicus shall only draw upon entropy for all of his resources as he seeks to unleash extreme chaos. Yes, The other crucial aspect that was written in the description of the feature of the unrecorded ionic extremity reification, but not clearly understood: no cost to Noah, no cost in calling them forth, and no cost in his ionic soul values or resources, as the reified sources of extremity drew upon their own independent reserves from the concept that made them. They could be utilized on the battlefield and be sustained without Noah having to even lift a finger. Not to mention the damage values of the dazzling harbinger of entropy were deemed to be 3x as high as Noah's, and the more amazing thing was the magnitude of Bellicus. This older version of Noah was over 200 meters in magnitude, as he was more than 100 times larger compared to Noah's own true sanguine clone. And other reverence here the authority of dissolution that was imposed on all beings here, not falling upon it. And why was this? Unlike the existences here, the harbinger of entropy was not a life form, he was a concept. He was a source of extremity, Ohu, seated upon a singularity-traversing quantum warhorse. Bellicus bellowed out with utmost fervor as an instant later, the recorded apocalypse ionic plane cataclysm has been called forth, the unrecorded apocalypse entropy's feast has been called out. The terrain began to change a moment after his appearance, and he was just one of 9. Chapter 2377: Reified Sources of Extremity. 2. You have obtained the title of the Harbinger of Entropy. Bellicus, amidst the appearance of a massive being similar to him in appearance, more and more prompts cascaded over Noah's eyes, as this source of extremity was merely among the first that he had called out, after the blazing eruption of apocalypses that Bellicus ushered forth. Those summoned thereafter manifested one after another. The arcane Haven source engine has been recorded in the Ionic annals of extremity. The arcane Haven source engine has been born from the source of mana dynamics, as it can exhibit 3x your main body's ionic soul damage values and 3x your ionic soul defense values. With all resource requirements for its abilities reduced by 95%, all other reified sources of extremity will be supported in resource usage so long as the arcane Haven source engine is active. From mana dynamics, a terrifying engine came out as a circular construct of pure blue light manifested, countless runic lines interweaving around it, as this was a source engine that could run a type of Haven. Tendrils of pure blue light weaved on its cerulean surface as it seemed like a burning blue sun that blinded all eyes. Waves of shockingly pure essence emanated out as in the surroundings, a storm of cerulean grandeur blooming out, arcane, similar to the arcane mana entity form Noah could take. The source of mana dynamics that was manifested held the grandeur of such abilities and more that even Noah had yet to unfold. And this was only the second reified source of extremity. A booming sound as if the skies were cracking apart echoed out in the next second as 2 piercing roars burst the eardrums of weak nearby reverends. The apocalyptic Haven Dragon of Ruin has been recorded in the Ionic annals of extremity. The apocalyptic Haven Dragon of Ruin has been born from the source of Ruin, as it can exhibit 4x your main body's ionic soul damage values and 25% of your ionic soul defense values. The nullified Phoenix of Cataclysm has been recorded in the Ionic annals of extremity. The nullified Phoenix of Cataclysm has been born from the source of nullity, as it can exhibit 4x your main body's ionic soul damage values and 25% of your ionic soul defense values. The apocalyptic Haven Dragon of Ruin and the nullified Phoenix of Cataclysm. Massive beasts similar to the unequaled ionic leviathans of dissolution from afar manifested as a billowing crimson dragon with wings made of pure ruin roared out, its crystalline crimson scales radiating a pure aura of extremity. As above its draconian head, a stellar crimson crown of ruin rotated with power. Beside it, a silver-feathered phoenix of pristine beauty roared out, silver flames raging around it as a burning crown rotated above it, torrential flames of nullity very soon also engulfing everything around it. This reified source of extremity and those preceding it all gave off immense waves of power that seemed to approach the massive unequaled ionic leviathans of dissolution situated from afar, their very makeup being utterly different from others, as they weren't even on the same stage of life as the reverend emperors, and appearing besides these current reified sources of extremity. The Dreamer of Extremity has been recorded in the Ionic annals of extremity. The Ionic Demon Emperor of Destruction has been recorded. The Ionic Cashbringer has been recorded. The Vampire of Extreme Sanguinity has been recorded. One reified source of extremity after another unfolded to reveal shocking forms, as there was one last singularity that bloomed to eclipse every single one of them. It was the last name to be called, it was the last reified source of extremity to manifest, and yet it stood at the forefront of the other 8 that all lined up beside it. I think you should take a look at. The quintessential Emperor of Extremity has been recorded in the Ionic annals of extremity. BZZZT, you have called out the source of an unprecedented lifeform. From a distance away, Ion's expression became grim as she looked towards the manifested constructs of extremity, but none More than the last one, none more than the humanoid visage of stellar appearance before them. Foss and other unequaled reverend emperors also felt a heavy feeling of oppression that they could only feel emanating from the unequaled ionic leviathans of dissolution from afar, the 8 prior manifestations only expressing an aura close to it as this one. It felt genuine, humanoid in appearance, skin shining with the luster of cosmos and reality as he seemed celestial in nature, his whole body radiating purple-blue stellar waves of light, a sculpted musculature with a head emanating devilish handsomeness that only displayed 2 bright eyes. Eyes that within their pupils, lemniscate symbols rotated with extreme power and wonder. Behind him, an aurora of wings of multicolored stellar light radiated glory and power. He seemed like a life form who only came to be through countless possibilities, his aura alone dwarfing everything as his face was Noah's face. Only more quintessential, the reified source of quintessence was simply Noah in a more dazzling form. And the moment the quintessential emperor of extremity appeared, he stared at all the reverend emperors around him coldly as their bodies unconsciously buzzed with defensive layers, but he didn't make a move. He actually turned around from them and stared at the far distance, towards the extremity vein of dissolution, towards the massive unequaled ionic leviathans of dissolution. He gazed towards this direction as he was the quintessential emperor of extremity. To make his name true as it was, his search for extremity was something other sources couldn't even compare to, and towards the distance, he sensed tools to take him ever closer towards extremity. Noah's will and soul were fully infused into this manifested concept as he understood everything with utter clarity. So, the hand of the quintessential emperor of extremity rose as he instantly took control, ready to command the other reified sources of extremity. The true sanguine clone that was holding an aegis and Ziston who had called him out actually took a back seat. Noah's soul fully resonated with the quintessential emperor of extremity as a dreadfully magnetic voice emanated from him. I was never alone. Chapter 2378. The first radiance. He shone gloriously with stellar purple-blue luster as his very skin looked cosmic, his sculpted humanoid form laying itself bare as he seemed like an amalgamation of countless singularities and realities. His pupils shone with radiant blue spinning infinity symbols that seemed to draw on the surrounding essence. The aurora of multicolored wings behind his back radiating pure light while he simply floated there. He only had the terrifying eyes of spinning infinity symbol singularities on his face and no mouth or nose, yet his voice still reverberated outwards as it caused the gazes of the unequaled reverend emperors from ionic inheritances of extremity to turn sharp. I was never alone, he never was alone. He had a myriad of versions of himself he could call upon as the moment that the quintessential emperor of extremity was called out, he took center stage. The true sanguine clone that had called out the feature of the unrecorded ionic extremity reification seemed dim in comparison as his leading position instantly disappeared. Noah's reified source of quintessence taking the lead is what exactly was its power. The others already had fantastic variations in their damage and defense values along with unique capabilities to their nature, but quintessence. The quintessential emperor of extremity has been born from the source of quintessence as it can exhibit 9x your main body's ionic soul damage values and 9x of your ionic soul defense values. The quintessential emperor of extremity can commandeer the unique aspects of any active reified sources of extremity, copy it, and display it outwardly with the full effect. The quintessential emperor of extremity has the capability to initiate the fusion of all current reified sources of extremity, this being the only ability that will pull upon the ionic soul values of the main body. To maintain this state of fusion between all active reified sources of extremity, it will currently take 98% of your ionic soul values every nanosecond. You have obtained the title of the Arcane Haven Source Engine. You have obtained the title of the Apocalyptic Haven Dragon of Ruin. You have obtained the title of the Nullified Phoenix of Cataclysm. You have obtained the title of the Dreamer of Extremity. Utterly dreadful prompts rose up as at the same time Noah was reminded of something. He was reminded that even though he was rising ridiculously fast in a short period of time, his soul was still very, very young and barely being launched upwards exponentially in power with all the different transformations he went through. But it was still not the strongest it could be, and this was shown more clearly at this juncture as just the act of fusing all active reified sources of extremity took 98% of all of his current reserves of ionic soul values just for a single nanosecond. But what did this temporary fusion of the sources of extremity mean? Wasn't that exactly the path to attain dynamis of extremity? One that didn't just involve 2 boundaries, but the source of multiple. It caused Noah's stellar heart to beat with countless possibilities as his hand rose up. I think you should take a look at. The moment it did, the 8 other reified sources of extremity buzzed with mad waves of power towards the unequaled reverend emperors encircling them. their size being 100 times larger or even more compared to the restricted 2-meter average from the authority of dissolution, as they were a force to be reckoned with. As for the quintessential emperor of extremity himself, his aurora of wings buzzed as he began to float towards the deeper region of this domain. Towards the unequaled ionic leviathans of dissolution and the barely discernible pulsing vein of dissolution in the far distance. Such a development caused the eyes of many observing existences to react differently, seeing the massive statures of creatures called out from the mysterious being holding a shield and spear, and the feeling that these beings gave off was enough to allow some beings to form their ideas and opinions relatively quickly. It was enough to cause many to turn serious, but there was a significant number of beings that still looked at this with curious smiles. Such beings were those with mutated aspects of existence, as they held terrifying confidence and power, or they were simply stemming from utterly dreadful ionic inheritances of extremity. Then there was one particular existence situated on a far-floating silver obelisk on the left side. Other forces that had appeared on the same obelisk as him all moved away when they noticed him, this including those from ionic inheritances of extremity, as he was a being known across the havens, an existence that placed among the positions of the top 10 in the last few centennial exchanges of extremity. Even though there were a great number of distinctive beings who didn't participate in the centennial exchange of extremity over the years, those who did were still distinguished, and he was such an existence who bulldozed many unequaled reverends of extremity, as even though it wasn't confirmed. Inheritances had heard rumors that this being sparred with apex ionic lifeforms from the immeasurably deep and ancient faction he stemmed from. He laid back on a malleable crystal and white throne as auras of powerful unequaled reverend emperors surrounded his left and right. His visage seemed towering, as even though the authority of dissolution pressed down to limit all beings to 2 meters. His figure seemed a level bigger than the rest, as he was at least 4 meters in stature. His epidermis was tan, as uniquely white slippers could be seen on his feet as he donned loose stellar white shorts and a blue beach shirt, as if he was on a vacation inside a reality made up entirely of cerulean waves of seas. "What do you think?" His voice was commanding as he spoke to those around him with a smile. The unequaled reverend emperors to his left and right were decorated in crisp black and white suits that released ancient waves of power that seemed to be at the apex ionic relic level at the very minimum. Chapter 2379. The first radiance too, among the reverend emperors donned in crisp suits. A particularly dazzling woman moved apex ionic relic glasses closer towards her eyes as she spoke calmly while looking towards Noah's manifestations. Definitely a mutated entity. The potency of extremity he is currently showing is enough to rival or exceed what the disciples of ionic inheritances of extremity can bring out due to their extremity circulation modus operandi. Depending on how much more of his power he is hiding, he could possibly give you a fight. Master Erickson, WAA. Her eyes were astute as they captured everything. The imposing visage of the man in beach were increasing in pressure as his smile became ever brighter. His face was one of utmost beauty and power, his dark hair wildly vibrated akin to obsidian realities. His eyes shining with majesty as he nodded, possibly, and it seems he caught on to what is to come as well. His magnetic voice rang out again as Master Erickson looked towards the stellar figure of the quintessential emperor of extremity, whose gaze crossed the far reaches of space towards the region holding the mere glimpse of a pulsing vein submerged in obsidian darkness. On the surface of this vein that seemed to constantly change in structure, a point of singularity suddenly bloomed from it, a point of singularity. This was how it could best be described, as it truly seemed like a budding point of infinite mass and density, a myriad of lights erupting around it as the dense aura of extremity could be felt. And from the budding light, the structure of a flower bloomed, immense life force and an ancient air of extremity spread out from it, as at such a juncture, the massive unequaled ionic leviathans of dissolution finally began to stir. The budding of the first extremity panacea. You all remember the words of the extremity of fate on how special the first and last extremity panaceas to bloom are. It appears the quickest, and yet it's the one that is hardest to take a hold of. Shall we go fight for it? A smile of power and majesty became ever wider on the imposing stature of Master Erickson as in his laid-back attire. He moved forward, the eyes of many others followed, but one of the first beings who had sensed what had just occurred before it did was already on his way to the very forefront. It was the stellar being radiating a profound source of extremity. It was the quintessential emperor of extremity. As he went towards one direction, 8 other sources of extremity staunchly stood before dozens of unequaled reverend emperors who also gazed fervently towards the first radiance of an extremity panacea that was surrounded by unequaled ionic leviathans of dissolution. But before they could even move towards it, since you so readily wanted to be first to obtain an extremity panacea over all others, let me ensure that you and your extremity of light don't even catch their glimpse. From the mouth of the harbinger of entropy bellicus, terrifying words were addressed to none other than Phos and those behind him, as these existences from an Ionic inheritance of extremity had their bodies visibly burn with a singular power. The expression on Phos was a dark and cold one, as he was forced to look away from the radiance of the first extremity panacea to focus on the 8 manifestations before him, their auras not being something he could ignore, as he spoke out powerfully while his body disappeared into glimmers of light. For those who aid us in quickly bypassing and reining in these enemies before us, the extremity of light will not forget your efforts, as we will fully support your apexification through the countless methods on our hands. If a blade wasn't sharp enough to quickly cut something, one could only try to make it sharper, as Phos did just this in order to achieve his aims. I think you should take a look at. The spark of the initiating extremity vein of dissolution had just begun, as already a great number of beings were drawn towards it. New powers expanded into the Ionic haven of dissolution, as the initiation was merely the first step. Many more steps followed, as the aboriginals who were most influenced by this haven over the years held slightly more sway in its destiny. And this was especially so for the apex Ionic lifeforms that underwent apexification in this haven. They were linked inexplicably to dissolution in ways that normal beings couldn't even fathom. In time, it wouldn't just be Reverend Emperors participating for the waking vein of dissolution, as apex Ionic lifeforms would get involved sooner rather than later. And due to this, the lineages within the haven of dissolution were experiencing more pressure to join M inheritance if they weren't already closely interlinked with one already. The mysterious and powerful planeswalkers already had a behemoth supporting them, as now, even the ancestral Lerneans received word through their apex Ionic lifeforms of contact with different inheritances who sought to absorb them into their folds. It was a give-and-take relationship, as in exchange for a great deal of boons, the apex Ionic lifeforms of their lineage would work for the linked inheritance in the times to come. And in the midst of all this, a being rises from our descendants who wishes to destabilize the unity of Lerneans? A calm voice boomed out from a being who stared towards a faraway abecedarian sacrarium. This being was situated in a massive bone-armored carriage that was being pulled by a silver-feathered chaoticus 3-legged crow, dozens of potent Reverend Emperors accompanying him, even though he was only an Ionic soul clone. Only an Ionic soul clone, but he was a distinguished being that was forced to make a move as the knowledge about the true Emperor of Quintessence spread among the ancestral Lerneans. He was the soul clone of the interim Ionic Lernean lineage Emperor, a being that represented the wills of the apex Ionic lifeforms of their lineage, and he came here today accompanied by the many advisors and seers of their lineage, as they had to face a headache-inducing being that rose out of nowhere. You're sure of your findings? The interim Ionic Lernean lineage Emperor spoke out calmly towards a few aged seers behind him who nodded with clear eyes. Enticements won't work on him. Brute force may just result in mutual destruction. With the only possibility of gaining the consummate boundaries he holds lying in him getting what he wants, an aged seer spoke out with grim eyes as silence reigned in the surroundings. It really seems like you all are telling me to relinquish the seat I took not too long ago. He wants the distinction of the Ionic Lernean lineage Emperor that easily. Let's go meet this true Emperor of Quintessence and see where fate leads. A group of the most potent and authoritative existences in the ancestral Lernean lineage below their apex Ionic lifeforms went towards the abecedarian sacrarium, where the last true Emperor lay in wait. Chapter 2380 Lernean Lineage Emperor Maximilian. A radiant bone-armored carriage that was being pulled by a silver-feathered chaoticus 3-legged crow was currently stationed outside the bounds of the abecedarian sacrarium. A procession of extremely powerful beings already moving from it and entering the abecedarian sacrarium as pristine waves of power emanated from them. At their forefront, the visage of a man with luminous golden hair and simple white robes could be seen, the air surrounding him being so unique that he made all the Reverend Emperors around him pale in comparison. With eyes as deep as an endless night, it was Lineage Emperor Maximilian, the interim Ionic Lernean lineage Emperor. His Ionic soul clone was escorted by many prominently powerful ancestors, some past true emperors of ages who weren't confident enough to make the leap to undergo the process of apexification and become apex Ionic lifeforms, being among them, as they could be considered those with ruling and power within the entire Lernean lineage. A light smile was etched on Emperor Maximilian as he looked at the vibrant, faraway stretches of realities and cosmos within the abecedarian sacrarium that looked different today. My authority supposedly stretches across all the sacrariums we've enacted over the years, and yet when I walk through here today, it feels like I am a guest in my own home. His smile was dazzling as his demeanor was carefree yet extremely noble, his eyes inquisitive, piercing everything around him as within seconds of their entry, the true Emperor of Light and a few elder ancestors that were already within this sacrarium appeared to receive them. Lineage Emperor. The elder ancestors nodded with respect along with challenging expressions. Maximilian, seeing this as he kept his smile while going forward, "Speak, what is it?" The gaze on the true emperor of light was a challenging one, as this entire time, he felt like he was walking on pins and needles, as he didn't even bring himself to send any additional information into his automaton, as he felt like the will of the true emperor of quintessence was pervasively pressing all around. Even though it was only reporting what happened in the past, he still felt stifled to do it, as streams of light emanated from his hands in the form of memories that the lineage emperor accepted. It was memories of none other than the grand actions that occurred not too long ago. Emperor Maximilian scrutinized through it as his gaze didn't change, only nodding lightly as he continued forward with his procession. He can withstand the might of an essence approaching the level of apex ionic lifeforms. It should be from a soul totem. It means he's already in the abyssal sanctimonious lands and must have made significant progress to even come across other lineages, as a heavy battle erupted which caused the usage of apex ionic soul totems. He spoke calmly as the entire party approached the Abecedarian observatory that was currently shining grandly with gold sandy light. The potency of a particular decreta expanded to become a boundary-seeking extremity, being extremely potent as the gazes of the incoming reverends continued to change. An aged woman beside Emperor Maximilian reached out towards the tendrils of expanding golden sand beginning to appear around them, as her voice was a somber one when it came out. "This is the essence of the plane that made me. This is the essence of dreams." Her voice was forlorn, sad, and unbelieving at the same time, as she could feel dreams in the form of a boundary with extremely high attainments. And not just this, it feels greater than innate. Boom, I think you should take a look at. Another voice echoed out that affirmed the disbelief many had, as truly, what they knew to be the decreta of dreams currently lay before them as the immaculate essence of a boundary. Their hearts felt inexplicable emotions, as this was just one of the many concepts they abandoned along with their homes. Yet now, just how did he? One elder ancestor questioned what all the others were thinking as they stepped into the Abecedarian observatory, their feet stably landing on the consummate boundary essence of dreams that seemed to cover everything right now like a layer of golden earth. The expression on lineage Emperor Maximilian remained the same as he felt the sifting golden sands beneath his feet. His gaze kept straight towards the area that held clusters of beings as well as a golden throne. Sitting upon this golden throne, an entity of immense focus and dedication could be seen, as his devilish charm and handsomeness were enough to cause even reverence to take a second look. Golden dreamy robes draped over him as Maximilian gazed over him and the myriad of beings around him. Walking forward with his procession as their gazes met, BZZZT, unseen waves of hockey exploded out, as it wasn't as much a clash of power or soul force, but merely the prestige and grandeur of two emperors meeting. The one seated upon the sandy golden throne had an amazing history and disposition. The one clad in the white robes walking in was also a being that was chosen above all others in the ancestral Lernean lineage to be its lineage emperor. Interim was the word, but he managed everything below the stage of apex ionic lifeforms and even had an opinion among their apex ionic lifeforms. Who was he? Stemming from the first generation of ancestors like Genesis and many others, he was one of the few to step into the ionic haven of dissolution, not just to step in it, but he was also the one crossing the planar palisades of extremity who managed to find the nexus in space that led into the havens of extremity. He was the being that one could say effectively pioneered the ancestral Lerneans into the ionic haven of dissolution, yet he had a very rough history, as even with such accomplishments, he had only just recently taken the reins as the interim ionic Lernean lineage emperor. To this day, he had not touched the stage of apex ionic lifeforms, yet among all Lerneans, he stood on par in authority with their apex ionic lifeforms. He was Emperor Maximilian. Chapter 2381 Lernean Lineage Emperor Maximilian 2. Emperor Maximilian locked gazes with the true Emperor of Quintessence, these two beings saying nothing between them as Maximilian came ever closer. When he was a few meters away from the dreamy gold throne, the Emperor atop it waves his hands to cause the rise of another makeshift throne to appear opposite to him. Maximilian waving his hands behind the procession behind him as all others came to a stop while he proceeded forward. He looked at the sandy gold throne conjured for him as he actually sighed while sitting down, gazing up to see the visage of elder ancestor Ophelia beside the true Emperor of Quintessence before he settled back on this being. Two emperors sat before each other as an air of shocking regality wrapped around them, those around feeling a stifling pressure as after these two stared at each other for a few seconds. Emperor Maximilian was the one to speak as his golden strands of hair shone with austere light. "I apologize." Boom. His first words caused the elder ancestors who came with him to be shaken as they gazed forward with incredulity, but Maximilian only continued with a calm expression as he stared towards The true emperor of quintessence, it was under my watch that the final verdict was given to the barren lands. All responsibility lies with me, WAA. His eyes were deep and with immense knowledge as he spoke. Yet they were also unreadable, as one couldn't easily ascertain just what he was thinking. His words caused the true emperor of quintessence to raise his brows while he continued. It was me and my party that initially stepped out of the barren lands and found the entry into the havens of extremity, and everything that has occurred after that is history. And now, we are at an even more vital juncture of history where, after all the mistakes and choices made over the years, even grander ones have to be made. So let me officially introduce myself as one of those who makes these choices. I am Maximilian, born from the halcyon singularity domains of the quantum dimension of the barren lands. And the current interim Ionic Lernaean lineage emperor. His grandeur was dominating as all others were breathless after he finished talking, the true emperor of quintessence nodding at this moment as he replied, I am the last true emperor of the lands you all had forsaken, the true emperor of quintessence Osmont. The sandy golden earth churned at his mere words as Maximilian nodded with a smile and waved his hands, causing an illusory scene to appear that showed dozens of points of light stretched out across vast stretches of regions. These are all the domains under the ancestral Lernaeans stretched out across the haven of dissolution. Some were strategically found around unique planes of existence like this Abecedarian Sacrarium. And others were built atop reserves of unique metalloids used to make our automatons and vessels, among other things. This is what represents all of the ancestral Lernaean lineage. His phrases gripped all beings here as the elder ancestors behind him had worried looks, none of them knowing what Emperor Maximilian was going to say next, as nothing he had uttered so far was what they expected. They had the support of their apex ionic lifeforms. He held the influence of their power. So why exactly was he speaking like this right now? I think you should take a look at. None of them knew what would happen as at this juncture where all the sacrariums of the ancestral Lernaeans were shown stretched out across the haven of dissolution. Maximilian looked towards Noah calmly and spoke candidly. You see, there's been a great deal of talk amongst us and even the apex ionic lifeforms on how to handle you, as they called it. How to take care of a being that is supposedly weaker than our strongest forces, and yet we also want the things he has. The mere mention of your demand of taking the reins of the ancestral Lernaean lineage has others rising up in arms and roaring out as me personally. I don't truly care, boom, whether you hold me as the only one responsible for the decision of the barren lands. I can take on all the punishment for it. It matters not. What does matter? Are all these sacrariums stretched out across this haven? The quintillions of beings within them. Their hopes and dreams. They are what matter the most. Emperor Maximilian pointed to the illusory images of the sacrariums he had conjured up as his words caused the elder ancestors behind him to rise up while calling out to him. Yet on his conjured throne, a regal crimson air rose as it was a genuine bloodline authority. An authority afforded only to the interim Ionic Lernaean lineage emperor, as he could actually suppress the bloodline of those he ruled over. Those behind him quieted as before him. Noah had an interested smile as even Ophelia was shocked at this unfolding situation. You see, I am going against the words handed down to me by our apex ionic lifeforms that mainly included threats and reminding you how there were multiple others above you in power. But even they are missing the point. His golden hair danced with majesty as seared upon his throne. He truly seemed like a genuine emperor. Why do we continue to seek power? Is it just for ourselves? Those who think so have lost their direction. Everything I've done so far is for the lineage. For the countless lives within them. I care not for my own prestige and might as in my life. I will never be able to even touch the stage of apex ionic lifeform. As he spoke, his hands went before his chest as his robe was pulled aside to reveal his fair skin underneath, skin that showed stellar sparkling wonder as one could see a few meridians that were twisted and fractured. Ionic extremity meridians that represented an entity who had failed in their apexification. Noah looked at such an entity curiously as Providence told him his phrases were genuine. For the sake of all Lernaeans, I have no qualms stepping down after my failures, but the only way I would do that is if I have a confirmation from you. Because you see, at this very moment, inheritances from other havens have reached out to us seeking our fealty to them. They will divide us and displace us into different regions, and they will throw our lives into the fires of the extremity sanctification as they so wish. Towards these factions that have multiple existences that have reached extremity, how will you deal with them to ensure the abundance of all Lernaeans? Chapter 2382. I will forge my own inheritance. I For the prosperity of all Lernians, under the burning flames of extremity sanctification, Emperor Maximilian knew that the ancestral Lernians would only be more fuel to it by the inheritances that reached out to them. He had his own ideas on how to best navigate and minimize the damage of what was to come, while at the same time obtaining as many boons as possible. Having an identity connected to an inheritance with a deep history was also a tool in itself. Consummate boundaries. Apex Ionic relics. Ionic treasures of extremity, all of these were already in line to be offered, as all that was left was their decision. So if an existence appeared from their own lineage who had somehow forged consummate boundaries that could elevate the strength of their whole lineage by another level, a different pathway could open up for them. Maybe they could forge their own path, but all this depended on just what entity had risen forth from the ashes of the ancestral Lernians. For the prosperity of all Lernians, the voice of the true emperor of quintessence reached Maximilian as this being held an immovable smile on his face. He gazed at the elder ancestors in the surroundings as he spoke freely. If you can believe it, I never lost any sleep thinking about the prosperity of all Lernians, WAA, just like they never lost any sleep for me in the barren lands. I also don't give a damn about them. Let the inheritances come and rip you all apart. Join their factions as just one of the countless bloodlines there is within a few million years. The identity of the Lernian lineage will be all but erased as they only identify with the inheritance that took them in. Those that end up surviving anyways. Extremely heavy words left Noah's mouth as immense silence descended in the surroundings. He didn't bullshit anything as his true thoughts were unveiled without any falsification. His bright eyes swirled with providence as he looked at the visage of the Ionic soul clone of the interim Ionic Lernian lineage emperor before him, Maximilian. A being who had actually failed during his process of apexification. Uniquely for him, he had actually managed to survive such an ordeal as within his body, fractured and twisted Ionic extremity meridians could be seen. He didn't have a path in front of him, even being the one leading the party that discovered the entrance into the havens of extremity, even being one of the oldest Lernians currently in existence. None of it had changed his destiny, as here he was now. He genuinely seemed to care about the countless quintillions of ancestral Lernians due to his cut-off path, as his being the one chosen to become the interim Ionic Lernian ancestry emperor was a very fitting choice. Such a being looked towards Noah as the lineage authority still remained leaking from him. It pressed down on all the elder ancestors behind him, even though some wanted to erupt at Noah's words, his gaze remaining calm as he seemed to see things others didn't. I think you should take a look at. He leaned forward from his throne as he replied with squinting eyes, you don't hold any attachment to the vast number of Lernians, and yet you moved your body to stand in front of one of our elder ancestors right here when an attack from an apex eternal soul totem came. His eyes came to land on the terrifically beautiful visage of Ophelia, who stood out greatly among the masses currently. The memories of what had happened prior were shared with Maximilian. As towards his words, Noah smiled and gave a light nod. Yes, why did he defend Ophelia? Could this being before him quickly catch on to what he was saying? You don't care for the ancestral Lernians? But if it is anyone who is underneath your rule, you will put your own life on the line for them. You are saying that so long as Lernians are under you, along with their long history, their sacrariums, everything they have built over the eons, only then will they share in your boons and fate. WAA, dazzling words emanated out as nobody could say anything else. Noah reclined on his throne with a smile as he gazed at the pondering expression on Maximilian. He had made his intentions clear when the first few elder ancestors had arrived. If they wanted his consummate boundaries, they had to pledge fealty. But now, the new factor of inheritances came into the picture, and this was of utmost importance as Maximilian nodded towards Noah's smile of affirmation while continuing. The cult of endless shadows from the eternal haven of penumbra, the Genesis Institute of extremity from the Ionic haven of Genesis, and the light of the seven from the Ionic haven of Helios have all sent forth apex Ionic lifeforms to meet with ours. They offered the inclusion of our lineage into their inheritances in exchange for our apex Ionic lifeforms working for them after the end of the initiating step of the extremity vein of dissolution, including the ones that rise in the 10 billion years to come. They offer identity and protection against other inheritances as the continuation of our lineage is guaranteed. If you were reigning over ancestral Lernians, how would you manage this? A question that caused the elder ancestors behind him to tremble. What exactly was Emperor Maximilian doing? Why was he entertaining all these words and ideals when talking to this being? These were things that were only supposed to be discussed with their apex eternal lifeforms as they dealt with the very future of their lineage. Was Emperor Maximilian truly serious? Interesting, Noah's voice echoed out as he rose from his sandy gold throne. the essence of dreams swirling around him as he stared out into the vastness past even the boundary of the Abecedarian Sacrarium, the cult of endless shadows, Genesis Institute of Extremity. Or whatever other legacies out there seeking to spread their influence. Why the hell would I join any of them? I will simply create my own inheritance that shall echo its glory across the havens of extremity. Boom, chapter 2383. I will forge my own inheritance. 2. I will simply forge my own inheritance that shall echo its glory across the havens of extremity. The words reverberated and resounded from the Abecedarian Sacrarium as their waves of grandeur spread out even further, immense majesty present within them as they shook the souls of all those who heard them. Enact one's own inheritance. What a wild thought. Current inheritances had been existing for eons as they held deep histories and reserves of treasures, their experts countless as their support was unfathomable, yet for a being who hadn't even become an apex ionic lifeform to proclaim this. Emperor Maximilian also rose up as he stared straight towards Noah's astounding visage. His body gave off utmost regality and majesty as he also stared at the vast expanse while replying, to be without the support of behemoth organizations that will be backing the noblesse, Quasarians, and planeswalkers. To forge our own path in the midst of extremity sanctification. Well, I can tell you this isn't the path that the Lernean apex ionic lifeform were thinking of. He didn't actually rebut Noah or say it was impossible, only that those at the highest seats of power did not have the same thoughts. And what are your thoughts? Noah's resonant voice boomed out as he came to focus on Maximilian. The golden hair on this being shone with a dazzling light as remained impassive while replying, for the best prospects of ancestral Lerneans, I would do anything. You have the authority of dreams and natural laws from what I've heard. Will you let me take a glimpse of providence that we abandoned long ago? I wish to see if this in destiny can show me which arduous path the Lerneans should walk on. Maximilian spoke honestly as Noah smiled at his words, the golden light of providence erupting around him as a consummate boundary. What he could give others power to access, he could also take away. So he simply gave access to the workings of providence, a golden light descending on the emperor that had failed apexification and now led as the interim Ionic Lernean lineage emperor. As a golden glow of providence descended on him in the Abecedarian Sacrarium, Maximilian's main body was in a vastly different location across the Ionic haven of dissolution, towards the center of the domains they had managed to control over the years. The earth below was covered by raging waves of a silver sea of nullity, the auras of countless chaoticus beasts swimming within it, as the potent aura of nullity was enough to cause any being in the boundary expansion realm to be careful, deep. Within this silver sea of nullity, massive crystal mountains stretched throughout its depths as the figures of armored Lerneans with pickaxes releasing the light of epic relics could be seen mining the crystalline mountains to harvest materials that would make terrifyingly powerful weapons. And past these crystalline underwater mountains towards even deeper regions, the boundaries of a major plain could be seen. This was known as the Argentate Sacrarium, one of the most important locations for ancestral Lerneans within the Ionic haven of dissolution. Within this major plain, hidden amongst layers of spacetime continuum where even normal unequaled reverend emperors would be able to find, there was a serene domain filled with calm liquefied streams of nullity. Heavy auras of power were currently present within this domain as the main body of Emperor Maximilian could be seen sitting on a silver throne, with there being multiple other silver thrones in the surroundings that were empty for the vast majority. But a few currently held the auras of apex ionic lifeforms that were talking amongst each other. I think you should take a look at. The positives in joining the cult of endless shadows is that they're the closest to becoming a genuine ionic inheritance of extremity after a few billion years. Having the backing of such an inheritance would ensure our prosperity for the years to come. One overbearing voice echoed out as another one replied dismissively, so what? The Genesis Institute of Extremity stems from the Ionic haven of Genesis, one of the oldest havens, as it's rumored to even be a subsidiary of a genuine Ionic inheritance of extremity. Wisdom tells me this is a much better choice. Discussions were abuzz at this moment as at such a juncture, one gaze focused on Emperor Maximilian as it spoke out calmly, causing silence to descend in the surroundings. Maximilian, you should have arrived in the Abecedarian Sacrarium by now and met with this mutated entity that our lineage bloomed. Will he give back and share the boons of the consummate boundaries that fell on his lap? Or is he seeking the hard way? BZZZT. The voice held a tinge of force and malice as it spoke, Maximilian's main body raising its head at this moment as he gazed at the terrifying auras around him. Some of them used to be his friends, one was even under him in the party he led that ventured into the havens of extremity first. Yet now, their dispositions and eyes seemed so far above that at times, they seemed alien to him. He had failed, while they succeeded. And now, They wondered which place to sell themselves to for the most gain as for them to advance closer towards extremity. The allure of powerful factions was undoubtedly the best choice, but was this also the best choice for all Lernians? As the eyes of multiple apex ionic lifeforms locked onto him, the interim ionic Lernian lineage emperor voiced out calmly, "I met the true emperor of quintessence." Instead of binding our lineage into a faction that will use and divide us, he suggests that we forge our own path. He proposes we forge our own inheritance. Boom, heavy wills and hockey erupted out. Along with a vibrant laughter filled with a chilling light. Ha! Forge one's own inheritance? Against inheritances from havens that have already undergone extremity sanctification and are led by personages that have already reached extremity? Mere dreams and words of a child. This is why I was against to even holding a discussion with a mere descendant. Those of our own blood. We can move against them if it is just to discipline them. The extremity adjudicator would not interfere with something like this. Sharp words boomed out as an apex ionic lifeform spoke out with a will filled with disdain and anger, and at such a juncture, before any more conversations could continue. Since when did we point our swords to our own people? Hung. Overbearing aura surpassing many of those here silently appeared as multiple Lernian apex ionic lifeforms rose up with heavy waves of power and shock. They soon calmed down though when they saw the appearance of a lifeform they recognized, with the only difference being his eyes. They held empty sockets. It was the true Emperor of Genesis making his entrance as destiny and providence were unstably showing things heading in unknown directions. Chapter 2384 Choices I, a stellar luster covered his figure as he appeared, the most eye-catching thing being the fact that only sockets could be seen. His eyes entirely missing. When the Lernian apex ionic lifeforms saw this being, they were greatly shocked as some even had remorseful looks on their faces. Orion. A sonorous voice of a gorgeous woman rang out as clad in a pink dress, an apex ionic lifeform instantly appeared before the true Emperor of Genesis and placed her hand on his fair cheeks. Tears sparkled in her eyes as she spoke with tenderness. "I searched for you high and low. I told them to not care about anything else and wage war on the apex ionic lifeforms of the noblesse you retrieve you, but we are heavily outnumbered. I'm so sorry." Her voice broke near the end as one could sense profound weakness and strength at the same time. The true Emperor of Genesis gazed towards her calmly as he simply nodded, an action that caused this woman before him to feel like her heart shattered. He moved past her as he came to stare at the less than a dozen Lernians apex ionic lifeforms here. Others were still stretched out across the haven of dissolution or even within other havens at this juncture. The true Emperor of Genesis, Orion, looked at those he considered close friends before as he continued, "I come back in the first thing I hear is how we can punish our own people? What has happened, Maximilian?" He turned his heart towards the interim ionic Lernian lineage emperor at the end as with an expression of weakness. Maximilian sighed while releasing a burst of light from his hands, a light that the true Emperor of Genesis accepted as it conveyed a great deal of memories of everything that had occurred recently, of the appearance of the true Emperor of Quintessence and the consummate boundaries he portrayed. The moment that the true Emperor of Quintessence perused these memories, his empty sockets brightened up like blooming singularities as a hint of a smile barely appeared on his face before it disappeared. He turned towards the pristine lifeforms before him after catching up as the words that left his mouth were utterly cold. "When our descendant rises to correct our mistakes and even hold surprises that can change the very structure of our lineage." The first answer you all went with was to put him down. The words were criticizing and held a hint of anger that the other apex ionic lifeforms couldn't bring themselves to speak against. The vast majority of them couldn't. But there were still some. There was still one, seated on a throne covered by a violet light. An exceedingly handsome man with vibrant violet hair raised his head calmly as he replied, "We've shown great restraint by not making any moves so far. We even showed a descendant much more respect than he deserves by sending Maximilian to speak with him about all this. If we continue to pamper them and heed their requests as if they are spoiled children, then we will have no power over them." Boom, I think you should take a look at. The words were immaculately powerful and even holding a trace of power. Very few beings here held a trace of a dynamis of extremity. Those hearing it would feel its dominance and composure, but their perceptive eyes saw that the true Emperor of Genesis Orion didn't even blink. A milky white light of even greater quality rose from his body as the surroundings vibrated, heavy waves of hockey emanating out as the aura of yet another dynamis of extremity could be felt. Sensing such deep wonder, many lifeforms were shocked and joyful in the next instant as the apex ionic lifeform donned in pink behind Orion came beside him with an utterly happy expression. "You've broken through? You fused Genesis and, it matters not what I have done. Orion cut off her words as he remained cold. He gazed towards the man surrounded by a violet haze as he continued, "We are supposed to work together and build our descendants ever higher, not think of plans on how we can control them or have power over them." His words caused Maximilian's dark face to lighten up as he and others listened, yet the Lernaean apex ionic lifeform on the violet throne only adopted an even colder air as he spoke out authoritatively, "I think I have earned more than sufficient authority to decide the measure taken on our own descendants. After all, it is I who currently holds the authority of apex ionic Lernaean lineage emperor. Not you, WAA." His eyes shone like grand violet suns as the power he gave off was off the charts. Interim and apex, one was Maximilian, who managed the daily workings of all sacrariums and their workings, and the difference of apex was above this, as it was the ruling authority that even made crucial decisions regarding their apex ionic lifeforms. This being atop the violet throne was the one holding such a title, yet Orion stood before him undaunted as he nodded. "You are right, Roan. You hold such an authority, but I will ensure that it won't be so much longer." Shocking words left his mouth as he turned around soon after, leaving behind disbelieving Lernaean apex ionic lifeforms along with apex ionic lineage Emperor Roan, whose expression had turned livid. He watched coldly as the true Emperor of Genesis, Orion, left, and even the fact that the apex ionic lifeform donned in a dazzling pink dress bit her lips before following right after him. The rage on Roan's face remained as he coldly looked at the apex ionic lifeforms on the thrones around him, who hadn't even spoken a word. Even now, their gazes were those of contemplating, as they seemed to only be looking for their own opportunities. He mocked at such a scene and what the return of the true Emperor of Genesis meant, his right hand flashing to reveal a lively ionic runestone that represented a singer character. It read, "Shadows, Chapter 2385 Choices 2. The runestone gave off an ancient air, as it was something that represented the identity of a grand inheritance. Apex ionic lineage Emperor Roan had received it not too long ago, as he had to come to a decision soon for the direction he wanted to have. And the direction of all ancestral Lernaeans, consummate boundaries, treasures to aid in the convergence of dynamies of extremity, the promise of reaching extremity, the inclusion into an inheritance that is very soon to become an ionic inheritance of extremity. All in exchange for giving up the boons of dissolution and sacrificing a few trillion ionic souls to the endless shadows. A dangerous thought crossed his mind as he thought of the words of the delegation of the cult of endless shadows he had met, and then thought of the descendant pending his chest and seeking glory who only held a few consummate boundaries. When one compared a behemoth of an inheritance with countless boons and protection against a mere descendant who wasn't even an apex ionic lifeform, was it even a question of what had to be done? Fools, all of them. This is why we struggled weakly against the noblesse for billions of years. This is why we hold a brand of weakness even in the ionic haven of dissolution. I will reform the weak mindset you all have and make sure to elevate Lernaeans to a stage that even the noblesse, Quasarians, and planeswalkers will look up to." Hung, the ionic runestone as his hand buzzed as he infused his essence into it, the apex ionic lineage Emperor Roan coming to a decision at this juncture. "And for you to return and try to usurp my authority right away? I will show you that I no longer follow behind your brilliance, Genesis." His thoughts were vibrant and filled with a great need for power as he made a choice. Across the folds of the space-time continuum, the figure of the true Emperor of Genesis moved extremely fast while another apex ionic lifeform tried to keep up behind him, his power being stupendous as he arrived where he wished to within a span of a few seconds. He appeared in a domain of space that had halcyon waves of milky light swirling all around, a massive golden waterfall cascading down in the distance, as at the center of this domain, a massive golden cloud floated serenely as it shone the brightest in this whole area. Atop it, one could see dazzling crystalline treasures, relics, and even ionic treasures of extremity seamlessly strewn about, as it was enough to make any reverend emperor go crazy. Yet at the very center of it all, the visage of a woman with shocking beauty could be seen, hair as gold as the strands of milky light around them, and a fair skin tone that made it seem she didn't seem like she stayed within one place for too long. A light white robe wrapped around her as one could almost see her blessed figure to its fullest, her countenance that of laziness. As she turned her head to see the true Emperor of Genesis, she scoffed and spoke out lazily as she grabbed one of the shining crystals around her that formed into mountains and crushed it with her white teeth. "You actually made it out by yourself, Orion. I told you that you would be on your own if you were foolish enough to go against the noblesse by yourself. They snatched your eyes." She was carefree and without worries. She was the owner of the golden forge that was enacted within the barren lands and the construct that Noah based his infinite forge on. She was Katerina Aurelia Dismukes, Katerina the Great. "I think you should take a look at, Aurelia. I've already exhausted myself for too many years trying to change your nature, so I won't even try anymore. But I need your help. His voice was earnest as when the pink-dressed apex ionic lifeform behind him just arrived to hear this. Her eyes turned sad and angry as she stared at Orion and Aurelia. She saw these two beings lock their gazes and ignore her entirely as frustration couldn't help but rise on her face as she came to float beside the true Emperor of Genesis. Aurelia didn't even spare her a glance as she blinked languidly at Orion while sighing, "What is it now?" The vast majority of the Lernaean apex ionic lifeforms reach their stage because of the aid from your ionic forge of extremity. I need you to exert your influence and have them strip the authority of apex ionic lineage Emperor from Rhone. The times to come are tumultuous and involve inheritances that hold supreme power. Him holding an authority at this moment to decide the direction of the whole lineage could put us on a path of destruction. If he hasn't already taken the steps to do so. We must make haste. Words of usurpation echoed out as Aurelia's eyes were finally roused from her laziness, coming to focus on the true Emperor of Genesis as she sighed while nodding lightly. She then turned towards the apex ionic lifeform donned in a pink dress beside Orion as she spoke while shaking her head pitifully. "Lucia, I've advised you many times to stop chasing after this guy. Can't you see that he doesn't hold any sort of romance in his heart and he only thinks of duty? He's even gone and lost his eyes entirely as you need to cast your stones elsewhere." Bzzzt, arcs of profound lute light surged from her devilishly gorgeous figure as she rose. Lucia glaring towards her angrily while remaining quiet, which only caused Aurelia to sigh even more, surrounded by fools all around. "Alright, let's go." She waves her hands while yawning as she was about to move from her domain for the first time in quite a while. Orion nodded as his body buzzed with a milky white light, his soul beginning to expand a portion of itself outside. 1 second, a dazzling radiance erupted as an apex ionic soul clone was gradually formed, Aurelia raising her brows at this as before she could even ask. A clone to go meet this true Emperor of Quintessence that has further propelled the current sequence of events. I need to see the state of the barren lands myself. Even more choices were made as the paths of many beings crossed, countless destinies were intersecting all at once as a bountiful result would arise from it all, with no one being the wiser as to what exactly would unfold under the boiling heat of extremity sanctification. Chapter 2386 The first and the last true Emperor's eye. I need to see the state of the barren lands myself. The voice of the true Emperor of Genesis Orion rang out as his words caused the eyes of the architect of the Golden Forge to sparkle, Katerina Aurelia Dismukes also releasing a golden glow from her body as she spoke lazily. I'm also inquisitive as to what the barren lands managed to produce as the last true emperor. The quality of emperors over the past ages has only continued to grow poorer and poorer. A woman laden in gold manifested beside her as the apex ionic soul clone turned into a streak of light soon after, her voice being the only thing left behind. Try to keep up. The message was for Orin's soul clone that became wrapped in a milky white light while disappearing, its speed no less than Aurelia's. Close as they disappeared instantly, the figures left behind were the main bodies of Orion, Aurelia, and Lucia, who had a different destination towards the Lernaean apex ionic domain where the grandeur of all their powerhouses would be gathered. The goal was singular: the usurpation of the current apex ionic lineage Emperor Rhone. As in these tumultuous times, his methodology was not something that the true Emperor of Genesis trusted. Genesis, Orion, the eyeless Lernaean, he had many titles and distinctions, the last one being something that the noblesse apex ionic lifeforms had given him after he had his eyes taken away. He was always humble as he knew he was never the most talented, fortunate, or smartest of beings, and he was reminded of this more and more whenever he was around Katerina Aurelia Dismukes, the true Emperor of Fortune, the one who had remained hidden in the barren lands during the Age of Fortune as she constructed the Golden Forge and did absolutely nothing but enjoy its boons thereafter, achieving the distinction of true Emperor after she accumulated the most fortune within this age. When she ascended to the havens of extremity, her ionic soul had continued to focus on her golden forge as she was initially looked down upon, as she never joined any expeditions to seek ionic treasures of extremity or any explorations, where she actually shut herself off from others and remained secluded most of the time. Yet the same beings who looked down on her came to find themselves gazing towards her brilliance as over the years as they agonizingly crossed the boundary expansion realm, they found Aurelia to be ascending faster than any of them as she very quickly joined the ranks of the Lernaean Reverend Emperors. This was when her boundary of fortune reached the 9th boundary layer, as with it and her overly strong soul that had been refined by countless treasures, she transformed her golden forge into the ionic forge of extremity, a tool that within 1,000 years of her achieving it, she underwent apexification to join the very few Lernaean apex ionic lifeforms at that time. And since then, she continued her seclusion while simply getting treasures from her unique construct that no others seemed capable of replicating. she elevated their lineage ever higher when they begged her to aid some of their most powerful unequaled reverend emperors to become apex ionic lifeforms. She became one of the strongest pillars of ancestral Lernaeans, and yet Orion knew she never really joined any battles or wars. I think you should take a look at, and now as he followed behind the golden magnificence of her ionic soul clone, he couldn't help but be humbled again as he sighed when he saw the powerful light of none other than a dynamis of extremity, and it didn't seem to only be a single one at that, as he was once more reminded that age wasn't everything. He was the first true emperor, and yet even he had fallen behind as this true emperor that came much later than him seemed unfathomable in her power. Don't dwell on the strength of others and focus on yourself more, old man. When do you plan to reclaim your eyes? Aurelia's soul clone spoke towards him without even looking back as Orion was taken out of his reverie, shaking his head as when one looked at his clone they would notice the same quality of empty sockets still in place. They will naturally come back to me if I am deserving to see with clarity again. Before then, I don't deserve them. A small silence descended between the two who were heading towards the Abecedarian Sacrarium as soon after. Aurelia shook her head lazily once more, so stupidly sentimental, shuring. She turned into an even faster streak of light that began to pull away from Orion's soul clone, their arrival into the Abecedarian Sacrarium imminent as it was the convergence of multiple destinies. Noah's eyes reflected arcs of vibrant light as he watched Maximilian be surrounded by the light of a few boundaries before he ultimately blared with the shocking radiance of providence at the 8th boundary layer. This was a very shocking and decisive action, as Noah had felt multiple boundaries sacrificed to make such a thing a reality, even the light of a 9th boundary layer that Maximilian held being burnt just to be capable of propelling the consummate boundary of providence to the 8th boundary layer. He stopped here as just with this it was equivalent to multiple innate boundaries even at the 9th boundary layer. The light of providence shone on his body as he let out a sigh of immense pain and sadness, as if he was one of the few Lernaeans to be the first to realize just how big of a mistake they had made back then when they abandoned the natural laws. Now that he felt providence again and saw just what grandeur it could unleash, his heart couldn't help but ache at their past actions. Noah could somewhat understand this reaction, but he didn't sympathize as he continued to plan for his own future. He turned his head towards the far distance as at this moment, he could feel the infinite plane that he was intimately connected to moving across the planar palisades of extremity and remaining utterly hidden from everything else. He could tell with providence that very soon, the time would come to begin absorbing more planes of existence into it, with his forces led by his son beginning their conquest in the lands of noblesse, while he himself was already looking at the interim Ionic Lernaean lineage Emperor Maximilian, who would hand him the keys to the many sacrariums of the Lernaeans. The only question and difficult realm to maneuver was the presence of their apex ionic lifeforms. Just how much impact would they be able to exert? Chapter 2387. The first and the last true emperors too. When Noah thought about the apex ionic lifeforms, he wasn't just accounting and making plans for the ancestral Lernaeans. He also had to take into account the apex ionic lifeforms from the noblesse, Quasarians, and eventually the planeswalkers when he directed his conquest to them as well. And even past this, there were the inheritances that were already backing these lineages or about to. He had to plan and prepare for countless possibilities with all of these factors in the picture, while at the same time his reified sources of extremity were about to clash with the scions of inheritances spread out from multiple havens while seeking extremity panaceas. There was never a dull moment in his life, as he always seemed to be constantly moving, and the countless thoughts shared by his conscience were forced to isolate the dream-dimensional chassis at this moment as it felt something grand. Within the depths of the Abecedarian Sacrarium, the dream-dimensional chassis separated from Noah's massive collective consciousness and wholly focused on the domain it was in, as providence sent forward warnings of beings exceeding the stage of unequaled reverend emperors by a large margin nearing. Emperor Maximilian opened his eyes that swirled with providence at the same time as he spoke out while gazing towards a certain direction. Your ideals are great, as providence seems to favor this path more for the lives of all Lernaeans, but even I wouldn't have been able to shoulder the decision alone. Luckily, it seems those who can carry much heavier loads on their shoulders are about to arrive. His words caused the many elder ancestors that weren't voicing their thoughts and opinions to look around ecstatically, because anyone greater than the interim Ionic Lernaean lineage emperor was BZZT. A heavy aura instantly enveloped the Abecedarian Sacrarium. It wasn't just one, as it felt like multiple, each of them seemingly locating exactly where they were, as after these auras spread out, the majesty of two shocking lifeforms began to bloom at the edges of the spread out sandy gold dreamy platform. One was adorned in a white robe as his face carried exceeding charm and grace, a head full of dark hair mixed with stellar white tendrils of light present as his eyes were mere sockets of light, his figure actually arriving second. The one that arrived first was an exceedingly gorgeous woman, her visage plentiful as she was more on the thicker side, and yet her beauty exceeded most others as she was surrounded by the golden brilliance of fortune. A golden robe draped over her as her hair seemed like mere golden streams of reality, her gaze looking over all the Lernians here as her eyes actually lit up when she saw the figures of two emperors standing next to opposing thrones, all others surrounding them in a grand gesture. If those other fools were here seeing you sitting throne to throne, they would call it treasonous. Her voice was melodious to listen to as it emanated in the surroundings, causing all Lernian reverend emperors and elder ancestors to kneel with fervor and respect as the one that had spoken was one of their most revered leaders. The apex ionic lifeform who could be called a mobile vault of treasures, Katerina Aurelia Dismukes. Emperor Maximilian's eyes lit up at her appearance as he smiled brightly while bowing towards her. After all, it was all due to her valuables and power that he was still alive today after failing apexification. What do you call it, Sister Aurelia? None of my business is what I would call it, and I told you not to call me sister. Katerina Aurelia spoke succinctly while she waved her hands, her words continuing soon after as she turned towards Noah's golden visage. What is my business though? I ask the structure of my golden forge that I can faintly sense hidden within the depths of your soul. I think you should take a look at, boom. The air suddenly turned very thick. She had only just arrived as it had been mere seconds, and yet she seemed to have obtained an overabundance of knowledge as her gaze instantly locked onto Noah. She moved forward as she beckoned her hands to bring up the golden sand around her feet, the white robe's eyeless existence behind her doing the same thing as he seemed to be in a stupor. The essence of dreams and the smell of providence as well as multiple other laws around you. You must be the last true emperor of barren lands. Her steps were light as she carried imposing pressure, very few existences being able to even lift their heads at her prowess as she came to stand beside Maximilian while looking at Noah's calm visage as she continued. I care not for any of that though, as much as I do for the template of my golden forge. How did you manage to obtain it and even make something out of it? How far have you gotten while refining it with boundary essences and your ionic soul? What's the highest loot you get daily? Weekly? Yearly? The more she spoke, the more her eyes shone as the laziness within them gradually faded to reveal unexpected interest that when Noah met her eyes, the essence of loot, fortune, destiny, and providence rose and whipped around madly as even Noah's soul couldn't help but smile. Yes. Where exactly had his infinite forge reached now? What stupendous valuables could it give him per diem when his soul and the systems built within it were constantly being upgraded the more that his ionic soul values rose? Towards the question that the first architect of the Golden Forge asked, Noah actually spoke freely as he felt like he had met another lover of loot. The refinement of my realm and soul should soon finish their stabilization as I can completely quantify the boons I get every day at that time. But at this point, I should be receiving multiple ionic treasures of extremity daily, along with the highest epic relics, lineages, modus operandi, or even possibly chances to attain loot at the apex ionic lifeform level. What? The eyes of Aurelia exploded with golden light as she instantly appeared before Noah. Her astounding power was torrential as it caused Ophelia beside him to kneel. Yet Noah remained standing as he looked at this woman before him who released a profound glow of loot daily. I could only attain ionic treasures of extremity per diem after I became an apex ionic lifeform, and at that point, they were useless to me. You can acquire them now at your current stage? Along with even more? Let me see it, what? Noah felt like this woman before him was insane as towards his question, she only repeated herself again, show me your forge. I won't believe it until I see it for myself. And if you show me yours, I'll show you mine. The elder ancestors in the environs were dismayed while maintaining their kneeling positions of respect, not knowing how to fully wrap their minds around this. Chapter 2388 The First and the Last True Emperors 3, Show me your forge. I won't believe it until I see it for myself. And if you show me yours, I'll show you mine. The words rang out in the surroundings from the pink lips of a pristine apex ionic lifeform as others didn't even know how they should perceive them. Emperor Maximilian shook his head dubiously as the other apex ionic lifeform to arrive came out of his stupor to also sigh at the unfolding scene, yet towards the request of Aurelia, no. Noah answered firmly and calmly as the shining expression on Aurelia's face dwindled before becoming even brighter. I just wanted to appreciate the loot because I thought you were like me. You would actually deny BZZZT. Her body danced with wild power as a milky golden light of a dynamis of extremity even began to paint her skin, the elder ancestors in the surroundings feeling their souls tremble as they sank even further into the golden sand, yet the true emperor of quintessence didn't falter due to the pressure as he nodded while replying calmly, yes. Though I do hold an interest in the forge of an apex ionic lifeform, so I can show you a reflection of mine after everything is quantified in a bit. A reflection? No, I want to see the real thing in your ionic soul. How you constructed it in your soul, what changes you made to my forge, I want to see. Before the words of Aurelia could finish, she was cut off as the apex ionic soul clone that came behind her placed his hand on her lips and pulled her figure backwards, his voice emanating out apologetically as it caused the elder ancestors who heard it to recognize him as they trembled with shock and incredulity. I apologize for her behavior. She has never acted like this before. It was the voice of the true emperor of Genesis, the first emperor of the barren lands. His gaze was deep and filled with wisdom as at this moment, he locked his eyes with none other than the last emperor of the barren lands, the ones who ruled the barren lands first and last. Their gazes intersected at this moment as if felt like entirely different regions of the spacetime continuum coming together. Yet even during such a grand meeting, Aurelia's body buzzed with power as she seamlessly pushed Orion away from her, her gaze dissatisfied as she looked towards him. She held a hint of respect towards this being, and this was why even though she was greatly more powerful, she still didn't show that she could easily rebuff his authority and overcome him as she allowed him to just do what he did. But even so, she was still an emperor of utmost prestige and wonder. Orion, don't force my hand. And you. Her gaze returned back to Noah as she continued, I'll let you have a peek at my forge first, how about that? You can even take whatever you find fancy. I'd begun to even generate treasures for apex ionic lifeforms in there. But right after, let me into your soul. A set of sentences that were disastrous to all elder ancestors here rang out. I think you should take a look at a view into the forge of the true Emperor of Fortune, who had actually been granted a right to explore into it before? So far, only the most powerful unequaled reverend emperors and apex ionic lifeforms among the Lernians had received treasures from her forge, but they were not able to ever step foot in it. They didn't even think it was a possibility, but hearing this, an inexplicable sense of loss seemed to settle in their hearts as they remained kneeling, yet even before an answer could come from the true emperor of quintessence. Aurelia, the voice of the true emperor of Genesis emanated out as he gazed with seriousness towards Aurelia. His single word was enough to convey his intentions. That now wasn't the time. That there was something much greater they had to ascertain, tisk. And Aurelia begrudgingly accepted this as she didn't push any further, her laziness returning as she moved back while beckoning with her hands tendrils of the boundary essence of dreams from the golden floor surging towards her as she analyzed it freely. At this juncture, Genesis and Quintessence came to gaze upon each other once more as the Emperor adorned in sandy gold was the first one to speak while looking towards Genesis with curiosity. I met a portion of the will of your past self within the barren lands, oh? Orion's eyes lit up as he smiled wryly before continuing. It must have been a will filled with remorse and weakness. It was, Noah spoke such shocking words as if the being before him was a peer, and he didn't stop there. It was a will that thought it had exhausted all other avenues and had to fall in line with others. It advised me to find a different path, and at such words, Orion nodded with a smile as if a heavy light was lifted off his shoulders. Off to the side, Aurelia was still analyzing the consummate essence of the boundary of dreams as she rolled her eyes while the two of them talked. Yet Orion paid her no heed as he replied while staring intently at Noah, I can see your eyes. You found much more clarity than I ever could as you embarked on a path none of us had seen or thought of. I just wanted to see the outcomes of your path. My greatest wrong and regret. I wanted to see the barren lands, among the Lernians here, who had been graced with seeing them again. Had even the Lernian vassals Noah had attained gotten a view of it? The answer was no. Now, its first true emperor sought to view it magnificence as at this. Noah smiled devilishly and replied, of course, this can be arranged. Chapter 2389 The first and the last true emperors 4. This can be arranged, but I would first need you to glimpse Providence again and take it to the third boundary layer at the very least. A golden light erupted from his body that even Aurelia brought her sharp eyes to gaze at. It was the light of a consummate boundary, the light of Providence. It clustered towards Orion as he came to hold the bundle of gold in his hands. The figure of Aurelia appeared beside him as she spoke out calmly. I wanted to, be my guest. Noah freely gave out what all elder ancestors here were looking for. this being his condition for Genesis to glimpse the barren lands again as anyone who grasped his boundaries he could exert a level of influence on. After all, he had bound their sources, they were integrated with him, he could even slowly and pathogenically influence a soul without its knowledge. Of course, a soul that was vastly stronger than him, like that of an apex ionic lifeform, would be affected very little, as they would even likely find out the moment he used quintessential pathogenicity on them. But then, there was also the barren lands that were the tool Noah used to bind the sources of extremity he held. The control they could exert over beings who were connected or utilizing its source was stupendous, as Noah had affirmed with providence and destiny multiple times. But even an apex ionic lifeform could be repulsed or expulsed instantly so long as they held a strong enough connection to one of its sources. It was simply another layer of protection, even though Noah knew and destiny foretold that Orion nor Aurelia would never make any moves to harm the infinite plane. But it didn't mean Noah couldn't take precautions, nor that he couldn't gain benefits from it, like gaining a line of influence into apex ionic lifeforms. BZZT, the golden light of providence was absorbed into Orion's body as inexplicable emotions rose, unimportant boundaries being sacrificed within his soul at this moment, as a potent light of providence very quickly arrived at the ninth boundary layer. He didn't merely stop at the third boundary layer, as Noah had mentioned, this being the first consummate boundary that he held, as he rose it to the highest level that he could in a short period of time. Taking it to the 10th boundary layer was a whole other task entirely, as even Aurelia beside him stopped on the 9th boundary. Interesting, this really is that same providence. This gives you some sort of assurance, Aurelia spoke succinctly as Noah nodded with sharp eyes, pointing his hand behind him as a resplendent gateway bloomed an instant later. It was none other than a cluster of spatial vortices merging together that led into the infinite planes still floating in the planar palisades of extremity. It is not named the barren lands any longer, so let me welcome you to my infinite plane. WAA, utmost grandeur and majesty erupted out as the figure of Genesis gravitated towards the gateway as if he could feel an unbreakable pull. His empty sockets surged with a milky white light as his visage and the visage of Aurelia followed the dream-dimensional chassis into the dazzling gateway. No other beings moving an inch, as Ophelia was the first one to sigh in relief, as if a heavy weight was lifted off her shoulders, turning towards the clones of Adelaide and others who didn't venture out for conquest, as they felt like they could finally converse freely once more. That went better than I could have even imagined. Ophelia spoke towards Adelaide, who held a similar devilish smile as Noah, her starry attention reading the emotions of all those around them as she replied to Ophelia, the barren lands, this was what he knew them as. But when he stepped through the gateway, what he found seemed to be the home he remembered, and yet it seemed to be something else entirely. Even Aurelia gazed on in seriousness as they appeared in a region filled with stellar particles of light weaving endlessly for light years, this region being in the outer periphery of the infinite plane. As before their senses, they saw the stacked structure of 9 minor planes filled with uniquely colored cosmos and structures, as well as endless rivers of reality and massive cosmos unlike anything they had seen before. All of it. You saved all of it. I think you should take a look at. Orion spoke with genuine shock in his eyes as he was bracing for the worst. But there it was, radiant, stellar, gorgeous. It was the 9 minor planes he knew and the vastly bigger major plane that seemed to contain them, endless clusters of realities and cosmos weaving amongst each other. As on top of all this, why is there such a potent aura of extremity? Aurelia was the one to voice it out quizzically, as even though it was the planes they knew, they also felt the environment feel very similar to the havens of extremity. As Noah calmly replied to this confusion, the natural laws and decreta that govern it are all going towards extremity. Naturally, the infinite plane itself is doing the same thing. Boom! Shocking words emanated from Noah as they caused both the clones of the apex ionic lifeforms to gaze at him. It was simply too preposterous, as when Orion felt the aura of consummate boundaries stemming from all fabric of reality in these past barren lands, it may actually be possible. With something like this, your ideals of forming an inheritance may not be an impossibility. As Orion spoke, his will perked up as he noticed the aura of multiple beings begin to appear before them. His soul trembled, as it was auras of the lineages of the 9 minor planes he very well remembered, the figures of Albus from the prana dimension, the old dreamer, Guinevere. The main bodies of all the dimensional rulers began to appear as those who had remained behind in the barren lands met those who had left too long ago. And meeting of destiny and providence, and meeting of choices, they were ultimately what decided the path to be taken. As at this moment, the main bodies of Orion, Aurelia, and Lucia tore through space ever faster to arrive at the Lernean apex ionic domain. Orion's expression was bright as only he and Aurelia's clones were seeing the infinite plane with their eyes, Orion's voice echoing out as they were seconds away from arriving into the Lernean apex ionic domain. Aurelia and Even grander path may just be possible. With all of the natural laws and decreta expanding towards extremity along with the plane itself. We will have to make sure everything is taken care of quickly in order to explore this path even more and seclude ourselves from the eyes of others. They must not know just what we have. His eyes were sharp. He knew that the usurpation of Roan's authority had to happen quickly as their lineage had to prepare and steer clear of the attention of inheritances, the benefits they had alone being something they needed time to swallow as they didn't need to sell themselves off to factions that would divide and use them. So he made his choice as his blazing aura and that of Aurelia and Lucia arrived in the Lernean apex ionic domain. Dozens of thrones lay before their attention as the few that remained taken were still the same. The violet throne where a certain apex ionic Lernean lineage Emperor Roan sat being just as bright if not brighter as he looked towards them impassively. Seeing the holder of the Ionic Forge of Extremity standing beside Orion and knowing very well of her power and influence, rage couldn't help but rise in the attention of Roan as he saw Orion was truly serious about his usurpation, but just as Orion had made his choice, so had Roan. And he now stared at his fellow beings that had come for his throne and authority without fear as no matter what choice they made, it could not be grander than the one he had just made with an inheritance from. The Ionic Haven of Penumbra, Chapter 2390 Divergence. Katerina, the eyes of multiple apex Enix lifeforms lit up at the appearance of one of the pillars of the Lernean lineage, yet seeing Katerina Aurelia Dismukes appearing along with Orion right after his exchange of words with the apex Ionic lineage Emperor Roan, a terrifying and palpable pressure seemed to descend as their overly strong souls knew something grand was about to happen. I won't waste any of our time, so I will simply state that I am here to invoke the Lernean enthronement ceremony to depose Roan Gregorius Acidinus and to anoint a new apex Ionic Lernean lineage emperor. Boom, space shook and trembled as powerful wills collided and vibrated at such an announcement. To depose the current emperor and call forth a Lernean enthronement ceremony that would raise a new emperor. It was a sacred ceremony that was determined by the majority of the currently present lifeforms in the Lernean apex Ionic domain at the point in time that it was invoked. All those present within this domain held a vote as it was one of the most sacred places for Lerneans. Even the interim Ionic Lernean lineage Emperor Maximilian who was here held a vote, even though he wasn't an apex Ionic lifeform. The violet visage of Roan was utterly cold as veiled anger and hurt could be seen in his eyes, his fist clenched as he didn't say a word. He simply watched on as at such a reaction, the swirling milky white light within Orion's sockets churned as a sensation he didn't want to feel began to flourish, so he became even more determined as he continued. All those in favor of deposing Roan Gregorius Acidinus as the current apex Ionic lineage emperor. His hand rose in a grand show of wonder as the apex Ionic lifeforms present glanced at each other without any movements. Maximilian's main body was the first one to join Orion as from his throne, his hand rose. There were many others here more powerful than him, the less than a dozen apex Ionic lifeforms seated on the thrones amounting to 9 without including Orion and those he arrived with. Yet his hand was the first to rise as Roan gave him a powerful cursory glance. Thereafter, an annoyed voice echoed out as the fair hand of Aurelia laced in golden light rose. I left my abode to come here for this, so let's make it quick. Her hand rose, the eyes of the 9 Lernean apex Ionic lifeforms gazed at it as in sequence. BZZT. They began to raise their hands one after another. If Katerina the Great supported this ordeal, how could they deny it? Unless none of them wanted to receive stupendous treasures in the future, they could only follow even if their wills thought differently. Out of all the Lernean lifeforms here, only 3 did not raise their hands, Roan and the 2 lifeforms closest to him. Their eyes held deep conviction as they also sighed internally, their bond with Roan running too deep as they had to at least stand with him. As for Roan himself, his gaze was currently billowing with cold anger as he remained outwardly calm during all this, watching those who had raised their hands to give the majority when needed in order to depose him with a chilling light. At this point, Orion nodded with a heavy expression as the next words he wanted to say were simple ones. The stifling foreboding sensation on his soul only became heavier as his milky white dynamis of extremity surged over his skin like heavy tendrils of light. With him not being the only one as beside him, Aurelia's eyes had long since become stern before his. Since the majority vote had been cast, Orion was going to say that at this moment, Roan was deposed as another vote would be held to decide the new apex Ionic Lernean lineage emperor, but he didn't say these words. The heavy sensation in his heart fully settled as instead, he asked gravely, Roan, not what have you done? Oh? The deposed emperor seated upon his violet throne raised. I thought you were about to call the premature end to the vote, and I was going to tell you that you do not have the majority. The air became utterly stifling. This domain hidden deep under a vast sea of nullity within the heart of the domains of the Lernaean lineage trembled at this juncture as the expressions of many changed at this moment, their wills catching Roan flick out a runestone that read, shadows, and an instant later, the blazing auras of over a dozen apex ionic lifeforms began to bloom one after another. A radiant obsidian light of grandeur bloomed as with it, 13 dazzling shadows manifested behind Roan. Each one seemed like a volatile singularity as the power of a powerful apex ionic lifeform emanated from each of them. Their sudden appearance caused the expressions of all here to change drastically, as this domain was a distinctive kind of a minor plane of existence. Without the correct authority, no being could simply enter, and such an authority was always granted to the most distinguished Lernaeans, until today, until Roan, you fool! What have you done? It was Aurelia who bellowed out at this instant as her vivacious body pulsed with immense power, their wills very vividly catching the appearance of these 13 apex ionic lifeforms that were in no way connected to the ancestral Lernaeans. Their expressions were those of utmost calm and grandeur, as even though they appeared behind Roan, they floated slightly above his throne as they seemed to portray their own importance and power. Their eyes were callous as if everything happening around them was inconsequential, with the most dreadful thing being their shadows. They endlessly stretched behind them and towards an invisible distance, as all 13 beings wore with glimmering stellar black robes that held the writing of shadows. Chapter 2391 Divergence 2. Shadows. This grand word was inscribed into an apex ionic relic that seemed to constantly release billowing smoke. The identity of these existences being clear as day. At such a juncture, Roan finally rose from his throne as he looked grand and livid while staring towards Orion and Aurelia. I have led, Aurelia. I have led, led our lineage to even greater glory. On a path of survival. I need no lecture from you nor Genesis, as I know full well the result of my choices and actions. Now, I believe we were voting. All those in favor of me continuing to act as the representative of all Lernaeans. Roan's hand shot up as soon after, the hands of the 13 newly appearing shadowy figures rose. Those who sided with Roan coming out of their shock and sighing as they also raised their hands up in conjunction. I believe I have the majority of those present within this domain. His voice was magnetic and powerful as he spoke, the expressions of Orion, Aurelia, and Lucia among others turning entirely ugly as their bodies blazed gloriously with power. Orion's expression was one of utter disbelief and rage as his sockets radiated light that burned brighter than any sun, his words booming out along with his dynamis of extremity that was turning into milky white flames around him. You know full well the result of your choices? If you knew, you wouldn't have made such a stupid one. You have invited outsiders into our very homes. Into the very heart of our lineage. His voice was explosive as beside him Aurelia was blazing with a golden dynamis of extremity as her eyes were entirely filled with extreme disappointment and anger. Yet even in the face of all this, Roan faced them coldly with the backing of immensely powerful apex ionic lifeforms whose auras seemed to match Aurelia's most powerful visage, if not greater. They are outsiders no more. As the representative of the ancestral Lernaeans in the Ionic haven of dissolution has chosen to enter into an agreement with the cult of endless shadows, we are one and the same. And the Lernaean representative, I hold the authority of keeping order within my lineage by using the forces provided by the cult of endless shadows. Words that only caused the expressions on Orion and Aurelia to change more and more emanated out as an instant later. A leading man who seemed fairly young stepped out from the 13 newly appearing shadows, his exceedingly handsome face becoming prevalent to all as he smiled and spoke out, that is right, Grand Primeval Roan. With your current distinction, this is within your power along with the boundless boons mentioned before. To the rest of the apex ionic lifeforms here, the positions of primevals are free for you all to take within the cult of endless shadows, along with multiple consummate boundaries and many more treasures to assist you in the convergence of dynamis of extremity. His voice carried a dazzling allure as his hair was a shadowy black and red, his pupils radiating endless darkness as he smiled while he continued, of course, entering our folds is the decision you all can freely make, as nobody will be forced. Nobody will come to harm. So long as the order with the ancestral Lernaean lineage that is now one of the lineages connected to the cult of endless is kept. If there are any who disrupt this order and go against the best interests of Lernaeans as deemed by Grand Primeval Roan, then I, the Grand Primeval Silas, will personally make a move. The threat was clearly laid out as only billowing shadows rose to the skies, the surroundings turned strangely silent as the heavy pressure of wills was all that remained. The visage of Roan stepping forward again and looking at the heavy expressions of his brethren as he spoke out calmly, you may think however you want of me. I made this move early to preserve my position, yes, but it is also for the best interest of all Lernians, as we had to choose an inheritance sooner or later. The cult of endless shadows is a grand inheritance whose boons surpassed all others, as I ask you. My brothers and sisters of the same blood and creed, join me in this glory. WAA. The deposed emperor spread his arms out as he preached to his people, a terrifying development ensuing as the intersections of choices gave way to a terrifying result. Our domains will be centralized and moved from their far reaches into a single glowing cluster, with all Lernians enjoying the resources and protection of the cult of endless shadows, as the noblesse, Quasarians, nor planeswalkers can touch us. With this, the succession of our lineage across the eons is preserved, as it will be baptized under the flames of extremity sanctification and become etched in the Ionic annals of extremity, with the support of 13 terrifyingly formidable apex Ionic lifeforms. Roan seemed invincible, as even though Orion and Aurelia's figures trembled with rage and incredulity, with every part of their bodies screaming to erupt in fight, their souls could sense the enemies before them vibrating with multiple dynamis of extremity within each of them. The scene in the Lernian apex Ionic domain was quiet and yet utterly destructive, as a vast shadow covered a lineage with a rich history. Within the infinite plane, the gazes of the soul clones of Orion and Aurelia who were meeting with the dimensional rulers instantly changed, but they weren't the only ones, as the expression on the eyes of the dream dimensional chassis also flickered sharply. Oh? Yet Noah's eyes lit up when he heard this, his figure radiating. Noah had the swirling light of providence burn within his eyes, as before the two apex Ionic soul clones even uttered anything, his voice emanated out, "It seems like my plans have become that much harder to carry out." What has happened? His gaze turned towards Orion and Aurelia, the latter seeming much more fuming as she spat out with distaste, "A damn fool has carried out the assimilation of the Lernian lineage into an inheritance forcefully, dividing us internally, as even waging a war will only cause deaths amongst ourselves." Oh? Yet Noah's eyes lit up when he heard this, his figure radiating a magnificent light as he gazed towards the stellar layers of dimensions within his infinite plane, while continuing, "Another force is trying to get their hands on something I have my eyes on. Then, it seems the time has come for me to absorb the Lernian sacrariums into my infinite plane. As for whatever inheritance is trying to stretch their fingers into something that is mine, they can only lay at my feet in the form of loot." WAA. The light of conquest and tyranny began to burn, even under the pressure of an inheritance. Noah was unfazed as new plans formed in his mind at this very moment. Chapter 2392. Merely an inheritance. Ioan, Guinevere, and a myriad of other dimensional rulers heard of the changes occurring within their lineage as their souls blazed with battle intent. Their clones moved with Henry in the domains of the noblesses under Noah's gifts. They had scaled the boundary expansion realm rapidly, as they could pose as genuine forces against their current enemies, if they could contribute in any way. Their hearts burned to do so. These were their thoughts. But the thoughts of the maddened apex Ionic soul clone of Orion caught on to Noah's words and what they could truly mean, as he asked carefully while calming his soul, "You say that you can absorb the Lernian sacrariums into this barren infinite plane? Is it a mechanism of your unique power, or, no, it is a boon of the restructured barren lands that is now an infinite plane? Think of it as a construct and not like any plane of existence or domain, and this construct can devour any sacrariums that are based within planes of existence." Noah replied to Orion simply, even though his words were of great shock to him. The same applied to Aurelia, as the rage in her golden eyes was pushed aside briefly while she focused on Noah. "A construct? Is your forge not your greatest accomplishment? Exactly what did you do to the past barren lands? What did Noah do?" He wouldn't tell them that he entirely assimilated and bound the source of reality into a construct that began as a mere floating landmass, a spiritual land in an insignificant world. He wouldn't tell them that the current dimensions they saw were entirely consumed and reformed by him. He only smiled grandly as he replied while moving his gaze from Aurelia to Orion, "Whatever I may have done, I can affirm that within a matter of seconds I can displace an entire plane of existence into the infinite plane. Its source will either be utilized to enlarge the currently existing planes in here, or structured into another plane entirely. As for the existences within a targeted plane, they can also be brought into the infinite plane so long as they offer up an insignificant portion of their soul to be bound to me." WAA. The sockets of Orion and the eyes of Aurelia sparkled with profound thought as Aurelia was the first one to reply. "You mean for them to bend the knee?" Noah smiled devilishly as he replied, "In a way. After all, I have to have assurances before bringing just anyone into this infinite plane. Nobody is restricted in any way, as the only things I impose are rules to follow to keep this wondrous construct concealed from others and the stoppage of conflicts against each other." This was what existences whose sworn fealty to Noah went through. "I think you should take a look at." And now, as time came to greatly enlarge his vassals, Noah could feel the essence of conquest being roused as this boundary pulsed with fervor, and as his words settled in, the apex ionic lifeforms before him truly seemed to understand just what they meant. As Orion shook his head with great anger and sorrow, with such a tool like this available, we could have quietly assimilated all of the Lernaean domains into this hidden plane while adapting to understand the consummate boundaries here. With enough time and resources that will only increase in the ionic haven of dissolution as extremity sanctification is underway. We could have raised frightening unequaled reverend emperors in apex ionic lifeforms without being under the scrutiny of others. Were the dream of becoming an inheritance ourselves would truly not be an impossibility. His words were filled with regret and possibilities as it was too late. All of this could have happened in the past if only Roan had not Orion couldn't even bring himself to say much else as to this. Noah's visage moved forward while he spoke out. I will begin moving to swallow as many Lernaean domains as possible. The apex ionic lifeform siding with this foolish Roan or from the cult of endless shadows can't do anything to me, and any reverence they send will only become energy for me. A commanding light erupted from him as Orion came to focus on his figure closely. The first true emperor was briefly silent before he asked, I know not of the true extent of your power as a reverend, but can you match even the strongest unequaled reverend emperors from an inheritance? They have extremity circulation modus operandis as their tools, and with them, they can harmonize and circulate the essence of their strongest boundaries through every single cell to achieve an effect similar to a dynamis of extremity even before they have become apex ionic lifeforms. Some of them are even mutated entities as their power isn't something captured within the bounds of common sense. Under the excuse of keeping order within the Lernaean lineage, the grand primeval Silas of the cult of endless shadows will send droves of such beings to stop you the moment that word spreads. Extremity circulation modus operandi, methodologies on the circulation of multiple boundary essences to achieve shocking effects, as they were also one of the tool's powerful inheritances held which brought being ever closer to forming dynamis of extremity. Noah recalled the unique layering and cluster of essences on the body of Phos from the extremity of light that had collided with his unknown dynamis of extremity and scathed as a light of profundity shone within his eyes, from the memories of Titus and others. He knew about such methodologies even though any true thought about them seemed to be burned away within their souls as he couldn't attain anything. Titus and the others he had destroyed so far stemming from inheritances also didn't seem to practice it as those who did seemed to be the cream of the crop. And truly, only within an ionic inheritance of extremity would such profound methods exist where they may even be capable of disseminating it to all of their scions. But even against all of this, Noah was fearless. Chapter 23:93 Merely an inheritance. 2. In the face of the immense power an inheritance held and the countless tools at their fingertips, Noah was unfettered as he looked straight at Orion and replied to his worries. So what if they have extremity circulation methodologies, mutated lifeforms, or even apex ionic soul totems? They are merely forces from an inheritance, one that hasn't even become an ionic inheritance of extremity. Whatever they send will not be worth much in my eyes as they won't stop my advancement. Glorious words filled with power and confidence emanated out as those who heard them could only take them in silently. Orion looked at Noah with an utterly serious gaze as he seemed to have made up his mind, speaking out a moment later, Then I shall trust in your words no matter how unreal they sound. After all, you were able to accomplish wonders with the past barren lands. Instead of jumping straight into waging a war with an inheritance, let me aid you. Before Roan can disseminate his new authority and before the cult of endless shadows entrenches themselves into the Lernaean lineage, we can have you take in as many sacrariums as possible before they even catch on. His gaze was firm as the milky white light within his eyes shone with ever greater majesty. I can immediately teleport you to all the sacrariums stretched out across the havens of dissolution. You can take them into this infinite plane with whatever methods you have, and I will release my authority as Genesis to command the Lernaeans within to give up a portion of their souls to you in order for them to be allowed entry into this plane as well. Maximilian can manage relocation and everything else thereafter. The true emperor of Genesis thought about his own power and what he could do before things became drastically worse, and the path he chose was to take as much of the Lernaean lineage away before Roan nor the cult of endless shadows even noticed. It was a path that in Noah's perspective, he was being delivered grand benefits by an apex ionic lifeform himself. Who could have expected his conquest of the Lernaean lineage to flow this way? That one of its strongest beings, when pressured on all sides by foreign enemies, would deliver Noah to the sacrariums himself and even use his authority to have the countless Lernaeans swear loyalty to him. And yet when Noah came to this thought, the dream-dimensional chassis shone with a golden light of brilliance while at the same time, 8 other vibrant lights began to manifest around it. There isn't even a need for you to use your authority to convince them of anything. Due to the limitations of time where we have to do this as quickly as we can, I can overpower it and obtain the fealty of any average beings at the ninth boundary layer of achievements or below with a release of my will. No harm will come to their souls and I can move all of them an instant after. A devilish glow shone in his eyes as he spoke of a grand ability while around him, other chassis began to manifest. I think you should take a look at an ability that came from nothing else but the ninth boundary layer of conquest. The ninth boundary layer of conquest, : You have reached a stage of conquest that allows for your ionic soul to gain the capability of ionic dominator's haki. It is the release of your tyrannical soul power and the essence of conquest to allow for the widespread conquest of any beings that fall under the area of effect of your released will. The haki is uniquely concentrated as it will impose a heavy pressure and burden on any soul that resists the initial outburst. Those with less ionic soul values than you will have a 99% certainty of conquest, with those at similar levels of ionic soul values having this certainty reduced to 25%, and those stronger than you being able to resist your will as there is less than a 1% chance to conquer their souls. The spread of the ionic dominator's haki requires 1% of your ionic soul values to release. The more ionic souls you conquer, the greater quantity and quality of the ionic light conquest you will accumulate. With a sufficient concentration of the ionic light of conquest, the elevation of boundaries across the consummate stage is possible. Yes, a pure soul attack that allowed him to release Ionic Dominator's haki and immediately subdue those weaker than him to forcefully make them his vassals, if Orion was going to take him to different sacrariums for them to be quickly devoured and assimilated by him along with the countless Lerneans within it. This terrifying ability to immediately conquer the souls of those weaker would make the process even faster. BZZZT. As he was speaking, the 8 dazzling lights around him fully manifested as the other dimensional chassis who were remaining in the source of reality cultivating to accumulate quintessential experience points of extremity stopped their tasks as they stepped out. Each of them beginning to pulse the light of a certain feature of the infinite plane. It was the feature of pocket infinite plane that allowed for a miniaturized cluster of authority that represented the infinite plane itself. It was this that Noah could utilize for the process of assimilation and assimilation of planes, and as he summoned them out, the voice of Aurelia rang out sharply as Orion seemed to still be thinking of his words. You have 9 bodies that correspond to the 9 dimensions of the past barren lands? Is that how you turned it into a construct? Did you merge your will with the very planes? Her eyes released profound light as she tried to pry for Noah's methodology. His dimensional clones only smiling towards her as the visage of Orion nodded with affirmation at this time. It matters not what his means were. Okay, we can do it as you propose. Let us make haste and start with the Abecedarian Sacrarium. And if all the bodies you've called here have the same capabilities to displace planes, this will make it even faster. WAA, a milky white light of a dynami shone as an unprecedented covert mission bloomed. Chapter 2394 Merely an inheritance. 3. The means of apex ionic lifeforms were unfathomable to lower lifeforms. The actions of Orion sought to display such a statement fully as the milky white light twisted space and time while commandingly pulling it forward, bending it to its will as within the next few nanoseconds. One portal after another began to form. His expression didn't seem the least bit phased as he spoke out after 9 milky white portals formed. Each one will lead you above a sacrarium domain where you can begin your displacements. I will attack my will with them and sense any changes that occur around each one. When you're done, simply enter through the same portal again as I will have it set to directly link to a different sacrarium. An ecstatic method bloomed as Orion seemed to react to Noah's methods, where the moment multiple clones were unveiled so was this new move by Orion. At the same time, Aurelia's body blazed with a golden light as a dynamis of extremity erupted to smoothly mix in with the milky white. A dense aura of extremity radiating from this region as her sonorous voice rang out. I'll also actively mask you and the movements you make in the regions these portals lead to ensure that you aren't found out too quickly. With this, we can reclaim the vast majority of Lernean domains without already falling into war. When they find you, they cannot attack you, but they will know where to flaunt their might as we will be the next targets. So hurry. WAA, 2 apex ionic lifeforms provided the support they could as Noah's dimensional chassis from 9 different dimensional realities moved forward calmly, each one delving into one of the dazzling milky gold white portals. They carried the authority of the infinite plane in a miniaturized pocket dimensional reality. Above the Abecedarian Sacrarium, Maximilian had received word from Orion about the recent developments and what they planned to do in this relatively short period of time, his heart fluttering at this newfound situation that was rolling out at an extremely fast pace as when he raised his head, He could see a golden white light cracking open the space above the massive plane of existence they were in, this golden white color spreading out many light years as at its center a man adorned in gold stepped out. It was the dream-dimensional chassis of the true Emperor of Quintessence. Maximilian recalled Orion's words as he saw this being buzz with wild power. In the next instant, his soul will sweep to dominate and take a portion of the souls of the Lernians he saves in order for them to be taken into the old barren lands. You will be needed to keep order and relocate all those that arrive now and later, so be among the first to release a portion of your soul to him. For the sake of all Lernians, Orion didn't ask him to pledge fealty by using his authority and commanding it so. He reminded him that he was doing all this for none other than the countless masses of beings he bore the weight of. So in the next second, as a maddening soul storm surged out in the form of Haki from the true Emperor of Quintessence, Maximilian was among the first to leave his soul free of any influence. For the sake of Lernians, he would do anything, even if it was giving his soul up to a demon with unknown means, above the Abecedarian Sacrarium. I think you should take a look at. Noah's soul vibrated madly as he spoke out. Ionic dominators Haki. An insignificant portion of his ionic soul values were used up as ionic mana of extremity filled in the rest, a point of constant usage also forming as Noah commanded his Haki to expand and cover all of the plane before him, a multicolored wave of pressure released with him at the very center. How had his power changed over the weeks and months? He had no need to converse or send messages for others to pledge fealty at this moment in time. He would simply release his Haki as all those falling within its range would automatically fall under his banner of conquest, from young to old. From those who had just expanded their first concept towards extremity to those who had expanded this concept into the ninth boundary layer, every single area within the Abecedarian Sacrarium that his ionic dominators Haki passed, the minds of Lernians shook as they were immediately conquered with a pledge of fealty being made, from the elder ancestors positioned beside Maximilian, and all the way to the ramparts and fortresses enacted in the periphery of the Abecedarian Sacrarium where existences coming in from the planar palisades of extremity had to cross, all the way to the figure of a newly arriving Charlemagne and a few other ancestral descendants who had left the barren lands 2 days ago as one of the two parties from the quantum dimension and were just now arriving with nearly all of their party wiped out from traversing the terrors of the planar palisades of extremity alone. Even these beings were blanketed by the waves of Haki as they were incredulously forced to oath fealty. Noah gazed at the vast light years his soul reached across as he saw dazzling lights of conquest surging upwards towards his own soul, his visage decisive as he spoke out while releasing the authority of the pocket infinite plane towards the region below him. Devour and assimilate, BZZZT. For the first time in the Ionic annals of extremity, the light of a gormandizing construct flashed in the havens of extremity to devour a plane of existence. Within the plane itself, beings like the true Emperor of Light who had achieved the status of a reverend and weren't prepared for the wave of Haki that descended were only able to resist for a moment before their wills were overcome and an oath of fealty was made. Ophelia and other beings already made vassals watched on with shining eyes as they were among the few who managed to observe what happened next. They managed to witness what prodigious and terrifying stage of might the infinite plane had reached as the entire process to consume the colossal plane that was the Abecedarian Sacrarium. Took a grand total of 2 seconds, chapter 2395 merely an inheritance. For Maximilian's soul clone had accepted the descending Haki and pledged fealty quicker than all other Lernians, and he was among those who were able to regain their faculties and witness just what happened next. The best way he could describe it was that an unimaginably dense singularity of infinite mass and energy erupted out and devoured everything, the very structure of the fabric of reality around them and their bodies included. They then faced an immense darkness as a second later, his will was able to discern golden brilliance. He felt the golden sands around him shift as he knew he was no longer in the havens of extremity. When he gazed up, he saw radiant and massive sandy gold cosmos spinning in an endless stellar expanse, or even further up, the purple light of Avalon? His eyes trembled as he was barely able to recognize that he was on the sandy gold floor of the genuine dream dimension that stretched out endlessly, and far, far above them was the exterior of the Avalon dimension that could barely be seen. In his amazement, he also observed how around him, quintillions upon quintillions of Lernians began to appear across the expanse of sandy golden dunes as they looked around in incredulity and shock. When he saw this, he immediately came out of his stupor. This was his task, to manage the countless Lernians that were about to arrive here, as it didn't matter how any of this was possible. Oh my people, a milky white gold portal lay behind him, and before his eyes, it seemed like a massive chunk of space was missing as if it had been entirely eaten. The whole Abecedarian Sacrarium nowhere to be seen as Noah only gazed down coldly while his soul felt ever greater waves of power. The essence of the plane of existence was devoured as it would be added to the ever-expanding planes within the infinite plane, and the countless Lernians were deposited into the dream-dimensional reality for their future integration into these lands where they would choose where to live. His dream-dimensional chassis did such a dreadful thing as after ascertaining no signs of life in the surroundings, he entered the milky white gold portal behind him as he was shuttled across the ionic haven of dissolution and towards another location that held a sacrarium of the ancestral Lernians. At the same time he did this, 8 other dimensional chassis also turned away from points in space that looked like empty holes carved out of their reality, 8 other planes of existence being devoured within a matter of seconds along with countless Lernians, quintillions upon quintillions instantly pledging fealty to him. It caused the light of conquest to burn brightly as his ionic soul values continued their exponential ascent. Just like this, Noah began to devour the domains of one of the 4 prominent lineages of the ionic haven of dissolution silently and with haste, the inheritance that had just spread their influence on this lineage being none the wiser, within the hidden folds of space where the Lernian apex ionic domain resided. A vast shadow seemed to cover everything as it extended from the deposed emperor from the grand primeval Rhone of the cult of endless shadows and seemed to stretch out infinitely. Rhone watched the wrathful gazes of Orion and Aurelia as he knew they wouldn't take things lying down, and he already had plans for this as his pupils constricted as he heard a single word from Orion as he seemed to be containing his rage. I think you should take a look at, when the other Lernian apex ionic lifeforms return, let them know of the grand choices you made on behalf of all of us. When the very identity of Lernians is washed away in the river of history, only then will you truly understand what you have done. When you have no legacy nor friends to accompany you, I hope the power you've achieved will be sufficient to console your soul then. His words felt sharper and more dreadful than any attacks he could have thrown. Rhone still thought correct. Orion didn't take it lying down as he did attack, but he attacked in the worst way possible. Even his steeled soup vibrated at his words that continued. I will not participate in what is to come, so I can only wish that you truly bear the weight of your choice and see what future will unfold for Lernians. For any of those opposed to Rhone's choice, you can follow me. A deep voice full of contained anger and wisdom, this was what emanated out as soon after 3 blazing lights of apex ionic lifeforms left their positions to come float beside Orion, Aurelia, and Lucia. Others remained where they were with difficult expressions as since things had come to this, why not follow the flow of destiny and attain the boons of an inheritance of their lineage that had already fallen under them? Yet they still felt shameful of their choices as their heads turned down to not even gaze towards Genesis and the others. Maximilian's main body had a profound expression in his eyes as he also appeared behind them, immense loss present on his face as when Rhone looked at all of them, even more anger rose from the depths of his soul, foolishness. Where will you go that will provide you with a path towards extremity if not an inheritance? You will have to give up even more if you try joining an ionic inheritance of extremity once you leave here. If things have come to this, why not just accept them as they are? Keep our forces together. Just adapt to the situation and join the cult of endless shadows. Even in his anger, he still brought himself to say such a thing as he wanted all of them to rise together. Yet Orion's gaze was cold as a milky portal appeared behind him. You've made your choice, we shall make ours. A radiant milky white brilliance bloomed as one after another. Orion and those who followed him went into it. A heavy silence descended on the surroundings soon after as it was only broken by laughter from Grand Primeval Silas. That was truly surprising. I never would have thought that many would choose to leave when such great boons are before them. This is perplexing. His potent gaze and visage that was wrapped by multiple dynamis of extremity emanated immense magnificence as Rhone snorted while replying in distaste, it is only because they believe they can make something of themselves because from our descendants. One who holds a few consummate boundaries rose, his words immediately caused the brows of Grand Primeval Silas to rise. What? Yes, an unruly descendant who wants to be enthroned to lead Lernians in exchange for his consummate BZZT. Before Rhone's words even finished, a glorious power erupted from Grand Primeval Silas as he harumphed while interrupting. Why didn't you say so earlier? If there's someone like that, we cannot have them taking him away. Since all Lernians are under the banner of the cult of endless shadows, so is he. And any boundaries held by our people are also our property. Let's go. No matter how unruly, I will show you how to deal with a scion that won't cooperate. Chapter 2396 Merely an inheritance. You would concern this much for the consummate boundaries stemming from a single being? I would have thought the cult of endless shadows held more than enough in their hands, of even greater quality too. Roan spoke towards the visage of Grand Primeval Silas, who was forming a massive spatial vortex in front of them. The eyes of this being from the cult of endless shadows were full of calm and power as he replied, "As you get more familiar with the convergence of boundaries to form dynamies of extremity, you will come to understand the importance of consummate boundaries. They are akin to the most pristine ingredients to form a dynamis of extremity, as one can most easily and successfully achieve convergence with the highest chance from such a level of boundaries. It is nearly an impossibility to form dynamis of extremity with innate or planar boundaries entirely. But apart from this, they also have to fit together akin to a piece of a puzzle. The biggest issue that stands in the way of boundaries converging to become dynamis of extremity is not just how arduous it is to fuse even two consummate concepts together, but the fact that finding two that harmonize and match is immensely difficult. So the more consummate boundaries you collect, the better. You might come to find that the consummate boundaries of this being you're considering as nothing may just be the key to solving a puzzle that will birth a dynamis of extremity across any of us here. So, what are the coordinates where this Lernean is at? His composure was overwhelming as he asked, Roan's eyes shining sharply as he waved his hands to infuse the coordinates of the Abecedarian Sacrarium into the massive spatial vortex that Grand Primeval Silas had been forming. Zaka, Nigel, Christopher. Stand by and take stock of all the domains of Lerneans that now fall under the cult of endless shadows. Check them to see if any mutated entities are hidden within for us to discover, and begin the process of domain centralization. Grand Primeval Silas gazed towards a few other members of the cult of endless shadows as he spoke of profound concepts. One was the discovery of any mutated souls within the ancestral Lerneans, as the other was domain centralization, a concept that was most commonly understood in other havens where multiple inheritances reigned across different regions. It was the action of forcibly moving the scattered domains of a certain lineage or faction across a haven and bringing them together into one massive cluster. It meant utilizing the power of apexionic lifeforms to stably wrap around planes of existence or whatever environment their existences were living in and transporting it for countless light years into a predetermined location. It was to contain all of their forces in one area where they could patrol and defend, and they would expand their domain outwardly from there over the years that passed. Roan's heart was heavy as he saw this whole procession start, his gaze coming to land on the Lernean apexionic lifeforms that stood by him as he also voiced out, "Aid them in any way you can." He would have to familiarize himself with it soon, but there was about to be no distinction between Lernean apexionic lifeforms or those from the cult of endless shadows, as they would soon be one and the same. Oh, silly me, before I forget. And at such a juncture, Grand Primeval Silas beckoned behind him as his massive shadow that stretched out endlessly spat out dazzling crystalloids to float above his hand, their grandeur shining brightly as they were ionic runestones possessing an unknown number of things within them. They floated towards Roan and other Lernean apexionic lifeforms as Grand Primeval Silas smiled brilliantly. "I think you should take a look at runestones containing consummate boundary essence crystals for you all to get started on our consummate boundary of shadows and more, along with apexionic relics and many more surprises within. Let me officially welcome you all to the cult of endless shadows, WAA." His demeanor was full of grandeur as Roan accepted a second runestone while others obtained their first, their gazes finally settling after getting their hands on boons as they would be all that much more agreeable in what was to come. Grand Primeval Silas smiled at this as his visage floated into the massive vortex he had conjured up. Roan following behind him along with 7 more apexionic lifeforms from the cult of endless shadows. Let's go see this unruly descendant possessing consummate boundaries. If that Orion is interfering and trying to take him, then you know what I must do, right? Their figures shuttled across an unknown number of light years as the voice of Silas emanated out. It would be interfering with the order of a new faction that is now a part of the cult of endless shadows. Akin to him stealing from us, Roan's eyes were sharp as he replied coldly, "You promise me no deaths for any of the Lernean apexionic lifeforms in all this. Just incapacitate him and those following him. They will turn to us soon enough when this avenue is closed as well." A chilling light passed through the eyes of Grand Primeval Silas as he heard this, his smile becoming ever brighter as the end of the spatial vortex appeared while their figures stepped out. Of course, SHA, the scene before then changed as a rift opened in space to reveal their overwhelming figures, 9 powerful apexionic lifeforms in total. Grand Primeval Silas and Roan along with 7 from the cult of endless shadows. They appeared above the Abecedarian Sacrarium as, "What is this?" "These are the coordinates to the domain where the unruly descendant is in it." Silas' gaze changed as he saw a smoothly carved out depression on a stellar Earth that extended for many light years below him, his will surging out and seeing no signs of smart lifeforms in this area below him. Chapter 2397 Merely an Inheritance. 6. It is the Abecedarian Sacrarium. Roan voiced out in shock at the absence of the massive plane of existence that was here as his gaze changed, feeling a dangerous aura erupt from Silas at this situation. It was truly perplexing, as even if Orion and the others were involved in forcibly moving the Sacrarium away from here, it was a process that took time, as they had to stabilize the stellar bodies within the planes with their very own souls and move them slowly, otherwise the stellar bodies and lifeforms within could undergo great destruction from the sudden and rapid movements of their plane of existence. It was akin to plucking a world that was stably moving in space with one's hands, as if the existences within it weren't stabilized and anchored in a unique way. Everyone within such a world would be crushed by the sudden changes in gravitational forces and movement. This is a declaration of war against us. You all, start spreading out and wait for my word. Engage the moment you see them. As he spoke, Silas' body released magnificently dense smoke that covered the vast region above the concave depression. Let's see where you went. A singularity of darkness bloomed and expanded to form a thin sheet of darkness that stood over the area where the Abecedarian Sacrarium used to be, and then an instant later, this thin film of darkness reflected the scene of the concave depression on the stellar Earth below as spacetime continuum began to twist and churn. Everything has a shadow. History lays behind the greatest shadows, as we can easily peek to see the shadows of history here. Silas' voice was grand and majestic as he spoke, the illusory scene reflected in the shadows showing a reversal of time at a very rapid pace, as within moments they saw the eruption of an illusory shadowy plane of existence. This scene surprised the apex ionic lifeforms, as they expects to see a reversal of time that showed the direction that the plane was taken to, but it seemed like it disappeared right here. Silas' eyes became sharper as he slowed the reverse scene down. A few seconds before the disappearance of the plane, his perceptive eyes captured the blooming of a milky white portal, as well as the visage of a being stepping out of it who brought his hand down to barely touch the bounds of the plane below him. As seconds after that, whap, the plane entirely disappeared. Silence reigned as the apex ionic lifeforms watched this scene. The figure coming out of the portal was veiled, as Silas had to erupt with waves of dense obsidian light before the veil covering him became clear. Roan looking at the figure shown on the illusory scene in shock, as he recognized it from the intelligence reports sent out through the automaton boundary modulators. That is the unruly descendant who wants to be enthroned. How did he? Whoa. This is more serious than we thought if this descendant has such capabilities. If he did this for the domain here, he may be doing it for other domains as well. Quickly, share the coordinates of all other Lernian domains nearby. WAA, the minds of apex ionic lifeforms worked fast as those Roan had sent out to look for traces were recalled. Roan sending out a dense cluster of information that contained all the coordinates of Lernian domains as he spoke out. Even if you locate him, you cannot do anything against him. How do you plan to dash? You let me worry about that and find his current location first. I have dozens of groups of shadowlings meant to enter the extremity vein of dissolution that I've sent a message to be redirected. Find his current location first and simply lock down the space. We can do that much without the extremity adjudicator admonishing us. The power of apex ionic lifeforms buzzed as they used their terrifying prestige to locate a single being. Ionic dominator's hockey, boom, his will raged down with glory as quintillions upon quintillions of souls were conquered in the blink of an eye. His hand then extended down the authority of the pocket infinite plane of fiery crimson. Major planes of existence below him that floated in a region of lava-filled mountains began to twist and distort. Everything about it devoured within the next few seconds as Noah turned back to enter to milky gold portal once more. I think you should take a look at. He had already done this process 8 times just with the dream dimensional chassis alone, as the other 8 clones were making just as much progress. His figure was shuttled across spacetime under the control of the spatial vortices that continued to be created by Genesis and supported by Aurelia as very quickly he appeared in another region. Tendrils of nullity could be seen arcing in the distance as below him. A cluster of minor planes of existence could be seen, this being a major domain of the Lernians known as the Argeus cluster. His hockey reverberated out once more as he began the procedure all over again, and just as he was devouring the last minor plane here, his soul buzzed. His gaze turned towards the faraway space as an instant later, a terrifying aura ripped across spacetime and teleported in as it was an existence whose shadow stretched out endlessly behind him, his face covered with a dark veil. As the moment he appeared, a stupendous dominance emerged from him the moment he noticed Noah's figure. Massive chains of darkness pulsing with a dynamis of extremity emerged and covered everything in an instant, space becoming utterly locked as moving across it or teleporting in or out would mean denying the dominance of a dynamis of extremity that was just set down, and the one to do that had to have just as much power if not more. The vibrant milky white gold portal behind Noah still pulsed and resisted as he could have abandoned the remaining minor plane and escaped, but he didn't even make a move to do so as he calmly finished fully devouring the last plane half a second later, where at this time dazzling obsidian shackles wrapped around the white gold portal as it could be accessed no longer. An enemy apex psionic lifeform appeared before him, and yet the true Emperor of Quintessence didn't choose to run. If they found him this fast, it meant that they had discovered something and were randomly looking across the Lernean domains to track him down. Since they had found him, he wouldn't give them another chance to keep on looking and find the other 8 clones moving in different regions that continued to devour more and more sacrariums. Focus on me. His eyes released a grand golden light as just like he expected, BZZT. Besides the apex psionic lifeform that appeared first, multiple more came in one after another until 9 dazzling auras caused the surrounding space to creak and tremble. One aura exceedingly stronger than the rest appeared at the forefront as Noah recognized the figure of lineage Emperor Roan beside him from the many memories he had obtained from Lerneans. His eyes became sharp as a devilish smile bloomed on his face. Even though he stared at frightening apex psionic lifeforms, he spoke out freely, "Well, isn't this a special day? To have the Lernean lineage Emperor Roan himself and multiple other apex psionic lifeforms lock down space just for me." The pressure of the entities before him increased 100-fold as none of it was localized on him. The covering on the strongest aura here lifted as a handsome man surrounded by darkness unveiled himself with a calm smile as well. The unruly descendant that holds consummate boundaries. Do I really not see even an ounce of fear as you stand before esteemed lifeforms from the cult of endless shadows? His demeanor was just as overbearing as he didn't even leave room for Roan to impose himself. Hair as black as night and eyes that seemed like singularities of darkness, a dazzling rune of shadows was etched on the left side of his obsidian robe as he emanated grand power. This was the grand primeval Silas of the cult of endless shadows, the holder of multiple dynamis of extremity, who was currently put in charge of overseeing the matters of the cult of endless shadows in the Ionic haven of dissolution. Yet towards his words and prestige in front of multiple other apex Ionic lifeforms, the true Emperor of Quintessence, whose sandy gold clone was surrounded by streams of abundant milky white essence of conquests. This being gazed towards grand primeval Silas with eyes of immense confidence and tyranny as he spoke out clearly, "It is merely the apex Ionic lifeforms of a mere inheritance barely recorded across the Ionic annals of extremity. Why would I ever show even an ounce of fear towards such beings?" Chapter 2398 of Light and Shadows. It is merely the apex Ionic lifeforms of a mere inheritance barely recorded across the Ionic annals of extremity. Why would I ever show even an ounce of fear towards such beings? Boom, shocking, indomitable. This was the only word one could think of while watching the visage of the true Emperor of Quintessence, who floated in the skies while 9 apex Ionic lifeforms made their presence clear. His words were astonishing as when grand primeval Silas heard them, his shadowy smile only became wider as his eyes radiated unbound darkness. The visage of Roan beside him had a cold expression as with his identity as the Lernean representative, it was his duty to discipline those of his lineage, so before anything else could occur, his voice emanated out. "A descendant like you that has only just risen up may not know when and where to show fear, but such a time is now. Do not say anything else more foolish and forget whatever Orion has told you. Our lineage now follows the cult of endless shadows, and so do you. Fall in line and contribute to the elevation of Lerneans, or make a futile struggle and find only darkness waiting for you." A grand violet haze wrapped around Roan as he spoke, where at the same time his very body buzzed powerfully as he called forth his bloodline authority, the authority as an ancestral Lernean whose blood covered the branch lineages that rose in the 9 dimensions and the desolate mausoleum, and as the apex Lernean lineage emperor. This authority was more so magnified as it was one of the few things an apex Ionic lifeform could utilize against juniors of his lineage as a form of discipline. Without it breaking the unspoken rule of apex Ionic lifeforms attacking lower lifeforms, for those of the same bloodline, it was an irrefutable form of attack that they couldn't deny, and before Noah's eyes. A bloodline authority with traces of compositions linked to a portion of the bloodlines under you seeks to impose control. His eyes shone sharply, a crimson glow erupted around him, his gaze turning towards Roan with utmost coldness as a multicolored radiance shone around him. The lineage of the quintessential Kainos Emperor admonishes the poor authority targeting its composition. His body shone with a multicolored radiance as it wasn't affected in the least bit, the glow around him, making him seem like an untouchable creature graced with unwavering brilliance. "I may have been born in the barren lands, but my lineage is not something that the likes of you can claim to be ancestors of." His voice was grand as Roan looked towards him with a trace of shock. I think you should take a look at, was he actually not of a branch of their lineage? Even while such a question rose, the voice of the true emperor of quintessence continued to emanate out. You know what I see when I look at you? Your name and your distinctions fall under my gaze. Providence shone brightly as the Ionic annals of Providence remained branded in Noah's eyes, boundless streams of information flowing into him. Even if the vast majority was restricted, there are grand and glorious titles such as the Apex Lernaean lineage Emperor Roan and Grand Primeval Roan, but there is also something like the deposed Emperor Roan. His visage was dominating as he actually floated towards the 9 apex Ionic lifeforms, his figure coming ever closer to them as even though 8 of them cast massive shadows extending in the distance, his brilliance seemed to be covering the endless expanse behind him as he spoke freely towards Roan. A fake emperor like you dares to try and impose their authority onto me? Onto my lineage that far supersedes yours? Stand the fuck down and know your place, O deposed emperor. Boom, a light of glory shone around him as he came to float not too far away from existences as pristine as apex Ionic lifeforms. Within Roan's eyes, incredulity and bubbling rage rose as when had anyone ever spoken to him like this? Even other apex Ionic lifeforms didn't ever speak to him in such a manner as who did this being think he was. His expansive rage was rising to such an unimaginably high level that Roan even had the thought, would the cost of killing this being be too high for him to bear if he acted at this moment? But before such a thought could be carried out, clapping could be heard as loud laughter from Grand Primeval Silas could be heard. What a unrestrained personality! You're something that would be a great fit with our cult of endless shadows. The endless darkness around Silas became restrained as he stared at Noah from a distance. His hand had risen towards Roan as he made his intentions clear. The deposed emperor remaining silent with rising rage as the stares of Silas and Noah locked onto each other. The unruly descendant, Osmond, is it? I know your type, oh? Noah's gaze was frosty as his hands remained behind his back coolly while Silas nodded and continued, yes. Geniuses who haven't really faced all that much adversity towards the boundary expansion realm. Over the years, you've built up your confidence as you overcame one weak enemy after another, giving you a fake sense of invincibility as you've never really been knocked down. Words will not work on you as you will only continue to express rudeness and apathy. No, the only thing that will work on you is a very clear demonstration of power. For you to be shown that the havens are vast. For you to be shown that you aren't the only genius out there. That there are other unequaled reverend emperors out there just as powerful if not more powerful than you. Mutated souls with even more unique qualities. What you need is to be shown for the first time in your life that you are not special. You need to be knocked down. The expansive shadow that was restrained behind him began to expand again, this time showing countless figures within it that released terrifying waves of power. Chapter 2399 of Light and Shadows. 2. The smile on Grand Primeval Silas was chilling as he continued, but do not worry. After I knock you down, I will lift you up again and rebuild your confidence as a member of the cult of endless shadows. As the shadowlings you will now face who will be the ones to expand your vision and show you that in the vastness of extremity you really aren't too special. Boom. The shadow extending behind him spat out dozens of figures that radiated immense power below the stage of apex Ionic lifeforms. Each one was an unequaled reverend emperor as 36 shadowlings appeared behind Grand Primeval Silas, their eyes releasing a profound light of power as they were akin to the enemies Noah was facing in the abyssal sanctimonious lands right above the periphery of the extremity vein of dissolution. He gazed at their appearance and smiled as he replied lightly. You cannot act against me, so you call upon these poor souls to teach me a lesson? To show me that I am not special within these vast havens? Ha! All you have done is bring out creatures that will fall under my feet like many others in the past. He pointed to the powerful members of the cult of endless shadows that had just appeared as he spoke with utmost solemnity. All you have done is bring your people to my door for them to die. His dominance never once faltered as of the newly appearing shadowlings. 3 stood out the brightest as they immediately blazed with powerful haki that contained the essence of multiple consummate boundaries. Control your tongue, otherwise even after your beatdown and subsequent assimilation into our cult of endless shadows, you will only remain an outcast with no allies. The one to speak was a tall and slender woman with hair steeped in darkness, her beauty on different scales entirely as beside her. The auras of the 2 other most powerful shadowlings bound her left and right as they were men of powerful stature, one held an obsidian bow pulsing with the aura of an apex Ionic relic, another grasping a massive hammer wrapped in darkness that pulsed with a similar aura. Rosalind.as I've just said. This is not a being that words will work on. He will only be convinced when reality hits him in the face. So show him. Show him that out of the vastness of extremity, he isn't the only one blessed with gifts. A command came from above as the apex ionic lifeforms became concealed by shadows. Yes, Grand Primeval, the one called Rosalind nodded as the apex ionic lifeforms disappeared. The reason for this being that they had already played too much of a hand against this being before them already. Their souls could feel that if they moved any further and continued to press their oppressive auras down on him even after they called forth unequaled reverend emperors, the extremity adjudicator would be justified to make a move. As for now, they could only watch. Hung from the shadowling Rosalind, a pillar of darkness rose around her as her fair skin slowly became inky black and took on a shadowy luster. Her voice echoing out, "I am a haven-rank shadowling of the cult of endless shadows, and I shall show you the heights of the havens and the depths of the earth today. Mateo, star. Take your squadrons to surround him. What we seek today is complete submission to make this being understand that he cannot insult a grand primeval of our cult. They were meant to join many other beings in the extremity vein of dissolution to seek extremity panaceas and other boons to complete their foundations. To be recalled here to deal with a single overconfident being made their hearts extremely bitter, as all it did was take away from their time and opportunities, so they sought to finish this fast as the being they surrounded smiled brilliantly at this moment. You all seem to think you can call others to fight for you, but I cannot. I think you should take a look at, even in this situation." His confident eyes never faltered as he stared in the direction of the concealed apex ionic lifeforms who still had this space locked down. "I will show you all today that the beings you've called out to suppress me, I will not even have to lift a finger against them. I'll actually sit back and show you all who think you've seen the vastness of extremity. That you haven't seen anything yet." Bzzzt. Brilliance flashed around him as a sandy gold throne of dreams rose, his visage sitting on it. As on top of this, the pure and unbound essence of consummate boundaries leaked madly around him. Within the depths of the source of reality of the infinite plane, Noah's main body rose its glorious visage upwards towards the aurora of surging essence around him as he spoke out. It is time to release them and let their names be recorded in the ionic annals of extremity. He spoke towards the infinite plane itself. He spoke towards the tools that were uniquely tied to itself. He spoke of the weapons that had been recalled into the source of reality after their battle was done. He spoke of the enders of nature that were born of the very natural laws themselves, natural laws that were now each standing at the ninth boundary layer of extremity. One must not forget, Noah bound the sources of all the boundaries he held, the natural laws included. But there was another entity that helped him in this binding, as it was even more closely interlinked to these laws. If during Noah's elevation, he could obtain the reified sources of extremity as he called out reified forms of his boundaries, how could the infinite plane not be able to do so? From the overabundance of multicolored light within the source of reality, the bellow of the draconian Chilan phoenix cleared the scene as it displayed dense clusters of enders of nature that now had at their base bodies that were remade with the sources of extremity bound to the infinite plane. There wasn't a mixing of different boundary essences yet, as this was too advanced at this junction. The dazzling draconian Chilan phoenix didn't hold multiple essences of the past natural laws around it, as it only shone with a glorious cerulean glow of mana dynamics. Within its body, every atom was remade through the source of mana dynamics. It, and all the others behind it, were no longer mere enders of nature. Noah's eyes were bright as he gazed beside the draconian Chilan phoenix to see the countenance of the draconic elephantine creature that was the past Hyperion as he voiced out grandly, "Release the reified enders of extremity." Boom. Chapter 2400 of Light and Shadows. 3. Reified enders of extremity, unique creatures born under a construct of indeterminate origins. Each one is reforged through a bound source of extremity to take on such a quality as their existence is supported entirely by their bound source of extremity within the infinite plane, and upon facing true death, they will only be recalled into the infinite plane and hibernate for half a day before they can be manifested once more. Each reified ender of extremity moves with the will and resources of the infinite plane, as they are a terrifying part of its offensive feature. The infinite plane is actively working to produce an ender of extremity that can successfully handle two sources of extremity within its soul, with its expansion towards extremity of all its sources being an ever-constant process. The power of the reified enders of extremity is scaled at the very minimum to be a third as powerful as the boons of the most powerful reified source of extremity under the master of the infinite plane. Current base attributes of a reified ender of nature: 3x your main body's ionic soul damage values and 3x of your ionic soul defense values. the enders of nature became reified enders of extremity as they were truly stupendous at this moment. Some were immensely more powerful than the others, as apart from the 3x base attributes compared to his main bodies, enders that held entropy, mana dynamics, continuity. Or any other high-tier natural laws received varying levels of boons in terms of offense and defense, each one having its own unique quality. Apart from the draconian Chelan Phoenix who pulsed with the dense essence of mana dynamics, the visage of Hyperion was massive as surging entropy burned torrentially around him like endless waves, each one held a singular boundary at this moment. But no one knew they held a ridiculous amount of potential as the moment that he or the infinite plane was successful in fusing together different sources of extremity. An ender with a dynamis of extremity would be born. Just what would its level of power be when such a time came? The result was something even Noah could only speculate about at this moment. The reified enders of extremity were the tools of the infinite plane as at this moment. Multiple of such auras turned into streams of lights that surged towards Noah's body, becoming absorbed into his very origin and soul as he merely acted like a medium. He was having the reified sources of extremity flow through the connection of each of their source of extremity through the eternal realm in him, as he would be a mere medium. For his dream dimensional chassis to draw upon in the ionic haven of dissolution and call them out there, grand primeval Silas, even though it's infinitely close to the real thing, we can very well see that this unruly descendant merely has his soul clone here to deploy this many forces just for him and divert their opportunities of the extremity panaceas for what seems like minor results. The voice of one of the supreme ethereal beings from the cult of endless shadows rang out as they watched the golden being sitting upon the throne and releasing streams of consummate boundary essences outwardly. Whether it is a clone or not doesn't matter. I've already directed Rosalind to keep a sliver of his aspects of existence alive. With it, I can taint it through her and capture the main body in one fell swoop. Though I don't like to have any surprises in the case that this being is particularly powerful amongst unequaled reverend emperors. So I shall send in a request to bring one of our unyielding shadow legions into the haven of dissolution to capture him. His words caused surprise amongst the supreme ethereal beings as another one asked, to go so far as to call an unbreakable darkness army just for this being? This. I think you should take a look at. I will just have the legion on standby. If Rosalind and the other shadowlings cannot bring him down, then it means his worth encompasses all of them, as he may be a top-tier mutated entity. He'll be useful whether we turn him into one of our soldiers or to dissect his aspects of existence and see if we can replicate his mutation en masse. Grand Primeval Silas spoke of an unyielding shadow legion being called and put on standby just in case this being turned out to be greater than they had imagined. Unyielding. A legion composed of powerful, peerless divine emperors who had begun the process of apexification, but were not successful in achieving it to completion. Those who managed to survive from a large number of treasures sacrificed held shattered and fractured ionic extremity meridians within their bodies that held a single concept that was infinitely close to the 10th boundary layer. It would never reach such a layer since the ionic extremity meridians were fractured, but beings like this were still a step above mere peerless divine emperors, as inheritances preserved legions filled with them. For special instances, the unbreakable darkness army may not even be needed. BZZT. Before his words could finish, Silas and all others here felt a pristine pure essence of extremity erupt from this being before them in multiple pure streams at that as they enlarged to form massive beings who seemed to portray a concept of extremity to its very source. Dazzling cerulean light overflowed along with auroras. A fantastical draconian Chelan Phoenix was the first to enter the stage with utmost glory, feathery blue wings that seemed like two expanding seas, a draconian scaled head, and a magnificent body that burned with blue flames. This beast released a sense of beauty and destruction as it was accompanied by the appearance of a massive draconic elephantine beast that held swirling waves of chaos around it. Thereafter, a cerulean scaled reality devouring 9-pupiled serpent also roared out as it was followed by a golden-colored emperor 10-winged providential tiger, and after their fantastical appearance, 5 more pure lights shone out and manifested into grand beings beside the genuine emperor of essence who sat serenely on a golden throne. When one gazed closely, they would be able to notice that most of them held a cerulean luster of mana dynamics. Why was it so?